Chapter 1545 The Energy of the Demon God. Yang Yi was sure it was the demon god solely because of his intuition. Head fought and killed Rebirth Realm experts, but that voice didn't feel like a Rebirth Realm expert at all. Moreover, unless they observed him intentionally, even Rebirth Realm experts would be utterly incapable of instantly detecting that he was human. Had been detected. Yang Yi's face remained calm as he replied through his divine sense, I am. Since had been discovered, he naturally had to admit it. After all, trying to deny it now would only make the demon god look down on him. A long moment of silence ensued, and then the voice resounded once more in Yang Yi's mind. You're a guest? Come in. Yang Yi heaved a sigh of relief. Obviously, the demon god had no intention to kill him. Yang Yi turned to look at Manshur. Let's go. It didn't take long for Yang Yi and the others to arrive outside Demon God's palace. At this moment, the others in the top 30 were here as well. The patriarchs of the various clans are in there. Hu Ming continued, looks like the demon god sent a clone this time. So there's probably something important. Around 2 hours later, the door to the palace opened abruptly, and then a voice came from within. Little fellows, come in. All of them walked into the hall, and then the scene before them instantly changed. It was the same for Yang Yi as well. It didn't take long for Yang Yi to appear within a wide hall. There was a middle-aged man floating ahead. The middle-aged man wore a luxurious moon-white robe, and there was a fine character which represented demon on his forehead. The demon god. The demon god's gaze descended upon Yang Yi. He sized up Yang Yi for a long time, and then he said, the sword domain, numerous laws, too intense, and a body at the undying realm. Yet you are not over 30 years of age. I never expected such a genius like you to have appeared in the human race. The human race is lucky, and so is this world. Yang Yi said, Senior, you're not going to kill me? Kill you? The demon god grinned. Why would I kill you? Yang Yi replied, the human race and demon race aren't on friendly terms at all, right? The smile on the demon god's face gradually vanished. A long time passed before he shook his head. A very, very long time ago. All the races joined forces to resist the god race. At that time, my demon race and the human race had an extremely good relationship. Unfortunately, things change with time. The friendship between our races wasn't passed down, and our races have even started to become hostile against each other. Yang Yi said, there's no such thing as eternal friendship, only eternal benefits. The demon god grinned. You're absolutely right. Everything is born out of consideration for the interests or benefits of people. Yang Yi nodded. So, we should rely on ourselves. Our own strength is true strength, and only by being strong can you make no one dare to bully you. The demon god suddenly said, You're like a person I once met. Yang Yi asked, Who? The demon god had a slightly solemn expression on his face as he said, Another sword cultivator. He called himself the Unfettered One. The Unfettered One. Yang Yi was shocked, Senior. You know him as well? Yang Yi was naturally shocked because the demon god and the Unfettered One weren't from the same era. I don't really know him. The demon god continued. I just watched him fight in the past. He's very strong. Yang Yi asked, How strong? The demon god remained silent for a while before he said, No one in the history of the human race can compare to him. He's already strong to such an extent? Yang Yi's eyes narrowed slightly. Everything he heard about the Unfettered One were merely the legends which the Unfettered One left behind. However, those legends were from a very long time ago. So, he didn't know how strong the Unfettered One was right now. But he knew that the Unfettered One was definitely very strong. He just hadn't expected the Unfettered One to be so strong. The demon god nodded. He's a truly extraordinary genius. Unfortunately, he pursues the extremes of the sword Tao and nothing else remains in his heart. Otherwise, your human race would have prospered tremendously with him. Yang Yi smiled. The Unfettered One had even abandoned the sword sect which had created himself. So how could he possibly care about the human race? Yang Yi said, Senior, you said no one in the human race can compare to him. Then what about the other races? The demon god grinned. I don't know. In the past, The continent was filled with numerous clans, and there were countless geniuses and experts amongst them. Moreover, there were many mysterious and formidable races of beings. I don't know much about those supreme experts, so I naturally don't know if they or the unfettered one are stronger. The demon god suddenly sized up Yang Yi at this point, and then he said, "Actually, your future accomplishments may not be inferior to him. You just lack time, the time to grow." Yang Yi smiled, perhaps. "So, I'm sure you didn't bring me here just to talk, right?" The demon god said, "You concealed your strength and came to the demon race. I'm really curious about your objectives." Yang Yi replied, "I have no intention to harm the demon race, nor do I have the ability to, right?" The demon god fell silent for a long time, and then he said, "Fate brought us together, so we'll give you a gift." As soon as he finished speaking, the demon god suddenly tapped his finger in Yang Yi's direction. In an instant, a ray of golden light shot into Yang Yi's forehead before he could even react. Yang Yi was stunned, and then he hurriedly immersed his consciousness into his body. At this moment, there was a golden fist-sized thing near his heart. It was like a core, but it was quite big. Yang Yi looked up at the demon god and spoke with a bewildered expression on his face. "What's that?" The demon god replied, "My demon core." "Your demon core?" Yang Yi was stunned. "An inner core? Your inner core? You don't want it anymore?" The demon god smiled. "At my level of cultivation, it's a form of restraint to me, but it's very useful to you, because I've cultivated it to its limits. So, you don't have to cultivate it and can rely on its strength, the energy of the demon god." Yang Yi asked, "The energy of the demon god?" The demon god nodded. "It's a unique technique that only I possessed. If you utilize that core with your current strength and realm of cultivation, you can instantly improve your physical strength by 5 times. Moreover, your physical defenses will be enhanced by the energy of the demon god for a short while, causing it to be improved by 5 times at least." My God! Yang Yi couldn't stay calm at all. What did it mean to instantly gain a 5-time increase in strength? His physical strength was extremely strong right now, so if he instantly gained 5 times his current strength, even a rebirth realm expert that's caught off guard would be blasted away by a single punch from him. As for dualism realm experts, just a punch would smash them into mush. As for his physical defenses, if it was enhanced by the energy of the demon god and improved by 5 times, then he could go head-on against rebirth realm experts. Meanwhile, the demon god added, "However, you must remember that it isn't yours, so you can't use it too much. Otherwise, it'll cause a certain level of damage to you. Besides that, your cultivation is too weak, so you're unable to use its strength fully. It'll become more and more helpful to you as your strength grows." Yang Yi spoke in a low voice. "Senior, why have you given me such a precious gift? Don't tell me it's because of fate." The demon god smiled. "Now that you possess the demon god's inner core, you can be considered a part of the demon race, to a certain extent. So, if the demon race is in trouble in the future and you have the ability to help, then please lend it a hand." Yang Yi spoke solemnly. "Senior, is something about to happen?" The demon god nodded. "Indeed. However, it might not happen for sure. In short, it's just as you've said. Strength. One must have strength in order to be able to face everything." Yang Yi fell silent. Based on what the demon god had said, it seemed like something major was about to occur. However, he wasn't interested in all of that. His objective was just Snowy and Sierra. As for everything else, even if the sky collapsed, there would be experts to deal with it. If there weren't any experts left, then he would help if he could, and he would run if he couldn't. Meanwhile, the demon god said, "I don't have much time left. I have some other things to deal with, so you can leave now." Yang Yi cupped his fist to the demon god. "Thank you." As soon as he finished speaking, Yang Yi turned around and vanished from the hall. Once Yang Yi left, a white-haired old man appeared in the hall. "I didn't expect that he would be human," the demon god said. "He has comprehended the sword domain, and he used it to conceal his aura. So, it's impossible to notice that he's human unless you scan him thoroughly." The old man spoke solemnly. "I wonder why he's here in our territory." The demon god gazed at the old man and said, Guillermo, you can't always think of the worst-case scenario for everything. Why don't you think positively about it? He's an extraordinary genius. If our demon race can become friends with him, then it'll be extremely beneficial to our demon race. The white-haired old man nodded. I understand. Just as the demon lord had said, even though the relationship between the human race and demon race wasn't really good, being able to form a friendly relationship with a supreme expert of the human race was very beneficial to the demon race. The demon god said, he concealed his identity and came here, so there's definitely a reason behind that. Thus, don't expose his identity. Moreover, he has my inner core, so to a certain extent, he can be considered as an heir of mine. The white-haired old man's expression instantly became bitter. Actually, he hoped that the demon god would give that inner core to a genius of the demon race and not a human. After all, those not from the same race couldn't be trusted. However, it was too late to change anything now. All he could do was follow the demon god's orders. The demon god looked up towards the distance. A long time passed before he sighed softly. The human race is really full of geniuses. As soon as he finished speaking, his figure gradually turned ethereal. Right when he was about to vanish completely, he added, remember what I've said. Do it for safety's sake. If that day really comes, then my demon race won't be caught off guard. As soon as he finished speaking, he vanished on the spot. Chapter 1546 Number 1. Yang Yi left Demon God's palace. At this moment, the rest were still in the hall. Obviously, they definitely gained their own fortune. As far as Yang Yi was concerned, had gained quite a bit. The demon god's inner core wasn't just capable of improving his strength tremendously, there was another benefit, and it was that he didn't have to worry about being exposed. Now that he had the inner core of a demon beast within him, and it was even the demon god's inner core, would anyone dare to say that he didn't belong to the demon race? He wasn't worried that the demon god had done anything to the inner core, because he had the primordial pagoda, so anything dangerous could never enter his body. Yang Yi returned to his cultivation room and continued his training. This time, he didn't just train in the elemental breaker, he trained in the utilization of the demon god's energy. Even though he just had to activate the inner core to obtain the energy of the demon god, it didn't represent that Head grasped it. He still had to go through the process of getting used to it. After all, if his strength suddenly rose explosively, he would definitely be incapable of getting used to it right now. Moreover, if he wasn't used to it while in battle, then it might end with him being defeated or even killed. In the cultivation room, Yang Yi activated the energy of the demon god. In an instant, a wave of golden light surged out from within him, and it didn't take long for faint golden light to cover Yang Yi. Yang Yi slowly clenched his fists and took a deep breath. Strength. At this moment, he felt like he had the strength to destroy the world. Just like that, Yang Yi just trained with the elemental breaker technique and got used to the energy of the demon god. Time passed very quickly. In the blink of an eye, it was the day of the final round. Yang Yi left the primordial pagoda. Manshur, Quangjing, and Hu Meng were waiting outside his room. Manshur sized up Yang Yi and said, "What did you get in the demon god's palace?" Yang Yi smiled. An inheritance. Had obtained the demon god's inner core, so strictly speaking, it was a form of inheritance. An inheritance. Manshur was surprised. You actually obtained an inheritance. You're really lucky. Lucky? Yang Yi chuckled. I was quite lucky. What about all of you? What did you get? Manshur shook his head. My luck wasn't very good. I just got some treasures. Right. Someone got a divine technique which the demon god left behind. Yang Yi asked, Who? A genius from the ape clan, Ku Yuan. Manshur spoke solemnly. He was the first when we competed to ascend the mountain. He obtained a divine technique of the demon gods. If he can grasp it in a short period of time, then based on the strength he possesses, Head probably definitely grab the once position in the meeting of the clans. Ku Yuan. Yang Yi nodded. What about all of you? Do all of you want to fight for the top 3? Manshur shook his head and said, We know the limits of our strength, so just fighting for the top 10 is enough. We'll be very satisfied if we're able to get into the top 10. The top 3 isn't something we can fight for. He paused for a moment and continued, "Your target is the top 3, right?" Yang Yi didn't conceal it and nodded. Indeed, all of them weren't very surprised by this, because they'd guessed Yang Yi wanted to get into the top 3. Yang Yi was so strong, so his target was definitely the top 3. Moreover, Yang Yi had the strength to fight for it. Yang Yi followed Manshur and the others to the square they'd gathered at during the previous rounds. At this moment, there were 3 huge fighting rings on the square while a dense expanse of demon beasts filled the surroundings. Fortunately, all of them were in human form. After all, the city was absolutely incapable of accommodating them if they returned to their true forms. Fighting rings. Manshur explained, the 3rd round is direct competition. Will be divided into 2 groups, and the fights will be determined by drawing lots. The winner advances while the loser is instantly eliminated. The rules are very simple, but very brutal as well, because no one can afford to lose. Manshur gazed at Yang Yi and continued, "I hope we're not in the same group, or we might face each other." Yang Yi, Kuang Jing, and Hu Meng chuckled in response. Needless to say, Yang Yi treated Manshur, Hu Meng, and the reticent Kuang Jing as friends. Some say he had very few friends, but he actually had many friends, like Xiwu Shun, Du Gujian, and many others. However, he was moving forward too fast. That was how life worked. If one couldn't keep up with the others, one would either be left behind or eliminated. Of course, it didn't affect the relationship Yang Yi had with them, and they just couldn't fight together. Up until this point in time, and Nanjing was the only peer he had who could keep up with him and even have the chance to surpass him. Time passed slowly. After some time passed, a white-haired old man appeared here. He was Guamo, the white-haired old man in the demon god's palace that day. Guamo glanced at the people here, and his gaze lingered on Yang Yi for a moment before he said, "The division of teams will begin now." As he spoke, he flicked a crystal box in Yang Yi and the others' direction, and it floated in midair before them. It didn't take long for a young man to wave his right hand, and then a talisman flew out from the crystal box. After that, it transformed into a ball of light that appeared above the young man's head. The light dispersed to reveal the number 2 floating in the air above the young man. The young man had been divided into Group 2. A short while later, Yang Yi waved his right hand, and a ball of light appeared in the air above him. The number 1 appeared there. He was in Group 1. Unfortunately, Manshur was in Group 1 as well. Manshur laughed bitterly. "I hope I don't encounter you." Even though he was very confident in himself, he was very well aware that he had no chance against Yang Yi. Yang Yi smiled. "Actually, the outcome isn't that important. The most important part is participating in the battles. I'm certain that fighting strong opponents will be very beneficial to you." Manshur nodded. "That's the reason why the meeting of the clans is held. It's so that we are able to broaden our horizons. Only by competing with others would one be able to discover one's own flaws, and only by discovering one's flaws can one grow stronger." Yang Yi nodded. Needless to say, the system which the demon race had created was very good. It could be said that if they continued using this system, even if the demon race wasn't able to gain control of Sky Continent, it wouldn't fall into a decline. But what about the human race? Actually, if the human race really became united, then it would definitely be extremely terrifying. However, the human race loved to engage in internal strife and exhaust their own strength. On most occasions, the human race wasn't defeated by other races, it was defeated by itself. Fortunately, the human race in the large world seemed to be aware of the consequences of disunity, and they would join forces if they were faced with an invasion from another race. Suddenly, a voice interrupted Yang Yi's thoughts. "Now, draw the lots for your battles." It was Guamo who had said those words. Actually, the competition was very simple, extremely simple even. Both groups would decide on a winner, and then the 2 winners would fight one last battle. Even though it was a very simple method of competing, the competition was extremely brutal. They couldn't afford to lose. From the moment the final round begins, if one was aiming for the once position, then one couldn't lose a single battle. Losing a single battle would result in immediate elimination. Even though it was quite brutal, the one stand even the top 3 that are decided on in this way would definitely deserve their titles. The reason the demon race had created such a competition was for this exact reason. They wanted the strongest. After all, the top three would be representing the demon race to fight the other races. If they were weak, then the entire demon race would lose face in the end. Yang Yi drew lot number 1. In other words, his opponent would be the demon beast that drew lot number 1 as well. Something worth mentioning was that because there were 15 people in each group, there would be an odd one out in each group. These two people would fight, and the loser would be eliminated. As for the one who wins, that person would be temporarily safe, because that person would only join the battles again when the top two from each group were determined. That person would have to draw lots and fight one of the top four. If that person won, that person would replace his or her opponent in the top four. If that person loses, that person would be immediately eliminated. It could be said that the odd one out in each group was extremely lucky, because they would be able to skip many battles. As luck would have it, Yang Yi was one of them. He would have to fight the demon beast from group 2, which drew lot number 1 as well. Yang Yi didn't know whether he should laugh or cry when he found out that he was one of the lucky ones. Actually, he was prepared to crush all his opponents and fight to the very end. He hadn't expected his luck to be so good and draw lot number 1. However, it was good because he could save his strength. Guamo glanced at Yang Yi, and then he turned around and left. He was naturally the reason why Yang Yi had been able to draw lot number 1. He hadn't forgotten what the demon god had told him. If it was possible, he should take care of Yang Yi. Now, he was doing exactly that. Meanwhile, Manshur, Kuang Jing, and Hu Meng went over to Yang Yi's side. Once they found out that Yang Yi got lot number 1, they were stunned before congratulating Yang Yi. It was worthy of congratulations, because Yang Yi only had to fight a single battle until the top 4 were determined. They, on the other hand, had to fight a few battles. However, they were only given 6 hours between battles to rest. So, it was obvious how brutal the competition was. Haha. Suddenly, roaring laughter came from group 2. I got lot number 1. Haha. I got lot number 1. Haha. The heavens are truly kind to me. Chapter 1547, Use Your True Form. Manshur, Kuang Jing, and Hu Meng had weird expressions on their faces when they heard the roaring laughter. If Yang Yi wasn't the one who drew lot number 1 in group 1, then the heavens really had been good to that fellow. However, Yang Yi was the lucky one in group 1. While they didn't know how strong Yang Yi was, they were very well aware that there was absolutely no more than 3 people here who could fight Yang Yi. Who got lot number 1 in group 1? Get the fuck up here. Suddenly, a furious shout resounded from one of the rings. Yang Yi and the others were slightly stunned, and then they looked at Yang Yi. Yang Yi gazed at the ring and said, Lot number 1 fights first? Manshur nodded. It starts in ascending order. Yang Yi nodded. All right, the earlier it's done, the earlier I can rest. As soon as he finished speaking, Yang Yi's figure flashed and appeared on the ring. A robust young man in a black robe was standing on the ring. He was stunned when he saw Yang Yi, and then he asked, Don't tell me that you pulled lot number 1. Yang Yi nodded, indeed. The black-robed young man's face instantly became extremely unsightly, because had seen Yang Yi fight. He knew the young man in beast skin which Yang Yi had beaten up during the second round. He was on par with that young man, but that young man hadn't even been able to fight back against Yang Yi. In the beginning, he felt that he was extremely lucky, but he hadn't expected the gods to stab him in the back. A short moment of silence ensued before he suddenly sent Yang Yi a voice transmission. Brother, I admit defeat. The demon beasts of the demon race were mostly very unyielding. There were 2 reasons why Head admitted defeat right away. Firstly, Yang Yi was too strong, and he knew that he was no match for Yang Yi. Secondly, Head acted arrogantly and asked his opponent to get the fuck up the ring. Simply speaking, he was afraid Yang Yi would beat him to death. After all, killing was allowed in the ring. Yang Yi was stunned when he heard the young man. He wasn't able to believe his ears and asked, Are you sure? The young man nodded and spoke via voice transmission. I am. However, can you let me lose with my dignity intact? For example, let's fight for a while. Just give me 15 minutes. You can defeat me after that. All right? Yang Yi had quite a strange expression on his face. Obviously, He hadn't expected himself to encounter something like this. He thought for a moment and said, "All right." He was willing to cooperate when it was something as trivial as this. The young man was delighted and said, "Thank you." As he spoke, he stomped his right foot down, and then he shot forward like a cannonball. Needless to say, the young man was extremely swift, and his aura was very strong. However, regardless of whether it was his speed or aura, they were too weak before Yang Yi. But since Yang Yi had agreed to it, he naturally intended to do it well. Yang Yi clenched his fist and slammed it at the young man. Yang Yi hadn't used his full strength and merely used around 20% of his strength. He was naturally afraid that he would use too much strength and cripple his opponent. Bang! A muffled explosion resounded, and then Yang Yi and the young man moved apart. Yang Yi moved around 300 m back, while the young man merely moved around 150 m back. Clamorous noise resounded throughout the surroundings. Many demon beasts had witnessed Yang Yi's battle in the spatial battlefield. It could be said that as far as they were concerned, Yang Yi was a candidate for the top 3. So, many demon beasts were watching Yang Yi's battle. However, they hadn't expected Yang Yi to be at a disadvantage in this collision. Manshur and the others had puzzled expressions on their faces. Obviously, they didn't understand why Yang Yi had lost the collision. The black-robed young man was delighted, and he shot towards Yang Yi. In the following collisions, the black-robed young man always had the upper hand over Yang Yi. No, he didn't just have the upper hand. He was completely suppressing Yang Yi. At this moment, Yang Yi seemed like he couldn't fight back at all. It didn't take long for many demon beasts to start cheering for the black-robed young man. As they cheered, the black-robed young man grew more and more excited, and he felt more and more energetic. A short while later, Yang Yi suddenly sent the young man a voice transmission. "Your 15 minutes are up." The black-robed young man was stunned. At this moment, his mind cleared up slightly, and he glanced at Yang Yi. Right now, he was quite doubtful. He doubted Yang Yi's strength, because he felt that Yang Yi was using his full strength when fighting him just now. Simply speaking, he felt that he could defeat Yang Yi. Had clearly lost his ability to think clearly in the heat of the battle, because had forgotten how Yang Yi fought in the spatial battlefield that day, or perhaps had unconsciously chosen to forget it. A short moment of silence ensued before the young man suddenly said, "I'm not admitting defeat anymore." Yang Yi was stunned. "You're going back on your word?" The young man replied, "What are you talking about? Cut the crap and fight me." Bang! As soon as he finished speaking, he hadn't even been able to react before a wave of energy slammed against his stomach. He spat out multiple mouthfuls of blood while his figure was blasted away. He flew for around 3 kilometers before he finally slammed against the edge of the ring's defensive barrier. Boom! The barrier of light shook violently. The young man's figure crashed to the ground, and then his body twitched for a while before he fell unconscious. All the demon beasts here were stunned. Yang Yi had been completely suppressed just a moment ago, yet now, the young man had been defeated in an instant. The turn of events had been too sudden. Yang Yi glanced at the young man, and then he shook his head. Head displayed weakness to help the young man maintain his dignity, but the young man felt that he was really weak. So, wasn't the young man just asking to be beaten up? Meanwhile, Guillemot appeared on the ring. He glanced at Yang Yi and said, "The Goat Clan's Xiaoyang is victorious." He paused for a moment and said, "Go take a rest. The next fight you face won't be this easy." Yang Yi cupped his fist towards Guillemot. "Thank you for the reminder, Elder." As soon as he finished speaking, Yang Yi leaped off the ring. Manshur, Quangjing, and Hu Ming immediately went over to Yang Yi. Manshur smiled. "Congratulations." Yang Yi smiled. "Good luck to all of you." They nodded. As far as they were concerned, they didn't hope for much, so the pressure they experienced wasn't that heavy. Especially Hu Ming, he was satisfied that he had been able to enter the 3rd round. After this, the competition grew more and more intense. Unfortunately, Hu Ming was eliminated in his first battle. Even though Hu Ming was rather disappointed by this, he wasn't dejected, because he was able to learn what he lacked, so he just had to work hard on it, and he could improve himself. Even though Hu Ming had been eliminated, Manshur and Quangjing had won their first battles. However, their luck didn't last for long. A day later, Manshur and Quang Jing were eliminated. Manshur got into the top 10 like he wanted while Quang Jing was ranked at the 12th position, but both of them were very satisfied. Another day later, the top 2 in both groups were decided. They were the Dark Scorpion clan's Ku Moi, the Bluebird clan's Yanling Shue, the Devil Ape clan's Ku Yuan, and the Blood Wolf clan's Shui Yu. Yang Ye's opponent would be one of them. On the ring, Guamo glanced at the 4 of them and said, "Draw your lots. The one who draws lot number 1 will fight the Goat clan's Xiao Yang." "There's no need for that." Meanwhile, Shui Yu suddenly stepped forward. "I'll do it." Yang Yi glanced at Shui Yu. "I don't think I have enmity with him." Guamo asked, "Are you sure?" Shui Yu nodded. "I am." Guamo glanced at Kumoi and the others. "Do all of you have any objections?" Gumoy replied indifferently, "None." The Bluebird clan's Yanling Shue shook her head while Ku Yuan glanced at Shui Yu. "None." Guamo nodded, and then he gazed at Yang Yi. "What about you? If you object, we can still draw lots to decide your opponent." This could be considered as displaying kindness to Yang Yi, because it was obvious that the Blood Wolf clan's Shui Yu was targeting Yang Yi. Yang Yi glanced at Shui Yu. "I have no objections." Guamo hesitated for a moment and nodded. "Since everyone has no objections, then you can begin. The winner stays, and the loser will be eliminated." As soon as he finished speaking, Guamo vanished on the spot. Shui Yu said, "Do you remember that huge black bull you bashed up in the spatial battlefield?" Huge black bull? Yang Yi was stunned and thought for a moment. It didn't take long for him to recall the black bull. Shui Yu was talking about the black bull who called him a coward in the spatial battlefield. Yang Yi gazed at Shui Yu. "You know him?" Shui Yu nodded. "He's a friend of mine. He should have been able to advance, but he was forced to withdraw in advance because of you." Yang Yi said, "So, you're here to avenge him?" Shui Yu nodded. "You're strong, so I didn't want to waste my energy on you before this. Yet now, I think we can fight." Yang Yi shrugged, "Then attack." Shui Yu said, "Return to your true form." Yang Yi shook his head. "That isn't necessary." Shui Yu gazed at Yang Yi for a long time and said, "You're very confident, but trust me, I said you can attack, so just do it. You just have to waste time." Yang Yi shook his head. "Since it's like that, I'll attack instead." As soon as he finished speaking, Yang Yi instantly appeared in front of Shui Yu, and then he slammed his fist forward. Shui Yu didn't return to his true form as well, and he similarly slammed a punch in Yang Yi's direction. Bang! As soon as their fists came into contact, both of them immediately split apart. But it only took a moment for Yang Yi to press forward again and swing his fist at Shui Yu. It didn't take long for Shui Yu to be pushed back repeatedly. In just a short while, Shui Yu had been pushed to the edge of the ring, and Yang Yi was slamming him against the barrier of light. At this moment, all the demon beasts had solemn expressions on their faces, and it included the other 3 geniuses in the top 4. They had extremely solemn expressions on their faces. Roar! Suddenly, Shui Yu's figure shook, and then a huge and completely blood-red wolf appeared in front of Yang Yi. Shui Yu roared with fury and said, "Return to your true form." Yang Yi shook his head. "It isn't necessary. It really isn't." Shui Yu's face was instantly covered in fury. "Are you looking down on me?" Yang Yi didn't know what to say in response. Meanwhile, Shui Yu added, "Hurry, return to your true form and have a fair fight with me." Yang Yi suddenly seemed to be infuriated by this. "I told you that it isn't necessary. So it isn't necessary. I don't need to return to my true form to fight you. This is more than enough." All the spectators were rendered speechless by this. Chapter 1548. We've known each other for a long time. Arrogant. Extremely arrogant. That was what all the demon beasts thought right now. After all, demon beasts had to return to their true form to bring forth their true strength. As for while they were in human form, it was very difficult for them to bring forth their true strength. Yet now, Yang Yi said that he didn't have to return to his true form to defeat Shui Yu. If he really defeated Shui Yu, then his strength would really be quite terrifying. Shui Yu's expression instantly became extremely savage when he heard Yang Yi. He didn't waste his breath and just roared with fury before transforming into a ray of red light that shot in Yang Yi's direction. The space around him instantly started to ripple violently. Yang Yes' eyes narrowed slightly. He clenched his right fist, and then he swung it forward. The brink laws. His physical strength had been brought to the brink. As soon as his fist shot forward, Guillemot suddenly opened his eyes. Guillemot wasn't the only one. Ku Moi, Yan Lingxue, and Ku Yuan's expressions changed as well. Obviously, they'd noticed Yang Yes' brink laws. Bang! Shui Yu was blasted away and slammed against the barrier of light. Bang! The entire barrier of light shook violently and seemed to be on the verge of shattering. As for Shui Yu himself, he crashed down to the ground. However, it didn't take long for him to stand up again. But as soon as he did, Yang Yi appeared in front of him and slammed his fist down towards Shui Yu. Bang! Shui Yu was slammed against the barrier of light once more. However, Yang Yi still didn't stop. He stomped his right foot against the ground and shot forward. Yang Yi instantly arrived before Shui Yu, and then he swung another punch at Shui Yu. Just like that, Shui Yu was pushed to a corner and constantly beaten, and he didn't have the strength to fight back at all. At this moment, all the demon beasts here had solemn expressions on their faces, especially Ku Moi and the others in the top four. At this moment, they knew that they'd underestimated Yang Yi. They'd severely underestimated him. As for Guillemot, who was watching from the shadows, his face had become solemn. He knew Yang Yi was a human, and he knew Yang Ye's strength wasn't bad. But he hadn't expected Yang Ye's strength to be that terrifying. Shui Yu's strength was really good, and it could be considered as being outstanding in the demon race. However, he didn't even have the strength to fight back against Yang Yi. Most importantly, Yang Yi was only using his physical strength. But as a human, Yang Yi definitely had other abilities. That was the true reason why Guillemot had such a solemn expression on his face. Meanwhile, Yang Yi had stopped because Shui Yu was on the verge of death. The outcome had been decided. Yang Yi turned around and walked away. Meanwhile, Guillemot appeared on the ring. He glanced at Yang Yi and said, "You're really not bad." Yang Yi smiled and replied humbly, "I'm just all right." Guillemot nodded slightly and announced, "The Goat Clan's Xiao Yang is victorious." Manshur and the others immediately started cheering when they heard Guillemot. They weren't the only ones. Many other demon beasts were cheering as well. Just like humans, everyone loved the unexpected. Even though Yang Ye's previous performance was dazzling, it was only slightly dazzling. Yet now, Yang Yi wasn't just slightly dazzling, he was extremely dazzling. It could be said that his name would spread throughout the demon race. Reputation. One of the reasons that many geniuses of the demon race participated in the meeting of the clans was to gain reputation. Who didn't want to be renowned throughout the world? After Yang Ye's victory, the competition came to a temporary end. Because the top four had experienced a few rounds of battles, and they needed time to rest. They could only bring forth their true strength once they had sufficient rest, and only then would they be able to give the spectators a very spectacular show. The final battles would be held in 3 days. Yang Yi bade farewell to Manshur and the others, and then he returned to his cultivation room. Cultivate. He went back to cultivate as he always did. He hadn't fully grasped the rebound of energy that Little Sky had taught him. Now, he intended to grasp it completely. Only by fully grasping it could the elemental breaker undergo a qualitative transformation. At that time, the elemental breaker's strength may not be weaker than the rebirth sword. Of course, it definitely couldn't compare to the sword of rebirth. The rebirth sword could only pose a small threat to rebirth realm experts, but the sword of rebirth could kill rebirth realm experts. Unfortunately, he only had quasi-returnal rank sword intent now, so he couldn't cultivate the sword of rebirth. Suddenly, Yang Yi, who was about to cultivate in the primordial pagoda, frowned. And then he left the primordial pagoda and returned to his room. At this moment, the door to his room was being knocked. There was someone outside. Yang Yi waved his right hand, and the restrictions on the door were removed. It didn't take long for a young man to walk in. Yang Yi had met this young man in the past. It was the Devil Ape Clan's Ku Yuan. Yang Yi asked, "You need something?" Ku Yuan nodded. "I watched you fight. That last attack you executed. The energy you released underwent a change. How did you do that?" Yang Yi naturally knew that Ku Yuan was speaking about the brink laws. He smiled. Needless to say, The demon beasts of the demon race were really straightforward. Ku Yuan liked that move and wanted to learn it, so Head just asked about it. Yang Yi was about to speak when Ku Yuan added, "We can carry out an exchange." Exchange? Yang Yi smiled and shook his head. "It's very, very difficult for you to learn that move." He wasn't lying. Could he just learn the brink laws? It required comprehension. Of course, Yang Yi was comparatively special because he had the sword domain, so he could replicate it and use such a method to comprehend it. But Ku Yuan couldn't. So, if Ku Yuan wanted to learn it, it would be extraordinarily difficult. Of course, most importantly, there was no relationship between them. So how could he possibly teach Ku Yuan? Ku Yuan clearly didn't want to give up, and he said, "Feel free to tell me if you have conditions. I'm willing to complete them if they're within my ability." Yang Yi shook his head. "To be honest, you really don't have anything that I need or want." He was extremely picky now. Regardless of whether it was techniques or treasures, he really didn't want or need most of them. Ku Yuan fell silent for a while, and then he said, "Then can we spar?" Yang Yi thought for a while and said, "All right." He wanted to train with someone as well. Ku Yuan nodded, and then he vanished on the spot. He was in front of Yang Yi when his figure appeared again, and he slammed his fist forward. Just a punch. A very simple and direct attack. Yang Yi didn't utilize profound energy, and he similarly slammed a punch at Ku Yuan. Bang! As soon as their fists collided, they split apart again. Yang Yi and Ku Yuan moved backwards repeatedly. Ku Yuan had moved around 30 m back, while Yang Yi had moved around 45 m back. Yang Yi was at a disadvantage. Yang Yi's eyes narrowed slightly. He was quite surprised by Ku Yuan's strength. Even though he hadn't utilized the brink laws, he hadn't held back just now. However, Head still lost in the collision with Ku Yuan after using his full strength. Ku Yuan wasn't just a little bit stronger than Shui Yu. Meanwhile, Ku Yuan said, "Use that strongest move of yours." Yang Yi naturally understood that Ku Yuan wanted him to use the brink laws. Yang Yi thought for a moment and nodded. A moment later, he appeared in front of Ku Yuan, and then he slammed his fist at Ku Yuan. The brink laws. Strength at the brink. At the moment Yang Yi's fist shot forward, the space around it started to warp from the energy in his fist. Fortunately, he was in the large world, and the space here was exceptionally strong. If he was in the lower dimensions, then his punch would have been sufficient to shatter the space around him. Ku Yuan had a solemn expression on his face when he saw Yang Yi's attack. He slowly clenched his right fist while a layer of thick scales suddenly covered it. A moment later, he swung his first at Yang Yi's fist. Bang! A loud explosion resounded. Yang Yi and Ku Yuan moved backwards simultaneously. At the same time, a wave of energy surged out in all directions from the point of collision. The space around them instantly started rippling violently. A long time passed before everything gradually calmed down. Ku Yuan spoke in a low voice, "You're very strong." Yang Yi replied, "You're very strong as well." Ku Yuan nodded slightly. "See you in 3 days." As soon as he finished speaking, he turned around and left. Yang Yi remained silent on the spot. Ku Yuan's physical strength and defense had completely exceeded his expectations. Because his fists that carried the brink laws hadn't been able to gain the upper hand against Ku Yuan's punch. Moreover, he could sense that Ku Yuan hadn't used his full strength. Ku Yuan had held back. If Ku Yuan had used his full strength, then Yang Yi might have lost the collision. A long time passed before Yang Yi took a deep breath. If it was amongst the younger generation of the human race, then there were definitely very few who could match his physical strength. But if it was amongst the younger generation of the demon race, then there were definitely many who weren't weaker than him. After all, they had an innate advantage when compared to humans. Yang Yi shook his head, restrained his thoughts, and intended to enter the primordial pagoda to cultivate. However, a figure suddenly walked into his room. A rebirth realm expert. Yang Yi gazed at the person and said, "Who are you?" That person grinned and replied, "Stop joking. You actually don't recognize me? We've known each other for a long time." "We've known each other for a long time?" Yang Yi frowned. He sized up the person, and then he shook his head again. "I'm sure I don't know you." He only knew a single person in the demon race for a very long time, and it was Imo Shaoling. But the person before him wasn't Imo Shaoling. That person walked slowly in Yang Yi's direction and said, "They'll give you one last chance. Give it more thought." Yang Yi slowly clenched his right fist when he heard this. Chapter 1549 Tricked. It was a beautiful woman who was standing in front of Yang Yi. She looked to be only around the age of 30. She had willow leaf-shaped brows, a beautiful appearance, an ample bosom, and plump buttocks. She looked like a mature peach, and she was extremely attractive. She was a rebirth realm expert as well. Yang Yi gazed at her for a long time, and then he shook his head. "I've really never met you." She cracked a smile and said, "Are you sure?" Yang Yi nodded. "I'm sure." She suddenly said, "I'm the Goat Clan's patriarch." Yang Yi was stunned. The Goat Clan's patriarch. Yang Yi's face turned quite unsightly. What was his identity right now? He was the Goat Clan's representative, but he didn't recognize the Goat Clan's patriarch. So, wasn't that a huge joke? Yang Yi knew that Head been exposed, and he had no way to lie his way out of it, because Head repeatedly confirmed that he didn't know her. Head been tricked. A short while passed before Yang Yi laughed bitterly. "Senior, what do you want?" "What do I want?" She smiled and said, "Little fellow, I want to ask you what you want. Why are you pretending to be a member of my Goat Clan?" Yang Yi replied, "Someone asked me which clan I was from, so I just said the Goat Clan." She said, "Is that really the only reason?" Yang Yi nodded, "Yes." She gazed at him for a long time and smiled. "All right, I believe you. So, do you know? I was truly shocked when I heard a goat from my Goat Clan entered the top 4 of the meeting of the clans. However, when I asked about it, I discovered that my Goat Clan doesn't have anyone called Xiao Yang. So, I decided to come here and have a look myself. I never expected that you really aren't from my Goat Clan. Needless to say, I'm quite disappointed." She was naturally disappointed. If Yang Yi really was from the Goat Clan, then it was definitely extraordinarily good news for the Goat Clan, because it represented that the Goat Clan was about to rise up in the world. However, she was disappointed. This fellow before her wasn't from the Goat Clan. Yang Yi said, "I'm in the wrong for pretending to be from the Goat Clan. But please believe me, I have no ill intent towards the Goat Clan." She said, "You have 2 paths before you." Yang Yi gazed at her and she said, "The first is to immediately stop using my Goat Clan's name. Announce that you're not from the Goat Clan, and announce that you have nothing to do with my Goat Clan." Yang Yi remained silent for a long time before he asked, "What about the second path?" If he announced that he wasn't from the Goat Clan now, then he would be in a huge amount of trouble. Even though he had the demon god's inner core and could barely be considered a member of the demon race, he was still a human. Moreover, he didn't want the demon race to become vigilant towards him. His objective was the hallowed grounds of the Divine Phoenix clan. If they became vigilant towards him, then he would definitely be unable to do anything even if he got into the Divine Phoenix clan. The second, she smiled and continued, "The second is you're from my Goat Clan." Yang Yi gazed at her and asked, "What are you trying to say?" She replied, "What I'm trying to say is that I'll recognize you as a member of the Goat Clan. Moreover, you're really representing my Goat Clan in the meeting of the clans. Understand?" Yang Yi asked, "Why?" She answered, "My Goat Clan is weak, and it's considered to be the weakest amongst the clans in the demon race. You may not know it, but I'm the only rebirth realm expert in my Goat Clan. As for my Goat Clan's younger generation, none are exceptionally outstanding. Under such circumstances, my Goat Clan will naturally be bullied by the other clans. However, if an extraordinary genius appears in my Goat Clan, then the other clans that bullied my Goat Clan in the past would have to consider the consequences before thinking about bullying my Goat Clan again." Yang Yi came to a complete understanding at this point. The strength and potential he revealed couldn't be underestimated. If he really was from the Goat Clan, then the other clans would definitely not dare to continue bullying the Goat Clan. So, she wanted to use him to deter the other clans. Meanwhile, the woman added, "There's another reason. The younger generation of my Goat Clan are completely spiritless. If an extraordinary genius appears in the younger generation of my Goat Clan, then it'll definitely be a form of motivation to them. So, if you want to continue pretending to be a member of the Goat Clan, I'll agree to it. However, I have to make something clear, and it's that if you do anything that harms the demon race, then he'll immediately cut all ties with you. Yang Yi remained silent for a long time, and then he nodded, all right. She grinned. I want to declare that you're from my goat clan, but I won't say that you aren't either. I hope we have a pleasant cooperation. Me too, replied Yang Yi. The goat clan needed the reputation he brought to it, and he needed a suitable identity. So, they were using each other. She nodded and said, they'll be staying in Heaven's Vault City for now. So, I can give you some help for some things, but I won't help you openly. Yang Yi nodded. I understand. She glanced at him and seemed to want to ask something, but she hesitated for a moment and didn't ask in the end. She just turned around and left Yang Yi's cultivation room. Yang Yi heaved a slight sigh of relief. Had actually guessed what she intended to ask. She definitely wanted to ask if he was from the demon race or not. If she asked that, it represented that she'd guessed that he was a human. Just think about it. If he was from the demon race, then would he have to pretend to be from the goat clan? Fortunately, she hadn't asked. Obviously, she wanted him to boost the goat clan's reputation. Once she left, Yang Yi immediately entered the primordial pagoda. Cultivation. He intended to use the month of time. He had to fully perfect the ability to make his strength rebound within his opponents. His spar with Ku Yuan allowed him to understand that the geniuses of the demon race were much stronger than Head ever imagined. Under the circumstances that he couldn't use a sword, his physical strength and defenses had no advantage over the geniuses of the demon race. After all, Head used his full strength and the brink laws yet was still unable to gain the upper hand just now. Practice makes perfect. Yang Yi was ceaselessly swinging punches every single day and using space to make his energy rebound. Just like that, time trickled by, and a month passed. Besides spending time with Xiao Yushi, Yang Yi spent the entire month perfecting the ability to rebound energy. After a month of training, even though he still hadn't attained perfection, he could make 90% of his energy rebound within his opponent. Now, the elemental breaker technique would send the energy in his fist directly to his opponent's internal organs, and then it would immediately rebound like an echo from inside out. So, if a Rebirth Realm expert went head-on against a punch of his now, then it was possible to instantly transform that Rebirth Realm expert into mush. Now, he had another trump card. Yang Yi left the cultivation room. Manshur and the others were waiting outside for him. Today was the last day of the competition. Even though they'd been eliminated, Yang Yi hadn't. As Yang Yi's friends, they naturally had to come and cheer for him. Manshur smiled. How do you feel? Yang Yi smiled. Not bad. Even fighting a few hundred rounds won't be a problem. Manshur smiled. Good. We're waiting for you to take the first. Yang Yi shook his head. As far as I'm concerned, just the top 3 is sufficient. Manshur said, that won't do. We've put all we have on you. You can't let your brothers lose everything. Exactly. Quang Jing, who rarely spoke, said, we've bet everything we have on you. If you don't take the first, then we'll have to eat grass from now on. You bet everything on me? Yang Yi asked. Betting is allowed? Of course. Manshur smiled. It's considered as an extra game that many demon beasts participate in. Actually, the odds of you taking the first are shockingly high. It's 4-1. Yours is the highest. Haha, they don't really think highly of you. Even though Yang Yi's previous display was extremely dazzling, Yang Yi's results on Demon God Mountain weren't very extraordinary, or it should be said to be terrible. So, many demon beasts didn't think highly of him. If he hadn't made quite a dazzling display earlier, the odds would have been even higher. Yang Yi glanced at them and asked, all of you really bet everything you have on me? Of course. Manshur smiled, but don't feel pressured. If worse comes to worse, we'll just eat grass for a few years. I'm serious, don't feel too pressured. Yang Yi rolled his eyes at them, then wait to eat grass. Manshur jumped. Big brother, don't do that. If we lose, we won't just have to eat grass. We really went all out this time. We didn't just use everything we had. We even borrowed from our friends and clans. If you lose, we won't have a place to live in the demon territory, because we would owe too much, and we can't repay our debts. Yang Yi raised a finger and said, if I get the first, I want half of your winnings. You're terrible. Manshur jumped. You. Yang Yi shrugged. They'll go easy on my opponents if you refuse. Manshur and the others instantly revealed bitter expressions. Meanwhile, Yang Yi chuckled. Don't show me such bitter expressions. I dare not guarantee that I'll get the first, but I guarantee that I'll try my best. Even though his target was just the top 3, he would definitely not admit defeat in battle. If he could take the first, he would naturally do so. However, he couldn't use his sword. She didn't really dare to guarantee that he could get the first. Manshur nodded, and then he spoke seriously. Just do your best. All right, let's stop wasting time and set out. It didn't take long for them to arrive at the venue in Heaven's Vault City. At this moment, countless demon beasts were gathered here. It was the last day of the meeting of the clans, and it would be the 3 most brilliant battles of the competition. This time, it was a truly fierce battle, so they would naturally not allow such an opportunity to slip by. In the ring, Guillemot glanced at Yang Yi and the others, and then he said, "Do you have anything to say before the competition begins?" Ku Yuan, who stood on the left, stepped forward and said, "My goal is the first." His voice reverberated like a thunderclap, and it could be heard from extremely far away. Ku Yuan. Ku Yuan is number 1. Countless demon beasts roared furiously. Obviously, they idolized him. Gumo's gaze descended onto the Blue Bird clan's Yin Lingxue. Yin Lingxue spoke indifferently. "I either die or take the first." It was domineering. Those who idolized Yin Lingxue instantly started shouting madly. A short while passed before Guillemot gazed at Kumoy. Kumoy glanced at Yin Lingxue and Ku Yuan. "They'll kill anyone who fights me for the first." It was extremely aggressive. Those who idolized Kumoy immediately started cheering. It didn't take long for Guillemot to look at Yang Yi. Yang Yi remained silent for an instant, and then he smiled. "They'll take the second." All the demon beasts and even Guillemot were stunned when they heard this. Suddenly, Yang Yi glanced at Kumoy and the others, and he added, "Then would any of you dare to take the first?" The surroundings instantly became perfectly silent. Chapter 1550 Lethal Venom. The gazes of all the demon beasts here converged onto Yang Yi. Would any of them dare to take the first? Needless to say, it was very arrogant, haughty even. It didn't take long for many demon beasts to start howling. The demon race admired and respected the strong, and the strength Yang Yi revealed prior to this had already gained their acknowledgement. So, no demon beast felt he was boasting when they heard him. Since Yang Yi dared to say that, it represented that he was confident in his strength, extremely confident. Kumoy, Yin Lingxue, and Ku Yuan glanced at Yang Yi. They knew each other quite well, but they knew nothing about Yang Yi. Yang Yi was quite mysterious to them. However, they weren't afraid. Similarly, they were confident in themselves as well. In the ring, Guillemot glanced at Yang Yi and said, "All of you are confident in yourselves. Very good. Remember that you're responsible for your own fate once you enter the ring. Now, draw your lots." As soon as he finished speaking, Guillemot waved his right hand, and a white box appeared in front of them. All 4 of them waved their hands, and then 4 pillars of light appeared above them. The pillars of light dispersed to reveal 4 numbers above them. The number 1 was above Yang Ye's head, and it was the same for Kumoy. In other words, he would have to fight Kumoy. It didn't take long for only Yang Yi and Kumoy to be left in the ring. Kumoy gazed at Yang Yi. "Let me see if a dark horse like you can go until the end." Yang Yi smiled. "We'll see." Kumoy nodded. "Are you going to return to your true form?" Yang Yi shook his head. "It isn't necessary." Kumoy gazed at Yang Yi for a long time before he said, "I don't need to as well." As far as he was concerned, if he returned to his true form while Yang Yi didn't, then he wouldn't have won fairly even if he did win. Yang Yi shook his head. "You can take your true form. Since you refuse to, then so will I." As soon as he finished speaking, Kumoy started walking slowly in Yang Ye's direction. As he did that, a powerful aura and pressure gradually appeared here, and it slammed down like a mountain towards Yang Yi. Needless to say, his aura was very strong indeed. But it wasn't much to Yang Yi, because had experienced too many auras that were much stronger than this. Yang Yi took a step forward and casually swung his fist forward. Bang! Kumoy aura was instantly dispersed. Meanwhile, Kumoy suddenly appeared in front of Yang Yi, and then a ray of cold light flashed. Yang Yi instinctively swung his fist forward. Hiss! Bang! An explosion resounded, and then both of them were pushed 300 m back. Yang Yi looked down at his chest. There was a red mark on his chest. Even though it hadn't pierced through his skin, it had still caused some damage. Yang Yi looked up at Kumoy. At this moment, there was a dagger in Kumoy's grasp. Yang Yi was slightly stunned because he hadn't expected a demon beast to use a weapon. After all the demon beasts had encountered until now had been using their fists. Suddenly, Kumoy vanished on the spot, and he was in front of Yang Yi when his figure appeared once more. At the same time, a ray of cold light flashed. It was swift, extremely swift. It was so swift that many demon beasts weren't even able to see the dagger. Yang Yi clenched his right fist and slammed it forward. The brink laws. This time, he didn't try to probe Kumoy again, and he used his full strength and brought it to the brink. As soon as his fist shot forward, a wave of powerful energy instantly surged out from his fist, causing the space around him to ripple violently. Bang! An explosion resounded, and then Yang Yi and Kumoy were pushed away again. This time, Kumoy was pushed over 1 kilometer away, while Yang Yi was pushed less than 300 m back. Yang Yi had gained the upper hand in this collision. Kumoy glanced at his hand. At this moment, his dagger had been transformed into bits. At the same time, he couldn't feel his entire arm. A moment of silence ensued before Kumoy looked up at Yang Yi. "You're really strong." Yang Yi spoke indifferently. "Return to your true form." After cultivating in the primordial pagoda for an entire month, Yang Yi just wanted to fight to his heart's content. However, Kumoy wasn't a match for him if Kumoy didn't return to his true form. A wisp of ferocity curled up on the corners of Kumoy's mouth. "It isn't necessary." As soon as he finished speaking, his figure shot towards Yang Yi. Yang Yi shook his head. He didn't waste his breath again and just stomped his right foot down. Yang Yi relied on the counterforce to shoot forward in Kumoy's direction. Both of them collided in midair in the simplest and most violent method. Bang! As soon as they collided, a terrifying wave of energy swept out from the point of collision. Yang Yi and Kumoy were instantly blasted backwards. Meanwhile, Yang Yi's figure spun rapidly and shot once more in Kumoy's direction. Kumoy's expression changed when he saw Yang Yi charge at him again. He didn't have the time to think, and he just immediately swung his fist forward. Bang! A wave of energy swept out and slammed at Yang Yi. Meanwhile, Yang Yi swung a punch forward as well. Kumoy's energy was instantly dispersed before his punch, and the latter was blasted backwards once more. Yang Yi would naturally not stop his attack, and he pressed forward once more. Just like that, Kumoy was repeatedly pushed back. He was being suppressed. At this moment, Kumoy was being completely suppressed. Guillemot was watching Yang Yi from somewhere, and the expression on his face gradually became solemn. Only he was aware that Yang Yi was no demon beast but a human instead. A human possessed such a strong body, and that was extremely terrifying, especially when Yang Yi had obtained the demon god's inheritance. He could imagine how terrifying Yang Yi would be in the future, but Yang Yi wasn't from the demon race. That was what he was comparatively worried about. Of course, he had no intention to eliminate Yang Yi. After all, the demon god had taken interest in Yang Yi, and the demon god wasn't someone brainless, so he would definitely not give his inheritance to someone who would bring harm to the demon race. In the ring, the battle was still going on. The spectators had thought that it would be an intense battle, but they were disappointed. At this moment, Kumoy was being completely suppressed and practically didn't have the ability to fight back. Based on this situation, Kumoy's defeat was only a matter of time. Around 15 minutes later, bang! A powerful aura surged through the ring, and then a crimson-red scorpion that was around 300 m tall appeared in the ring. Kumoy had returned to his true form. After Yang Yi completely suppressed him, Kumoy had finally returned to his true form. Actually, it was expected, because if Kumoy didn't do that, then he would have no chance to win. He only had a chance once he returned to his true form. In the ring, Yang Yi glanced at the crimson scorpion, which was countless times larger than him, and then his figure shot towards it. Suddenly, Kumoy slammed his huge claws at Yang Yi. Yang Yi didn't shrink back. Even though he was tiny, his strength wasn't. He just treated himself like a cannonball and slammed against the huge claws. Boom. As soon as they came into contact, Kumoy was pushed backwards repeatedly, but Yang Yi was blasted away as well. However, it only took a moment for Yang Yi's body to spin rapidly and charge at Kumoy again. This time, Yang Yi's punch wasn't an ordinary punch anymore, and it carried the brink laws. Head brought his physical strength to the brink. Based on his current strength and realm of cultivation, he could execute the brink laws around 10 times without encountering any problems. Bang! The Crimson Scorpion was instantly blasted away and slammed against the barrier of light which covered the ring, causing it to tremble violently like an earthquake was running through it. Countless demon beasts were stunned on the spot. They hadn't expected Kumoy to still be suppressed after returning to his true form. Kuyuan glanced at Yang Yi, and then he gazed at Kumoy. If you still refuse to use your trump card, then you're going to lose. Regardless of whether it was him, Kumoy, or Yin Lingxue, all of them had trump cards. Kumoy still hadn't used his trump card until now. Obviously, he was keeping it for the final battle. However, based on the current situation, there would be no final battle for him if he didn't use it right now. Meanwhile, Yang Yi charged at Kumoy again. Suddenly, Kumoy's tail started trembling rapidly, and then it shot towards Yang Yi like a bolt of lightning. It was swift to the absolute limit. Yang Yi instinctively swung his fist towards it. Bang! Kumoy's tail was instantly blasted away, but there was a smile on his face. Yang Yi stopped moving. There was a thumb-sized injury on his fist, and it had naturally been pierced by Kumoy's tail. Such an injury was naturally nothing to Yang Yi. However, it was different this time because Yang Yi's arm was decaying at an alarming rate. Venom. Kumoy suddenly started laughing. That's the purest lethal venom in me. It can only be used every few dozen years. Even Rebirth Realm experts dare not rashly allow themselves to be inflicted with it. Goat, you're dead. Meanwhile, Guillemot suddenly sent a voice transmission to Yang Yi. Quickly admit defeat. So long as Yang Yi admitted defeat, he could ask Kumoy to hand over the antidote to save Yang Yi's life. Yang Yi glanced at Guillemot, and then he smiled. After that, he gazed at Kumoy and said, "Your purest venom? You're quite formidable. Unfortunately, I'm immune to all poisons." As soon as Yang Yi finished speaking, the venom on Yang Yi's arm instantly vanished without a trace. At the same time, Yang Yi's arm was completely healed to its original state. Kumoy stared at Yang Yi while disbelief filled his eyes. "You? How could that be possible?" Yang Yi was about to speak when he suddenly frowned, because he noticed that after the tiny vortex absorbed the venom, it sent the venom back out to him again. Unlike before, the venom had primordial violet energy mixed into it, and his body swiftly absorbed all of it. As his body absorbed the venom which contained primordial violet energy, his aura started growing slowly. Yang Yi was stunned because his cultivation was showing signs of being about to advance. Chapter 1551. I feel a little bad. His cultivation was showing signs of advancing. At this moment, the venom mixed with primordial violet energy was madly stimulating his body. Based on his past experience, he knew that it was a sign that he was about to advance. Yang Yi wasn't delighted but horrified. If he was at any other place, it would definitely be a tremendously good thing. He would enter the primordial pagoda and charge into the deity realm. However, this was the demon territory, and if he was being watched by countless spectators, if he were to advance now, his identity as a human would definitely be exposed. He would definitely fail if he tried to advance right now. Suppress it. Yang Yi hurriedly immersed his mind into his body and said, "Primordial pagoda, take back that pure energy. I can't advance right now. I really can't." A moment of silence ensued, and then the tiny vortex stopped sending that pure energy to Yang Yi. At the same time, it reabsorbed all the energy which was stimulating Yang Yi's cultivation. Yang Yi heaved a sigh of relief. If he were to advance now, his identity would definitely be exposed. Most importantly, the Eye of the Heaven Tao would definitely come because he would be advancing outside of the primordial pagoda. Besides that, he wasn't very confident in his ability to charge into the deity realm right now. Had just attained the semi-deity realm, so he needed time to consolidate his strength and not charge into a higher realm of cultivation. It was best to advance steadily. Even though he couldn't advance for now, Yang Yi didn't feel that it was a pity, because the pure energy was within the primordial pagoda, and he could use it when he needed it. Suddenly, Kumoy asked, "How did you do that?" Yang Yi restrained his thoughts and gazed at Kumoy, and then he smiled. "I told you, I'm immune to all poison." Kumoy gazed at Yang Yi for a long time, and then he said, "You've won." Had admitted defeat. Admitting defeat was humiliating at most times, but there were many times when it wasn't. Kumoy's current admission of defeat wasn't humiliating, because Had done his best, and Had even used his trump card. But he still wasn't able to harm Yang Yi. If he still tried to fight now, he would be beaten to death. Guillemot appeared in the ring. He glanced at Kumoy and Yang Yi, and then he said, "The Goat Clan's Xiao Yang is victorious." As soon as he declared Yang Yi's victory, countless demon beasts started cheering. Manshur and the others were the loudest. Yang Yi was their friend, so they were naturally the happiest when they saw Yang Yi defeat Kumoy. Yang Yi nodded slightly to Guillemot, and then he turned around and left the ring. This win represented that he was in the top 3. In the beginning, his target was only the top 3, but he hadn't expected Manshur and the others to bet everything they had on him. Now, he had to strive to obtain the first. Meanwhile, Kuyuan suddenly walked over and glanced at Yang Yi. "Congratulations." Yang Yi smiled. "They'll see you in the finals." Kuyuan shook his head. "It's difficult." Yang Yi asked, "What? You're not confident?" Kuyuan smiled. "I'm naturally confident. However, you may not know that Bluebird well. She isn't ordinary. No matter what, we'll know the outcome in a while." Yang Yi nodded. "They'll be watching." Kuyuan nodded slightly, and then he turned around and left. Suddenly, Yin Lingxue came over to Yang Yi. She was a woman, and she was extremely beautiful if Yang Yi judged her based on human standards. Especially her legs, they were much longer than other women, but they didn't seem out of place and were very gorgeous instead. Yin Lingxue sized up Yang Yi and said, "I've never heard of you." "I kept a low profile." Yang Yi smiled. "My patriarch said that my goat clan is too weak, so I should keep a low profile." "I see." She nodded slightly. "They'll see you in the finals." As soon as she finished speaking, she turned around and walked up the ring. "She'll see me in the finals." Yang Yi glanced at her. She's really confident. He didn't know how strong she was, but had experienced how strong Kuyuan was. Kuyuan's strength was really not bad. At the very least, Kuyuan's physical strength far surpassed Kumoy. However, she was still so confident. She's not ordinary. Meanwhile, Guillemot announced the start of the battle. Kuyuan and Yin Lingxue immediately started to fight each other. However, they didn't return to their true form and fought in human form. They were probing each other. Even now, they were still just probing each other and hadn't really gotten serious. Yang Yi shook his head. If he were to be honest, he didn't really like this method of fighting. Even though he hadn't used his 2 greatest trump cards in the battle with Kumoy just now, he hadn't tried to probe Kumoy. Head immediately brought his physical strength to the brink and launched a flurry of attacks. So, that was why his battle with Kumoy didn't even take an hour. Yet now, Yin Lingxue and Kuyuan would probably be fighting for hours. Yang Yi shook his head, sat down cross-legged, and then started to use primordial violet energy to recover his strength. Had exhausted too much of his physical strength during the battle with Kumoy, and he felt quite exhausted. He had to recover as soon as possible because he had another difficult battle ahead of him. If he could use his sword, then regardless of whether it was Kuyuan or Yin Lingxue, both of them would only take a swing of his sword to deal with. Unfortunately, he couldn't use his sword right now. Around 2 hours later, Yin Lingxue and Kuyuan's battle was growing more and more intense. Obviously, they were about to get serious. Yang Yi opened his eyes and looked towards the ring. After observing for a while, he noticed that Yin Lingxue was really quite exceptional. Yin Lingxue's movements weren't very swift, but they were very strange. She seemed indistinct like a phantom, suddenly appearing at one place before appearing at another place, causing Kuyuan to be unable to strike a clean blow on her. As for her attacks, they weren't ordinary as well. She didn't focus on strength but vital points. Practically every one of her attacks struck Ku Yuan's vital points, striking terror in Ku Yuan's heart throughout the battle. Because just a single hit from her would cripple him even if he could avoid death. After watching for a long time, Yang Yi shook his head and said, Ku Yuan has lost. Manshur was puzzled. Why? Look, Ku Yuan is very strong, and Yin Lingxue is constantly avoiding him. Yang Yi replied, it seems like Ku Yuan has the upper hand, but Ku Yuan is actually in an extremely dangerous situation, and the slightest mistake will make him suffer a lethal blow from her. She's extraordinary. She knows how to use her advantages to make up for her weaknesses, and she knows how to feign weakness to lure her opponent in. That's a trick that humans frequently use. Humans? Manshur was stunned and said, I wouldn't have noticed if you didn't point it out, but as soon as you have, I noticed that you're quite like a human as well. Yang Yi's eyelids twitched. What do you mean? Manshur explained, because you fight like Yin Lingxue sometimes. You two are fond of locating your opponent's weakness. However, you're definitely not a human because how could a human possibly possess such a powerful physical body? Yang Yi smiled and remained silent. Meanwhile, the battle in the ring was growing more and more intense. Ku Yuan was clearly not holding back anymore. Every punch he swung was filled with power, and they were even much stronger than Yang Yi's punches when he utilized the brink laws. At this moment, the space throughout the ring was rippling violently before the force contained in Ku Yuan's punches. However, Yin Lingxue was like a butterfly weaving through a field of flowers. She dodged every single punch of his, and even frequently launched lethal strikes in his direction. So, it was Ku Yuan who seemed to be in dire straits instead. Yang Yi remained silent. Absolute strength could destroy everything before it, but if one focused too much on strength and neglected technique, then someone with technique may be able to overcome one's strength. Just like this very moment, Yin Lingxue's technique was overcoming Ku Yuan's strength. Regardless of whether it was strength, technique, or speed, one had to focus on all of them, unless one could attain the extremes of one of those three aspects. For example, if one could shatter the space here with a single punch, then speed and technique would obviously be worthless before such absolute strength. However, if one couldn't accomplish that, then only misery awaited. Around 15 minutes later, Yin Lingxue struck Ku Yuan's chest and blasted him away. Meanwhile, she pressed forward and launched a flurry of attacks against him. Bang! In the end, Ku Yuan's figure was blasted away and crashed into the ground. Yin Lingxue appeared in front of him before he could even stand up, and then her hand was pressed against his forehead. Ku Yuan had lost. Yin Lingxue withdrew her hand and said, You focus too much on strength and neglected technique. If you fight a human sword cultivator of legend, the type that can locate the flaws and weaknesses in their opponent's moves, then you'll die before you even know it. Locate the flaws and weaknesses? Ku Yuan spoke solemnly. Are you doing that? Yin Lingxue shook her head. No, but I'm learning how to do that. Ku Yuan remained silent for a long time, and then he said, I understand now. Congratulations. Meanwhile, Guillemot appeared in the ring and declared, The Blue Bird Clan's Yin Lingxue is victorious. Countless demon beasts cheered in the crowd below, and the demon beasts from the Blue Bird Clan cheered the loudest. Their cheers shot up into the clouds. Guillemot nodded slightly and said, Rest? The final battle will begin in 4 hours. Yin Lingxue nodded slightly, and then she left the ring. Manshur, who was by Yang Yi's side, said, Xiaoyang, she's formidable. Are you confident? Yang Yi glanced at him and replied, I think I am. Manshur was at a loss for words. Time passed very quickly. In the blink of an eye, 4 hours had passed, and Yang Yi and Yin Lingxue were in the ring. Guillemot glanced at them and said, Even though it's hard to hold back in such a battle and accidents happen, both of you are geniuses of our demon race. I hope that you stop appropriately. He especially shot a glance at Yang Yi while he spoke. Yang Yi was very mysterious, and he couldn't see through Yang Yi at all. Moreover, the demon god thought so highly of Yang Yi. So, he thought more favorably of Yang Yi. Yang Yi nodded. It was just a competition, so he would naturally not strike to kill. He wasn't a madman. Of course, the precondition was that Yin Lingxue didn't try to kill him. His principle had always been to treat others how they treated him. Yin Lingxue flipped her palm, and a sword appeared in her grasp. "Let's fight." Yang Yi was stunned. "You're going to use a weapon?" She replied. "You can use one too." Yang Yi shook his head. "I don't have one." Yin Lingxue suddenly waved her right hand, and a sword appeared before Yang Yi. "Now you do." Yang Yi gazed at the sword before him and was stunned for a while, and then he grabbed its hilt and said, "Air, air, I feel bad." Chapter 1552. Yang Yi? I think I've heard of him. He was surprised, extremely surprised. Yang Yi hadn't expected that Yin Lingxue would give him a sword, and it even made him suspect slightly that she might have discovered his identity. Meanwhile, Yin Lingxue suddenly said, "I've seen you fight. You're skilled at using technique in battle as well. So, come, show me how much you've learned from the humans." Yang Yi fell silent for a moment, and then he flicked the sword back to her. "I don't know how to use it." He naturally couldn't use that sword. Once he did, his identity would definitely be exposed. At the very least, his identity as a sword cultivator would be exposed. The experts of the demon race weren't blind. If he didn't use the sword, they would definitely be incapable of discerning that he was a sword cultivator. But if he did use the sword, then he would be exposed regardless of how hard he tried to keep it hidden. He was a sword cultivator. So, once he used a sword, his bearing and aura would change. Thus, he couldn't use that sword. Yin Lingxue pointed her sword towards the ground at an angle, and she looked him in the eyes. "Make your move." Yang Yi didn't refuse. He immediately stomped his right foot against the ground, and he shot forward like a cannonball. Meanwhile, Yin Lingxue suddenly closed her eyes slowly, and she seemed like Shed entered a meditative state. When Yang Yi arrived in front of her and slammed his fist towards her, she didn't try to defend against it, and she just suddenly stabbed her sword towards Yang Yi's chest. It was extremely swift and cunning. It was like a venomous snake that was attacking with rage. Even though Yang Yi was confident in his physical defenses, he wasn't foolish enough to go head-on against this attack. She knew about his physical defenses yet still dared to attack, and that proved that she was confident in her attack. It was always better to be safe than sorry. Yang Yi withdrew his punch and slapped it down instead. It struck against Yin Lingxue's sword, causing the sword to tremble violently and have its trajectory changed. Meanwhile, Yang Yi clenched his fist against and slammed it against Yin Lingxue's chest. Yin Lingxue's reaction wasn't slow at all. She immediately twisted her wrist, and her sword drew an arc as it swept towards Yang Yi's hand. If Yang Yi didn't withdraw his punch, then it would hit Yin Lingxue's chest, but her sword may cut his arm into two. Suddenly, Yang Yi's right foot moved backwards, and only the tip of his right foot was touching the ground. At the same time, his right hand moved backwards slightly, and he clamped Yin Lingxue's sword between his wrist and arm. Yin Lingxue was about to twist her sword and cut off Yang Yi's arm, but Yang Yi suddenly stomped his right foot down and slammed himself against her. Bang! A loud sound of collision resounded, and then Yin Lingxue was blasted over 300 m away. Obviously, Yang Yi had gained the upper hand. Yang Yi didn't stop attacking. He instantly arrived before Yin Lingxue. Suddenly, Yin Lingxue vanished on the spot, and she was behind him when her figure appeared once more. At the same time, a sword stabbed towards Yang Yi's back. Yang Yi's expression didn't change at all. He just tapped the tip of his foot against the ground and turned on the spot before slamming his fist forward. This time, he chose to go head-on against her because he wanted to confirm the strength contained within her sword. As soon as they collided, both Yang Yi and Yin Lingxue moved backwards repeatedly. It didn't take long for them to stop. Yang Yi had moved around 1 kilometer back, while Yin Lingxue had only been pushed around 500 m back. Yang Yi glanced at his arm. At this moment, he noticed that his arm actually felt quite numb. Yang Yi looked up at Yin Lingxue. Had always thought that she had taken a unique route in her cultivation, but he hadn't expected her to have actually focused on her strength in the end. Moreover, he was even more surprised to find out that her physical strength was that strong. Yin Lingxue had been constantly dodging when facing Ku Yuan's powerful physical strength, so it gave others the misconception that her strength was definitely weak. However, this scene allowed all the demon beasts to realize that she wasn't weak, and she was extremely strong instead. Yin Lingxue pointed her sword towards the ground at an angle. I went to the human territory in the past, and I met many human experts. We have an innate advantage over humans, and that's our physical bodies. However, humans have a gained advantage over us, and it's that they know how to learn and create. They created some powerful techniques that even our bodies can't resist. They created some combat techniques and tactics that allowed them to defeat us even if their physical strength is far inferior to ours. She paused for a moment and continued. Regardless of whether it's you or Ku Yuan, both of you focus too much on physical strength. It's your advantage, but it's also your weakness. Yang Yi nodded. You're very right. Merely focusing on physical strength isn't sufficient. Yang Yi paused for a moment and continued. You said that you've been to the human territory. In other words, you fought geniuses of the human race. Your opponent was a sword cultivator? She nodded. The Sword God's Pavilion. You've heard of it, right? The Sword God's Pavilion. Yang Yi was stunned. Had naturally heard of it because it was a power that Jin Wuji had created. Strictly speaking, he was its master. However, whether they acknowledged him as the master was another story. Actually, he didn't really care about it. Those fellows obeyed Jin Wuji, but they would definitely not obey him. It was normal. Regardless of whether it was experience or strength, he wasn't qualified to make them submit to him. If he really tried to rely on the Sword God Seal to make them submit, he would be absolutely naive. Just like the Yang clan, he never had any hopes for things which didn't belong to him. For example, the Yang clan was extremely powerful, but it didn't represent that he was powerful. He firmly believed in strength. So long as he was sufficiently strong and outstanding, then he wouldn't be the one who fought to become the next patriarch or the master of the Sword God's Pavilion. It would be they who begged him to take the position. However, if he didn't possess sufficient strength, then he would be killed even if he assumed those positions. It was best to rely on himself. Yin Lingxue added, even though humans aren't as united as us, they had numerous geniuses. So, once they do become united, it would be an extremely terrifying thing. Right? I heard another genius has appeared in the human race, and he's called Yang Yi. Have you heard of him? Yang Yi. Yang Yi was stunned, and then he said, I have heard a little. Yin Lingxue nodded slightly. According to rumor, he killed his way up here from the lower dimensions, and he killed 5 Rebirth Realm experts in the process. If it's true, then he'd really be too terrifying. Yang Yi was about to speak when a demon beast roared. Are both of you fighting or not? Hurry up. Have they fallen for each other? Yang Yi gazed at Yin Lingxue and smiled with embarrassment. Let's talk about Yang Yi another time. Let's fight. She nodded slightly and then vanished on the spot. After that, a few dozen cold rays of light intersected to form crosses that shot towards Yang Yi. Yin Lingxue wasn't a sword cultivator, and she didn't possess sword intent, but the strength carried within her sword was extremely powerful. It was much stronger than some sword cultivators who possess sword intent. Her sword could be said to be special. However, she had truly bad luck because she was facing a real sword cultivator. Yin Lingxue was learning how to destroy all techniques with a single swing of her sword, but Yang Yi had the enlightened sword heart. So, it was undoubtedly impossible for her to try and locate his weaknesses to defeat him. Yang Yi slowly clenched his right fist while his full strength converged to it. A moment later, he turned around and slammed his fist forward. Everyone was stunned by this scene, because Yin Lingxue and those rays of cold light were in front of Yang Yi, but Yang Yi had turned around and punched the air behind him. Has he gone mad? All the demon beasts had the exact same thought. However, what happened next stunned them, because Yin Lingxue, who was in front of Yang Yi, had suddenly appeared behind him. Or it should be said that Shed appeared right in front of him because Head turned around. Meanwhile, Yang Yi's fist just happened to arrive before her, and it was like Shed intentionally come there to get struck by his fist. Bang! A muffled bang resounded, and Yin Lingxue was blasted away. Meanwhile, Yang Yi stomped his right foot against the ground and shot forward. He instantly arrived in front of her, and then he pressed a finger against her forehead before she could even react. He naturally hadn't put any strength behind that tap. The surroundings fell utterly silent. Because Yin Lingxue had lost. She's lost in a very abrupt manner, and it didn't really make sense. Yin Lingxue stared at Yang Yi and asked, "How?" She was naturally asking how he knew that she was going to attack from behind him. Yang Yi withdrew his hand and smiled. Intuition? Would you believe that? She replied, "No." Yang Yi said, "All of that isn't important." He paused for a moment and continued, "Your strength isn't bad, but that technique of yours to locate the weaknesses of your enemies isn't ready. You need more practice, or it's very easy for others to use it against you." She gazed at him for a long time and said, "You saw through my intentions." Yang Yi smiled and remained silent. He looked at Guamo instead. Guamo nodded slightly and announced, "The Goat Clan's Xiao Yang is victorious." Manshur and the others immediately howled like madmen. They seemed so happy it looked like they'd won the first position in the competition. Roar! Suddenly, a dragon roar resounded in the sky, and then a huge silver dragon emerged from the clouds. Once it appeared here, a wave of terrifying pressure appeared here. However, it didn't descend upon the demon beasts on the ground below. Even then, countless demon beasts felt suffocated. Yin Lingxue spoke in a low voice, "The heavenly dragon clan's Guing Long." Guing Long. Yang Yi nodded slightly. Yang Yi was about to speak when the silver dragon spoke abruptly, "Who's the first?" All the demon beasts gazed at Yang Yi. The silver dragon gazed at Yang Yi and said, "Let me see what sort of trash got the first this year." As soon as he finished speaking, a wave of dragon pressure slammed down towards Yang Yi. A cold glow flashed through Yang Yi's eyes when he saw Guing Long attack. The thing he hated the most was others trying to show off in front of him. Chapter 1553. I haven't fought enough. Yang Yi naturally refused to seem weaker. He immediately stomped his right foot down and transformed into a beam of light that charged up into the sky. All the demon beasts watched as Yang Yi slammed his fist upwards. The powerful dragon pressure was instantly shattered, and Yang Yi's figure didn't slow down at all as it shot towards Guing Long. All the demon beasts on the ground below were stunned by this scene. They hadn't expected that Yang Yi would actually dare to attack Guing Long. Who was Guing Long? One of the four peak experts of the demon race's younger generation. Guing Long and the others were legends in the hearts of all demon beasts. Why weren't they allowed to participate in the meeting of the clans? It was because they were too strong. Yet now, they'd never imagined that Yang Yi would actually dare to attack Guing Long. Was he confident? Or arrogant? In the sky, a wisp of surprise flashed through the silver dragon's eyes when he saw Yang Yi destroy his dragon pressure. Obviously, he hadn't expected Yang Yi to shatter it with such ease, and when he saw Yang Yi charge towards him, his huge eyes instantly became icy cold while ghastly killing intent could be seen within them. The dignity of a dragon tolerated no offense. Yang Yi's actions were clearly a form of offense to him. A furious roar resounded through the sky, and then a dragon claw emerged from the clouds and slammed down in Yang Yi's directions. It was like a divine claw capable of destroying the world, and the terrifying energy it carried caused all the other demon beasts to feel like the sky was about to collapse. Manshur and the others seemed extremely worried. Could Yang Yi resist that attack? Yang Yi didn't move away, nor did he slow down. He sped up instead. When he arrived around 1 m away from the huge claw, Yang Yi clenched his right fist while all the strength within him swiftly converged into his fist. A moment later, he slammed it forward. The elemental breaker. When he saw the huge claw, Yang Yi knew that the brink laws would be useless against it. So, Head decisively utilized the elemental breaker technique. Moreover, he wanted to see how strong it was. The claw and fist collided in midair. Boom! A rumbling explosion resounded through the sky, and then the space throughout the sky shook violently. It seemed like the sky was about to collapse, and it was truly shocking. Meanwhile, all the spectators watched with astonishment as the tough scales on the dragon claw instantly cracked apart and transformed into countless fine pieces that rained down from the sky. At the same time, the dragon claw had been blasted back from where it came from. All the demon beasts were stunned on the spot. Long lost the clash? Even Guillemot had disbelief in his eyes. After all, had been prepared to save Yang Yi. Even though Yang Yi was strong, as far as he was concerned, there was definitely quite a gap between Yang Yi and the peerless geniuses of the demon race. After all, a genius like Long wasn't just peerless in the demon race. He could be ranked in the top even when compared with the geniuses throughout the large world. However, had never imagined that Yang Yi was actually so strong. Guillemot took a deep breath. He's definitely not an ordinary human. No wonder the demon god thought so highly of him. How dare you? Meanwhile, Long's furious roar resounded from behind the clouds. His voice carried boundless rage. After all, his scales had been shattered by a single punch while all the demon beasts here watched, so it was absolutely unacceptable to Long. The most embarrassing thing in the world was failing when one was trying to show off. Long naturally wouldn't let the matter rest. He shook his figure, and a huge tail flashed out from the clouds and carried boundless might as it swept in Yang Yi's direction. Long was enraged to the point that he hadn't held back anymore, and space warped wherever his tail passed. The space in the large world was absolutely strong, but Long's tail could make it warp. So, it was obvious how terrifying the strength it carried was. A wisp of ferocity curled up on the corners of Yang Yi's mouth. If it was a one-on-one battle, then had never feared anyone in the younger generation. Yang Yi stomped his right foot down and shot upwards towards the tail. At this moment, all tricks and techniques in battle were useless because Ying's physical strength was immense. So, under the condition that he couldn't use his sword, trying to defeat Long by relying on skill was definitely a dream. He had to go head-on against Long. Yang Yi clenched his fist and slammed it forward. It was the elemental breaker again. However, he didn't use the ability to rebound energy that Little Sky had taught him, and he merely used the original form of the elemental breaker. The reason he had done so was because it was his final trump card while he couldn't use his sword. Trump cards should be used at the critical moment. All the spectators watched as Yang Yi's fist collided with Long's tail. Boom! A loud explosion resounded through the sky, and then Yang Yi was blasted away. However, Long's tail had been blasted backwards as well. At the same time, numerous silver scales were dropping from it, and they transformed into pieces that rained down from the sky. The minds of all the demon beasts here were blank. When the Dragon Clan was mentioned, everyone would definitely immediately think of strength and defense. The Dragon Clan's strength and defense was beyond doubt. It was true, even though the Heavenly Dragon Clan didn't dare to say it possessed the strongest defense and physical strength in the demon race, it was definitely capable of being ranked in the top 3. As the number 1 genius of the Heavenly Dragon Clan, Long's defenses were definitely beyond doubt as well. But Long's defenses had actually been destroyed by someone from the Goat Clan today. Moreover, it had been accomplished with such ease. Yang Yi stopped, and then he immediately charged towards Long again. At this moment, Yang Yi was filled with the desire to do battle. Regardless of whether it was the battle with Ku Moi or Yin Lingxue, he hadn't been able to fight to his heart's content. At this moment, he wanted to fight to his heart's content. At this moment, Long was both shocked and furious. Had really never imagined that the first in this year's meeting of the clans would actually be so strong. He naturally knew his own physical defenses well, and he knew that it could resist the attacks of a Rebirth Realm expert. However, it had been destroyed by someone from the Goat Clan. While he was extremely furious right now, Long hadn't lost his cool. He knew that Head encountered a strong opponent, and he knew that Head underestimated his opponent. It didn't take long for the figure of the huge dragon in the clouds to shake, and then it vanished. After that, a man in a silver robe appeared in front of Yang Yi. Being large was sometimes an advantage, but it was also a disadvantage at some times. Because if one was too huge, one would become a living punching bag. Long didn't waste his breath, and he immediately charged at Yang Yi. Once he arrived in front of Yang Yi, he clenched his right fist, and his fist was covered in silver scales. This time, scales weren't the only thing that covered him. There was a layer of silver light as well. Yang Yi didn't avoid Long, and just slammed his fist forward as well. Bang! As soon as their fists collided, a terrifying wave of energy erupted from the point of collision, and then it pushed both Yang Yi and Gu Yinglong back. This time, the scales on Gu Yinglong's fist didn't vanish, but the silver light had vanished. Yang Yi glanced at his own fist. At this moment, his fist felt quite numb. He looked up at Gu Yinglong. Needless to say, Gu Yinglong's strength was really not bad. Even though Head utilized the elemental breaker, he hadn't used it to strike Gu Yinglong's internal organs, and Head just used it to break through Gu Yinglong's defenses. After all, if he really attacked Gu Yinglong's internal organs, it would transform this battle into a battle of life and death. However, they were clearly not fighting to kill. So, if he struck to kill, the other demon beasts here would definitely be displeased. Even though the demon race sought to prevail over others in battle, they mostly didn't decide on life and death. Just like the competition, regardless of whether it was Yin Lingxue, Ku Yuan, or the others, all of them hadn't launched any fatal strikes. They'd immediately stopped once the victor was clear. Gu Yinglong's face grew even more solemn. Head utilized one of his divine abilities just now, but he hadn't expected it to get him nowhere. He knew that Head truly encountered a formidable enemy. Yang Yi and Gu Yinglong exchanged glances, and then they charged at each other again. Bang! They immediately split apart upon colliding, but it only took a moment for Yang Yi to charge at Gu Yinglong again. After fighting Gu Yinglong for a while, Yang Yi noticed that his physical strength and defenses were inferior to Gu Yinglong, but the elemental breaker helped him make up for it. Yang Yi's body couldn't endure Gu Yinglong's punches, but Gu Yinglong didn't dare to use his body to take one of Yang Yi's punches as well, because so long as he was struck, Gu Yinglong would definitely be injured. When they saw Yang Yi become locked in a fierce battle with Gu Yinglong and even show signs of gaining the upper hand, many demon beasts were astounded. Yang Yi was very strong, but they'd never imagined him to be this strong. However, as far as they were concerned, it was a good thing, because this battle was a truly fierce battle between two experts. When the other battles in the competition were compared to this battle, they were simply like child's play. The happiest were Manshur, Quang Jing, and Hu Ming. They'd really broke out in cold sweat for Yang Yi when they saw Yang Yi get into battle with Gu Yinglong. After all, Gu Yinglong was no ordinary demon beast. Gu Yinglong was like a legend to them. But they hadn't expected Yang Yi to actually be so strong. Yang Yi was their friend, so they were naturally happy that he was strong. The battle in the sky didn't continue for long because Gu Mo appeared between them. He naturally couldn't let Yang Yi and Gu Yinglong's battle continue. If it continued, their blood would boil, and it might end up turning into a battle which only one of them could survive from. But he didn't want anything to happen to either of them. Even though Yang Yi was a human, Yang Yi had the demon god's inner core, and he was someone the demon god thought highly of. So, Gu Mo had taken Yang Yi to be a part of the demon race. Gu Mo glanced at Yang Yi and Gu Yinglong. That's enough. Yang Yi nodded. He had to give face to the old man. He was just about to speak when Gu Yinglong suddenly said, "I haven't fought enough." His voice was filled with a provocative and aggressive tone. Yang Yi's temper flared when he heard Gu Yinglong. Bring it on. The first one to walk away is a coward. Chapter 1554, Charging into the Deity Realm. Yang Yi had never feared anyone in a one-on-one battle. Had intended to give the old man some face. After all, the old man wasn't bad, and the old man had even tried to help during his battle with Ku Moi. However, he hadn't expected Gu Yinglong to be unwilling to stop. You refuse to stop? That's fine. Let's just fight. I'm not afraid of you. Yang Yi didn't waste his breath on Gu Yinglong, and he just shot forward in Gu Yinglong's direction. Gu Yinglong didn't waste his breath either. He instantly charged in Yang Yi's direction, and they both entered into combat again. The other demon beasts on the ground below exchanged glances. They'd never imagined that even an elder of the demon god's palace would be unable to stop Yang Yi and Gu Yinglong from fighting. However, it did make sense. Gu Yinglong had always enjoyed a superior position in the demon race, and had always been like a legend. However, Yang Yi had clearly struck him back down to the ground. After all, the demon beasts from various clans were watching from below, and they'd witnessed the battle between Yang Yi and Gu Yinglong. Most importantly, Gu Yinglong had been at a disadvantaged position in the battle. The outcome wasn't the main point, and the most important thing was keeping up appearances. So, he was naturally unwilling to stop when Guillemot asked him to. Guillemot shook his head as he watched Yang Yi and Gu Yinglong fight. He wasn't angry, of course. Had been young, and he had a temper, so he understood what Yang Yi and Gu Yinglong felt right now. He knew that it was impossible to persuade them to stop right now. However, he was even more well aware that if the battle continued, then it would definitely transform into one where life and death had to be decided. So, he had to act. A moment later, Guillemot vanished on the spot. Bang! A loud explosion resounded, and then both Yang Yi and Gu Yinglong were pushed around 1 kilometer back by a wave of mysterious energy. Guillemot was between them. Yang Yi's face was extremely solemn as he glanced at his arm. At this moment, he couldn't feel it anymore. How strong! Yang Yi gazed at Guillemot. Besides Blood Maiden, no other Rebirth Realm expert Yang Yi had met could compare to the old man standing in front of him. As for him, not to mention now, even if he could use his sword, he may not be able to defeat the old man. Guillemot glanced at them and said, "The Imperial rankings on Sky Continent will be renewed soon. At that time, both of you will represent our demon race to fight for those rankings. If you want to compete, then see who gets a better ranking for our demon race. Now, save your energy." His voice carried an indisputable tone. Yang Yi shrugged and remained silent. Gu Yinglong glanced at Yang Yi, and then he bowed slightly to Guillemot. "Forgive me for my offense." Guillemot nodded slightly. "You're a genius of the Heavenly Dragon clan, and I understand that you are confident and proud. However, you must understand that the world is huge, and there are countless experts in it. So, we can't underestimate any opponents. Underestimating anyone might result in you losing your life." Gu Yinglong cupped his fists. "I will remember that." Guillemot waved his hand. "Go on." Gu Yinglong nodded, and then he vanished into the sky. Guillemot gazed at Yang Yi. "You're really not bad, and you really surprised me." Yang Yi smiled. "I'm just all right." Guillemot nodded slightly. However, Gu Yinglong didn't use his full strength. "Of course, I know that you didn't use your full strength as well. No matter what, you're all geniuses of our demon race, so you can't fight to the death because of a moment of conflict." Yang Yi nodded. "I won't offend him if he doesn't offend me." Guillemot glanced at Yang Yi and said, "You're at the semi-deity realm?" Yang Yi nodded. Guillemot said, "Congratulations." Yang Yi was puzzled. "What do you mean?" Guillemot said, "Because you're going to attain the deity realm." Yang Yi was puzzled. "Why?" "Don't be a fool." Meanwhile, Manshur appeared by Yang Yi's side and said, "Because of the prizes. The first gets many prizes, and one of them is a precious treasure of our demon race, the ginseng fruit. You'll have a huge chance to attain the deity realm once you consume it." The deity realm? Yang Yi slowly clenched his fists. He clearly didn't have to fear dualism realm experts right now, or it should be said that dualism realm experts couldn't pose any threat to him. However, Rebirth realm experts were a huge threat to him. If he didn't improve his sword intent with the Sword God seal, he wouldn't be able to fight them at all. Moreover, even if he raised his sword intent by force, he wasn't able to kill Rebirth realm experts. The deity realm? If he could attain the deity realm, then his strength would rise tremendously. At that time, he was certain that even if he didn't raise his sword intent by force, he would still be capable of fighting Rebirth realm experts. Yang Yi restrained his thoughts and gazed at Guillemot, and then he chuckled. "So, what does the first get?" Had almost forgotten about that. Had forgotten that there were prizes for the first, Guillemot replied. "There are 3 prizes. The ginseng fruit, cultivating for 3 months in the Divine Phoenix clan's hallowed grounds, and tempering your body in the pool of 1,000 lightnings in Demon God's palace. Your body isn't at its limits. If you enter the pool of 1,000 lightnings, I'll be able to temper your body to its limits." Yang Yi asked, "I won't be able to advance further?" Guillemot shook his head. If it was any other demon beast, then it wouldn't just be possible. They would definitely advance to a higher realm or even 2. However, your body is too strong, so it's extremely difficult for it to rise to a higher realm. The pool of 1,000 lightnings is only able to temper your body to its limits. Even then, it's really good, because your body will become on par with Gu Yinglong. Yang Yi nodded. Actually, he knew that it was extremely difficult for his body to undergo another transformation right now. Regardless of whether it was one's cultivation of profound energy or the body, it grew more and more difficult as one went further ahead. Guillermo asked, "Do you want to consume the ginseng fruit first? Enter the pool of 1,000 lightnings? Or cultivate in the divine phoenix clan's hallowed grounds first?" Yang Yi fell silent for a short while and said, "The pool of 1,000 lightnings." It was best to head to the divine phoenix clan after his strength improved, because everything might not go smoothly once he got there. Guillermo nodded. "Come, I'll take you there." As soon as he finished speaking, he waved his hand and vanished on the spot with Yang Yi. The meeting of the clans had come to an end, and Yang Yi's name. No, the name Xiao Yang had swept through the demon territory. Just taking the first in the meeting of the clans was extraordinary, but Yang Yi had even gained the upper hand in a battle against Guing Long. So, the name Xiao Yang had swept through the demon territory like a plague. Moreover, the Goat clan became the center of the demon race's attention because of Yang Yi. Yang Yi's status in the Goat clan was merely inferior to the patriarch right now. Yang Yi followed Guillermo to the pool of 1,000 lightnings on Demon God's Mountain. The pool of 1,000 lightnings was a pool of lightning where the experts of the demon race had gathered divine lightning in, and it was naturally to temper the demon beasts of the demon race. Yang Yi had quite a solemn expression on his face as he stood before the pool of lightning. There were countless arcs of lightning confined within the pool by a mysterious force. Even though they weren't as powerful as the divine lightning which the Heaven Tao sent down from the heavens, it still couldn't be underestimated. Guillermo said, "Go in?" Yang Yi asked, "Just like this?" Guillermo asked, "What else?" Yang Yi smiled with embarrassment. "I thought there would be some sort of protective measures." Guillermo shook his head. "The pool is there to stimulate your body. If your body is protected, then how would it be stimulated? Remember that you shouldn't use any energy to protect yourself, and you should make your body relax as much as possible." Yang Yi nodded, and then he jumped into the pool. Thump! The entire pool started to bubble when Yang Yi entered it. At this moment, it felt absolutely comfortable to Yang Yi. Anyone who'd been shocked by electricity would be able to understand this feeling he had. Countless bolts of lightning started to surge madly through Yang Yi's body. Guillermo gazed at Yang Yi and nodded slightly while a trace of admiration appeared in his eyes. He knew how strong the pool of 1,000 lightnings was. Ordinary demon beasts would start howling madly upon entering it. Even Guillermo himself had almost jumped out when he entered it all those years ago. But Yang Yi didn't even frown. Not to mention the human race, even the demon race had very few with such willpower. Actually, it wasn't pleasant at all. However, as far as Yang Yi was concerned, it was much weaker when compared to the pain he suffered from the backlash of his sword intent. The backlash he suffered from his sword intent was so overwhelming that he wished he was dead. So, the little bit of pain he experienced from the pool of 1,000 lightnings was really nothing. Time trickled by. In the blink of an eye, 10 days had passed. Suddenly, Yang Yi opened his eyes, and then he leaped out of the pool. Guillermo suddenly appeared before him and asked, "How do you feel?" Yang Yi took a deep breath, and then he sensed the changes in his body. A long time passed before he said, "There have been some changes, but they aren't very obvious." "Of course," Guillermo continued, "because your body is extremely strong as it is. So, the changes you experience don't feel so pronounced. However, your body has actually undergone a transformation. Your body is at the peak of the undying realm now, and it'll be comparatively easier for you to improve your body further into the next realm." Yang Yi nodded and said, "Contentment leads to happiness." "It's good that you think that way." Guillermo smiled, and then he flicked a fist-sized fruit at Yang Yi. "Consume it now. It'll protect you." Yang Yi took the fruit and said, "Senior, I want to advance on my own. You don't need my help?" Guillermo continued, "The Eye of the Heaven Tao isn't easy to deal with." Yang Yi shook his head. "Let me do it myself." Guillermo gazed at Yang Yi for a long time, and then he nodded. "All right, be careful." He vanished on the spot once he finished speaking. Once Guillermo left, Yang Yi took a deep breath and vanished on the spot. It was time to charge into the deity realm. Chapter 1555 to the Divine Phoenix Clan. In the primordial pagoda, Yang Yi sat cross-legged in the room on the 3rd level. After he consumed the ginseng fruit, countless strands of pure energy instantly erupted within him. At the same time, the pure venom Yang Yi had absorbed from Ku Moi was surging out from the primordial pagoda again. 2 types of pure energy were madly surging through Yang Yi's body and stimulating Yang Yi's body, and Yang Yi's body had started to absorb them. As more and more energy was absorbed, the aura Yang Yi emanated grew progressively stronger. The semi-deity realm. The semi-deity realm represented that one was halfway into the deity realm. So, the barrier between these 2 realms wasn't very strong. Of course, it wasn't weak either. Even though Yang Yi had advanced a little quickly, his foundation was very strong and stable, and that was why he dared to charge into the deity realm. Actually, Yang Yi's speed of advancement wasn't very quick when compared to those in the same age group as him. For example, some of the cultivators of the large world were already deities at his age. Even though there weren't many of them at the deity realm, there weren't few as well. The primordial pagoda seemed clearly aware that Yang Yi intended to charge into the deity realm, so it was ceaselessly sending energy to him. Just like that, time passed slowly. A month later. At this moment, Yang Yi's aura hadn't just stopped growing stronger, it was gradually vanishing. Yang Yi, who sat cross-legged there, seemed like head transformed into stone, and he wasn't moving at all. In the tuned level, little Sky, who was treating Xiaoqi, suddenly glanced upwards, and then she shook her head. That fellow is cheating again. As far as she was concerned, advancing here was equivalent to cheating. However, she didn't want Yang Yi to go outside as well. Because if Yang Yi advanced in the outside world, he would definitely get into battle with the Eye of the Heaven Tao. She didn't want to see that happen. Little Sky didn't pay any further attention to Yang Yi and just looked down at Xiaoqi, and then she spoke softly. What a strange body structure. It's like the structure of a human, but it isn't really alike. This fellow is probably not human. No, she may be an evolved human. TSK. Let me continue my research. Another 15 days later, Yang Yi suddenly opened his eyes, and then he stood up slowly. Xiao Yushi walked over quickly and said, "Did you succeed?" Her voice was filled with anxiety. This time, she really didn't know if Yang Yi had succeeded, because Yang Yi had been too calm for the last 15 days, and there hadn't been even the slightest fluctuation of energy throughout his body. Yang Yi slowly stretched his hand towards her. In the beginning, she was puzzled by this, but it didn't take long for her eyes to slowly open wide, because she noticed that she couldn't move at all. No, it should be said that she'd become slow, extremely slow. It was like she'd been slowed down 10 times. The laws of time. The sign of a deity. Yang Yi withdrew his hand and said, "Actually, I was comprehending the energy of time in the last 15 days. Just as Head said, had been comprehending the laws of time for the last 15 days. Time was something ethereal as well, and it was an abstract concept. It could only be proved to exist through other things. So, needless to say, it was extremely difficult to comprehend. Fortunately, Yang Yi was a semi-deity, and had witnessed the effects of the laws of time in the past. So, while it was quite difficult, he wasn't completely lost. After comprehending it for 15 days, Yang Yi finally understood what the laws of time were, and had pierced the barrier between the semi-deity realm and deity realm, allowing him to advance smoothly into the deity realm. The deity realm. After he attained the deity realm, his strength wasn't the only thing which had increased tremendously, his lifespan had been increased as well. Presently, the issues created from utilizing the stellar sword diagram that day had been completely resolved. Semi-deities had 20,000 years to live, and deities had around 30,000 years. However, he only had around 10,000 years now. In other words, advancing from the semi-deity realm to the deity realm provided 10,000 years of lifespan. Of course, other deities definitely had more than 10,000 years of lifespan, but he was different. Head spent almost all of it, so he only had 10,000 left. Was a lifespan of 10,000 years a very long time? It was long to many cultivators, but as far as Yang Yi was concerned, it was only 2 rounds of the stellar sword diagram. Actually, He had a strong suspicion that the old man in a Taoist robe wasn't the true cause of Jian Wuji's death, and it was the stellar sword diagram that had exhausted Jian Wuji's lifespan. Even if he was a deity now, he was very well aware that he was still unable to endure the energy of the stars. Not to mention him, even a rebirth realm expert would be burdened by it. Unfortunately, Jian Wuji was gone, so he couldn't get an answer to that question. Yang Yi stayed with Xiao Yushi for some time before he went to the tuned level. At this moment, Little Sky was still treating Xiao Qi. Yang Yi asked softly, "How long will it take to wake her up?" Little Sky replied, "It shouldn't take too long." Yang Yi heaved a sigh of relief and gazed at her. "Thank you." She blinked and said, "Remember what I told you in the past about naming that world of yours as Little Sky Continent?" Yang Yi nodded. "Why?" She chuckled. "We'll call that continent Little Sky Continent from now on, all right?" Yang Yi was at a loss for words. Meanwhile, Little Sky suddenly said, "Sai, I haven't slept for so long just to try and help your friend, and I never got to have any fun. I'm so tired, so very tired." Stop. Yang Yi hurriedly said, Fine, fine. It's Little Sky Continent from now on, all right?" Little Sky cracked a smile. "All right. Remember your promise. Don't you dare go back on your word." Yang Yi smiled. "I won't." Actually, he didn't really care what the world in the once level was called. However, Little Sky seemed to really care about that. Since she liked it, then he just went along with it. In any case, he didn't lose anything. Moreover, Shed helped him tremendously. Meanwhile, Little Sky suddenly said, "Right, can I invite Little Sky and the others to play with me here?" "What?" Yang Yi was stunned, and then he hurriedly asked, "You want to bring the eyes of the Heaven Tao in here to play with you?" She nodded. "Yeah, they'll really like this place. Of course, they won't be here all the time. After all, they have other things to do. They'll just come here on occasion." Yang Yi was quite hesitant. It was quite inconceivable to let the eyes of the Heaven Tao in here to play with her. However, he was very well aware that if he agreed, then Little Sky would definitely be able to get them here. However, could he do that? Yang Yi thought for a long time, and then he shook his head. No. Little Sky was puzzled. Why? Yang Yi explained, "Little Sky, what do you think would happen if others found out about the world in here?" Little Sky thought for a moment and replied, "Many experts will definitely come looking for you. Even I'm tempted by this treasure of yours. If it hadn't acknowledged you, even I would want to make it go with me instead." Yang Yi's eyelids twitched. So she has ill intent too. Meanwhile, Little Sky chuckled. "I was joking. I don't like to take the belongings of others." Yang Yi nodded and said, "Since you're aware that many experts would come to fight for it if word of it is exposed, then if Little Sky exposes its existence or that Lord of the Heaven Tao finds out through Little Sky, then you would be in a terrible situation, and it would be bad for me as well." That was what he was worried about. If the Lord of the Heaven Tao found out through the eyes of the Heaven Tao, then he would be finished. He didn't think that he could go against the legendary Lord of the Heaven Tao right now. Not to mention the Lord of the Heaven Tao, even an eye of the Heaven Tao like Little Sky was more than enough trouble for him. Little Sky fell silent for a long time, and then she nodded. "You're right. Others can't find out about this place, or you may be in huge trouble. Then how about I bring them in here to play with me once you're extremely strong? All right?" Yang Yi smiled, of course. She cracked a smile. "I knew you were a good person." Yang Yi shook his head. "I'm not a good person, nor do I want to be a good person. It's better to be bad. The bad can do as they please and aren't restrained by anything." "Ha ha ha." Little Sky spoke seriously. "I can sense that you're actually kind. You. Stop. Stop." Yang Yi hurriedly said, "Stop right there. Let's not discuss that. I have other things to do, so I'm leaving. You have fun." As soon as he finished speaking, Yang Yi left the primordial pagoda. Little Sky kept trying to call him a good person at every turn and make him be a good person. He was quite afraid of it now. Little Sky clenched her fists while a firm expression filled her eyes. "They'll definitely teach you how to be a good person because only a good person can take control of." As she finished speaking, she suddenly frowned and spoke softly. "Take control of what? Oh my, I've forgotten again. Forget it." As soon as she finished speaking, she turned around and continued treating Xiao Qi. Once Yang Yi left the primordial pagoda, he received Gu Mo's message that he should head to Demon God Mountain right away. When Yang Yi arrived at Demon God Mountain, he saw Gu Mo. Besides Gu Mo, Ku Yuan and Yin Lingxue were here as well. Yang Yi was puzzled. What are all of you doing here? Ku Yuan smiled. We've been waiting for you. Yang Yi asked, why? Ku Yuan smiled. It's time to head to the Divine Phoenix Clan's hallowed grounds. The hallowed grounds of the Divine Phoenix Clan. Yang Yi clenched his fists slowly. Chapter 1556 The Divine Phoenix Clan. The Divine Phoenix Clan's status in the demon race was absolutely great. Not to mention the demon territory, it was renowned throughout the large world. The hallowed grounds of the Divine Phoenix Clan could be said to be a place that countless demon beasts yearned to go to. Actually, demon beasts weren't the only ones. Even humans wanted to go there, because it was a true paradise of cultivation. The Divine Phoenix Clan's hallowed grounds was a place of cultivation that the experts of the Divine Phoenix Clan had created. That place contained the purest form of fire element energy and the energy of the earth, coupled with the numerous energy convergence formations that the experts of the Divine Phoenix Clan had set up there. It was a true paradise of cultivation. However, it wasn't easy to get in there. Not to mention outsiders, even the members of the Divine Phoenix Clan itself had to fulfill many harsh requirements to cultivate there. Because regardless of whether it was the energy of the earth or the fire element energy, they weren't boundless. If they were absorbed without restraint, then the hallowed grounds would be ruined one day. The reason the Divine Phoenix Clan was willing to allow the top 3 in the meeting of the clans to cultivate there was naturally the Demon God's palace. Even though the Demon God wasn't in this universe anymore, the Divine Phoenix Clan still had to give face to the Demon God. Yang Yi and the others departed for the Divine Phoenix Clan under Gu Mo's lead. Even though it was in the demon territory, the Divine Phoenix Clan had established its own world here, the Phoenix Domain. Not to mention humans. Even the demon beasts of the demon race couldn't enter the Phoenix Domain without the Divine Phoenix Clan's permission. Gu Ma spoke while they traveled. Be careful once you arrive at the Divine Phoenix Clan. Yang Yi gazed at Gu Mo and asked, why? Is it dangerous? Not that. Gu Mo shook his head. The Divine Phoenix Clan is very proud, extremely proud. So, they may not have a very good attitude when dealing with us. Pride. Yang Yi nodded. Had seen how proud Mo Xiaoling was. That little girl was absolutely proud. Meanwhile, Gu Mo said, all of you're going there to cultivate. So, besides cultivating, it's best to not go anywhere else in there and avoid causing unnecessary trouble. Ku Yuan and Yin Lingxue nodded while Yang Yi fell silent. His objective was to get into the Divine Phoenix Clan and find out where Snowy and Zier were being held. So long as he found them, he would take them with him and leave the demon territory. But he was very well aware that it wouldn't go that smoothly. However, it didn't matter to him because he was ready for the worst. It didn't take long for their group to enter the Phoenix Domain. Once they entered the Phoenix Domain, the temperature around them instantly rose drastically. Besides that, the scene here shocked Yang Yi quite a bit, because it was covered in flames. Even if there was a forest and water here, they were still covered in unknown flames. Even the clouds in the sky were made of fire. It was a world of fire. Suddenly, a flaming phoenix appeared in the distant sky. It was extremely huge and truly blotted out the sky. Once it appeared there, the temperature in the surroundings instantly grew even hotter. No one knew if it was intentional, but a wave of fire swept down from the sky and went straight for Yang Yi's group. Ku Yuan and Yin Lingxu's expressions became quite unsightly. Because the Divine Phoenix Clan was clearly hostile towards them, Gu Mo's face fell. After all, the Divine Phoenix Clan was clearly trying to put on a show of strength. Even though the Demon God's Palace wasn't the leader of the demon race anymore, there hadn't been a single clan that had dared to bully it. But the Divine Phoenix Clan was clearly not giving him any face right now. Gu Mo took a step forward, and then he slapped his palm upwards. Bang! A terrifying wave of energy swept up, and then the wave of fire was instantly obliterated. Meanwhile, the flaming phoenix in the sky was clearly infuriated by Gu Mo's actions, and it immediately flapped its wings. A strand of flames shot down from the sky, and it instantly transformed the sky into an ocean of flames. Gumo's eyes narrowed slightly, and then he clenched his right fist and slammed it upwards. Bang! A terrifying wave of force surged out from his fist. As soon as it came into contact with the ocean of flames in the sky, the ocean of flames was instantly blasted into bits, and it transformed into specks of fire that rained down from the sky. Guamo looked up at the phoenix and asked, "Is this how the divine phoenix clan treats its guests?" The phoenix in the sky shook, and then it transformed into a middle-aged man who arrived in front of Guamo. The middle-aged man glanced at Yang Yi and the others, and then he gazed at Guamo. "Elder Gu, it's not like that. I just wanted to see how strong the top three are." Guamo spoke indifferently. "They're all juniors, so why look at their strength? Why don't you have a look at my strength? I just happen to have not had a good spar in many years." It was extremely confrontational. The middle-aged man's face fell when he heard Guamo. Guamo was clearly provoking him, but he couldn't agree to the battle. Because Guamo was much stronger than him. They weren't on the same level. Meanwhile, Guamo said, "Wasting time here isn't necessary. Take us to the hallowed grounds." Even though he was quite displeased by what had just happened, he didn't want to make too much of a big deal about it. So, he gave the middle-aged man a way out of this situation. The middle-aged man's face eased up, and he said, "Come with me." As he spoke, his figure transformed into a wave of fire that shot towards the distance. Guamo brought Yang Yi and the others along as he followed after the middle-aged man. Yang Yi was ceaselessly scanning the surroundings as they traveled. Needless to say, it was extremely difficult to find Snowy and Zir in the Phoenix domain, because he had no idea where they were being kept. The only way to find them was to ask the Divine Phoenix clan itself. However, would they tell him? He could capture one of them to ask, but he was very well aware that he had to capture one of its higher-ups if he wanted to get any useful information. Because Snowy's identity was special, the Divine Phoenix clan would definitely not allow ordinary members of their clan to know about Snowy. So, there were clearly only a few higher-ups of the Divine Phoenix clan that were aware of Snowy and Zir's whereabouts. Moreover, if he wanted to capture one of their higher-ups, it represented that he had to capture a rebirth realm expert. Even though he was at the deity realm now, he really wasn't certain if he could manage to capture a rebirth realm expert. Yang Yi didn't have an effective way to deal with the situation before him, and all he could do was take it one step at a time. It didn't take long for them to arrive at the hallowed grounds. The hallowed grounds was deep underground. When they arrived here, Yang Yi was quite shocked by the energy here. Regardless of whether it was fire element energy, spirit energy, or the energy of the earth, all of them were extremely pure here. It was countless times purer than the spirit energy in the primordial pagoda's once level. Needless to say, it really was a paradise of cultivation. The middle-aged man glanced at Yang Yi's group of three and said, 3 months. All of you must leave once 3 months have passed. Besides that, stay here and cultivate, don't go anywhere else. Otherwise, all of you may just vanish. As soon as he finished speaking, he turned around and vanished on the spot. Meanwhile, Kuyuan suddenly said, "Elder Gu, that fellow seems like he really hates us." "Of course he does." Guamo spoke indifferently. "Getting in here to cultivate is extremely difficult even for them. Yet now, they've given the chance to cultivate here to all of you. So don't you think they would hate you?" As he spoke, he glanced at them and continued, "The Divine Phoenix clan only allowed all of you to cultivate here because of the demon god. It's an opportunity for all of you, so cherish it well, because you may not have another chance to come here." As soon as he finished speaking, Guamo was about to leave. However, he seemed to have thought of something and said, "Remember not to go anywhere. Even though all of you are quite strong, it's best to avoid causing any trouble." Kuyuan, Yanling Xue, and Yang Yi nodded to indicate that they wouldn't go anywhere. Guamo only left after he saw them guarantee that they wouldn't go anywhere. There were over a dozen cultivation rooms in the hallowed grounds. Once Guamo left, Kuyuan said, "See you in 3 months." As soon as he finished speaking, he entered one of those rooms. Once Kuyuan left, Yanling Xue gazed at Yang Yi. "You've attained the deity realm?" Yang Yi nodded. Yanling Xue asked, "How strong are you now?" Yang Yi smiled. Why do you ask? She replied, I'm just curious. Yang Yi chuckled. I don't know how strong I am. He wasn't lying because he hadn't fought anyone after advancing to the deity realm. So, he didn't have an accurate estimation of his strength. She gazed at him for a long time and stated, You're not from the goat clan. Yang Yi was slightly stunned. Why do you say that? She remained silent. Yang Yi smiled. If I'm not from the goat clan, then what am I? You, Yin Lingxue suddenly said. You seem a little like a human. Yang Yi's eyelids twitched. She. Meanwhile, Yin Lingxue added, I've been to the human territory, and I've met many humans. You feel like a human. As soon as she finished speaking, she immediately turned around and entered a cultivation room. Yang Yi stood silently on the spot for a long time, and then he shook his head and chuckled. After that, he entered a cultivation room as well. He knew that she had definitely noticed something. However, it wasn't important because she had no proof. In the cultivation room, Yang Yi sat cross-legged on the ground and was about to cultivate. However, little sky flame suddenly emerged from within him. After she appeared by his side, she glanced at the surroundings. Her eyes lit up, and then she immediately intended to leave the room and head outside. Yang Yi quickly grabbed her in his arms. What are you doing? She pointed towards the door and sucked while a greedy expression filled her eyes. The fire element energy. Yang Yi came to an understanding. There was extremely pure fire element energy here, and little sky flame was a fire element sprite king. So, the energy here was definitely extremely beneficial to her. Yang Yi remained silent for a moment, and then he said, You can absorb it, but do it sneakily. Sneakily, all right? Don't let anyone find out. Understand? Little sky flame blinked, and then she nodded while seeming to not understand him completely. Yang Yi grinned, and then he pinched her cheek gently. Go on and absorb it. It's best if you can absorb everything. Chapter 1557 Imprisoned. Yang Yi started cultivating like a madman. This place was a paradise of cultivation indeed, and he didn't want to waste this opportunity. Little Sky Flame was madly absorbing the pure fire element energy here as well. This place was a true paradise for her. However, Yang Yi didn't let her continue forever, because he would be in big trouble if he allowed her to continue. After cultivating for 10 days, Yang Yi snuck out of his cultivation room. He hadn't forgotten his true objective. There were only 2 ways to find out where Zier and Snowy were. The first was to find a Mo Shaoling, and the second was to capture a higher-up of the Divine Phoenix clan. However, both of them weren't easy tasks. Yang Yi had just left the room when Little Sky Flame emerged once more, and then she pointed downwards. Obviously, she was telling him to go down. Yang Yi shook his head. You can't absorb more right now. I have other things to do. Absorb more energy later, all right? She shook her head and started waving her hands. It didn't take long for Yang Yi to frown, because she wasn't the one asking him to head down there. It was the Divining Flame. The Divining Flame wanted him to go down there. Yang Yi remained silent for a moment, and then he asked, Why? Little Sky Flame entered the primordial pagoda, and it didn't take long for her to emerge once more. After that, she pointed down again. Besides that, she didn't provide any further explanation. The corners of Yang Yi's mouth twitched slightly because the Divining Flame hadn't given him an answer and just wanted him to go down there. Yang Yi hesitated for a moment, and then he nodded. Even though he didn't know why it wanted him to go down there, he knew that it wouldn't harm him. Moreover, he was very curious as well. After all, there was something down below that could even draw the attention of the Divining Flame. Yang Yi didn't know what level the Divining Flame was at, but he was very well aware that something that caught its attention would definitely not be ordinary. Not long after he went further underground, Yang Yi entered a world of lava. It was extremely hot here. Fortunately, his body could handle the heat here. Around 2 hours later, Yang Yi stopped moving, because the temperature around him was at the limits of his body. Yang Yi glanced at the surroundings, but he only saw lava all around him. He remained silent on the spot for a moment, and then he released his sword intent around himself and continued his descent. Around 2 more hours passed before Yang Yi stopped once more, because even his sword intent couldn't endure the temperature here. Suddenly, little sky flame emerged from within him, and then a ball of fire enveloped Yang Yi. As soon as the ball of fire wrapped around him, Yang Yi noticed that the lava around him actually started moving away. The lava seemed to fear the barrier of fire around him. Yang Yi gazed at little sky flame. She smiled brilliantly at him when she saw him look over at her. Yang Yi grinned and rubbed her head. He noticed that she was much stronger than had expected. However, it made sense because she'd been molded by the divining flame. Yang Yi continued to descend further. Around 4 hours later, Yang Yi stopped once more. Yang Yi saw many ghastly white balls of fire not too far away from him. They were only the size of a thumb, but there were many of them. Over 100 of them. Little Sky Flame's eyes instantly lit up when she saw those balls of fire. She immediately flew over to them, grabbed one, and brought it to her mouth. Yang Yi was quite puzzled to see the ball of fire show no signs of fighting back. When he sized them up carefully, he noticed that the fire element energy they contained was extraordinarily pure, and every time she consumed one of them, Little Sky Flame's aura would grow slightly stronger. At this moment, Yang Yi understood why the divining flame had sent him down here. The divining flame had actually sent him down here for Little Sky Flame's sake. Suddenly, Little Sky appeared in front of Yang Yi. Yang Yi was stunned by this and asked, "What are you doing out here?" Meanwhile, Little Sky waved her hand at Little Sky Flame. The latter glanced reluctantly at the balls of fire, and then she flew over to Little Sky. Little Sky stretched out her hand and rubbed Little Sky Flame's head. "Don't consume them, all right?" Little Sky Flame bit her finger while a conflicted expression could be seen in her eyes. Yang Yi asked, "Why?" A wisp of anger flashed through Little Sky's eyes. "They are young flames." Yang Yi was puzzled. "What do you mean?" She explained, "Young flames are tiny balls of flames in the world that have a chance to evolve into fire element sprite kings. All of them might evolve into fire element sprite kings in the future." Yang Yi was absolutely shocked. After all, there were over 100 balls of flames here. What was it like to have over 100 fire element sprite kings? Meanwhile, Little Sky suddenly spoke coldly. "Do you know why they aren't fighting back? Because they've been imprisoned. If I'm not wrong, the Divine Phoenix clan imprisoned them here and are using the pure fire element energy here to foster them. Once they grow to a certain extent, they'll be ready for the Divine Phoenix clan's consumption. How dare they?" Yang Yi's eyelids twitched because Little Sky was angry again. She was completely harmless when she wasn't angry, but once she did get angry, she was extremely terrifying. After all, she summoned over 100 eyes of the Heaven Tao when she got angry that day. Actually, Yang Yi was quite shocked by the fact that the Divine Phoenix clan had imprisoned over 100 young flames. After all, there was another formidable power in this world. The Sprite Palace. If the sprites in the Sprite Palace found out that the Divine Phoenix clan had imprisoned so many young flames, the Sprite Palace would definitely not let the matter rest. Yang Yi had thought about going to the Sprite Palace because the Divine Phoenix clan had captured Snowy. However, Head rejected that thought in the end, because the Sprite Palace would definitely not believe him. So, he had to rely on himself. Meanwhile, Little Sky rubbed Little Sky Flame's head and spoke softly. "Sprites are born from the world, and both you and all of them are the same. So, don't kill each other, all right?" Even though Little Sky Flame was quite reluctant, she still nodded. Actually, she didn't really understand Little Sky. She only knew that Little Sky didn't want her to consume them. Since Little Sky didn't want her to do that, then she wouldn't. Little Sky looked up at those balls of flames and said, "I want to take them into Little Sky Continent." Yang Yi was slightly stunned. "You want to save them?" Little Sky nodded. Little Sky Continent is very special. Even though it doesn't contain pure fire element energy, it has a better form of energy than that. So, they'll definitely be able to rapidly evolve into Sprite Kings once they go in there. Yang Yi's eyes lit up when he heard this. After all, that would be over 100 Sprite Kings. Yang Yi didn't hesitate to nod. "All right, take them in there." But as soon as he spoke up to this point, he seemed to have thought of something and said, "Let's wait for now. We're in the Divine Phoenix clan's territory, so if we take all of them, it may alarm the experts of the Divine Phoenix clan." Had only been able to get here because of the sword domain. The sword domain had helped him fully conceal his aura. So, unless a Rebirth Realm expert scanned the area intentionally to find him, it would be impossible to find him. But if Little Sky took those young flames, it would definitely alarm the experts of the Divine Phoenix clan. Don't worry. Little Sky shook her head. They won't notice anything. As she spoke, she took a step forward, and then Yang Yi noticed that something in the surroundings seemed to have changed. However, he couldn't put his finger on it. Meanwhile, Little Sky waved her hand. In an instant, the young flames entered Yang Yi's body in succession. Around 10 breaths of time later, all of them had entered Yang Yi's body. Little Sky was about to enter the primordial pagoda as well, but Yang Yi stopped her. Yang Yi spoke solemnly, "Little Sky, help me find 2 people. No, one of them is a demon, and the other is a sprite lord." It was definitely absolutely difficult for him to find Zir and Snowy on his own. So, he had no choice but to seek her help. A sprite lord? Little Sky's eyes opened wide. "You know the sprite lord?" Yang Yi nodded and said, "They were taken by the Divine Phoenix clan. I don't know where they are, so help me find them." "The sprite lord?" Little Sky nodded slightly and said, "He'll definitely be able to find her if she's in the Phoenix domain." Yang Yi was puzzled by this. "Why?" She chuckled. "Firstly, her identity is special. Secondly, I'm not telling you the second reason." Hee hee. She slowly closed her eyes. Meanwhile, Yang Yi was at a loss for words. A long time passed before Little Sky frowned, and then she opened her eyes slowly. She said, "I found the sprite lord you spoke about." Yang Yi hurriedly asked, "Where?" Little Sky pointed downwards. "Further down. Let's go." Yang Yi was about to descend further once he finished speaking, but Little Sky suddenly grabbed him and said, "Don't be rash no matter what you see, all right?" Yang Yi turned to look at Little Sky. "What are you trying to say?" Little Sky was about to speak when Yang Yi turned around and vanished. Little Sky sighed softly. "Damn you, Divine Phoenix clan." As soon as she finished speaking, she hurriedly went after him. Around 15 minutes later, Yang Yi stopped. After so long, he finally saw Snowy again. There was a small golden cage not too far ahead from him, and Snowy was within that cage. At this moment, Snowy was lying there silently. Her eyes were closed, and she seemed like she was sleeping. The spirit energy in the surroundings was extremely abundant, and it was at least 10 times denser than the cultivation room that Yang Yi had cultivated in earlier. Because countless strands of spirit energy were ceaselessly seeping out of Snowy. Little Sky frowned when she saw Snowy. They imprisoned the sprite lord and made it ceaselessly give out its quintessence spirit energy. This is no different than killing the goose that lays the golden eggs. Yang Yi paid no attention to Little Sky. He just walked over to Snowy. As he gazed at Snowy's imprisoned figure, his hands started to tremble. Snowy. There was no response. Yang Yi turned to look at Little Sky. The latter remained silent for a while, and then she said, "She may not be able to wake up again." Yang Yi's pupils constricted. "Why?" Little Sky spoke solemnly. "Because her consciousness has been extracted. It's like extracting the soul of a human. Presently, she doesn't have her soul, and only her quintessence spirit energy remains. Moreover, the Divine Phoenix clan is releasing the quintessence spirit energy within her. Once all that spirit energy is completely released, the Phoenix domain will become a true paradise of cultivation." Little Sky paused for a moment and continued, "Cultivating here will be a few dozen times faster than cultivating in the outside world. Moreover, the dualism realm phoenixes of the Divine Phoenix clan can rely on her quintessence spirit energy to charge into the rebirth realm. Perhaps they won't gain many more rebirth realm experts from this, but they'll definitely gain numerous deities and dualism realm experts. In short, the Divine Phoenix clan's overall strength will rise by many levels." Yang Yi slowly closed his eyes. A long time passed before he turned around to look at Snowy. He placed his trembling hands on the cage, and pain filled his eyes. I. Meanwhile, Little Sky frowned. "We've been made. Divine Phoenix clan." Suddenly, a hysterical and furious howl rumbled from deep beneath the ground. It shot up extremely swiftly, and it only took an instant for it to arrive above ground and rumble like a thunderclap throughout the surroundings. At this moment, the entire Divine Phoenix clan was startled. Chapter 1558. Not in this world anymore. Little Sky shook her head. She knew that it was impossible to end this peacefully now. Yang Yi placed his trembling hands on the cage, and he gazed at Snowy for a long time before he said, "Snowy, I know that you hate being caged up. I'm sorry. I'm really sorry that I wasn't able to protect you well. I'm truly sorry. From today onward, I won't allow us to be separated again." As soon as he finished speaking, he issued a command in his heart, and then Snowy was instantly taken into the primordial pagoda. "How dare you!" Suddenly, a furious howl resounded, and then an old man in a red robe appeared not too far away from Yang Yi and Little Sky. The old man stared at Yang Yi and Little Sky. He hadn't expected that someone would actually be able to sneak in here. Yang Yi turned to look at the old man. At this moment, his eyes were blood red. His desire to kill was at its peak, so his slaughter intent had completely suppressed his sword intent. Little Sky glanced at Yang Yi and remained silent. The old man frowned when he saw Yang Yi. A moment of silence ensued before ghastly killing intent flashed through the old man's eyes. "You're not from the Goat Clan. You're a human." Yang Yi walked slowly in the old man's direction. "Where's Snowy's consciousness?" Suddenly, Little Sky spoke. "Hand over the Sprite Lord's consciousness and well leave." The old man's eyes narrowed slightly. "How do you know about that?" Yang Yi flipped his palm, and the sword precursor appeared in his grasp. Meanwhile, Little Sky hurriedly grabbed Yang Yi's hand and gazed at the red-robed old man. The Divine Phoenix clan imprisoned the Sprite Lord of this world. Such actions harm the balance of the world. Quickly hand over her consciousness, or your Divine Phoenix clan will be in danger. Danger? The old man laughed coldly. With just your strength? How laughable. As he spoke, he gazed at Yang Yi. "I don't care how you go in here. Since you know something that you shouldn't, then die." As soon as he finished speaking, he slapped his right palm at Yang Yi. The Sprite Lord. It was the Divine Phoenix clan's biggest secret, and they absolutely couldn't allow others to find out about it. Little Sky stamped her feet with anger when she saw him attack. "Damn it. I'm not going to interfere anymore." She moved behind Yang Yi as she spoke. "OM." Suddenly, a sword howl resounded, and then a beam of sword energy flashed. It was extremely swift and instantly arrived before the old man. Bang! An explosion resounded, and the sword energy vanished. As for the old man, he was pushed over 50 m back. The old man was shocked. He was about to speak when a wave of terrifying sword intent suddenly surged out from Yang Yi. As soon as the sword intent appeared, the lava in the surroundings were obliterated. The old man's pupils constricted. Returnal rank sword intent. "Who are you?" Yang Yi didn't waste his breath. The sword precursor vanished from his grasp. The old man's expression changed drastically when he saw Yang Yi's sword vanish, and then a wave of fire surged out from him. Bang! A loud explosion resounded while the old man was blasted backwards repeatedly. At the same time, an extremely terrifying wave of energy erupted from the point of collision. In an instant, the lava throughout the area started to surge violently. Boom! A moment of silence later, the lava rumbled abruptly, and then the underground area collapsed. We're under attack? The entire Divine Phoenix clan was shocked. 10 breaths of time later. On the surface, at this moment, countless phoenixes were rushing over from all directions. Yang Yi stood there with his sword in hand. At this moment, he was completely blood red, and Little Sky was standing behind him. If it was in the past, she would have gone into the primordial pagoda by now. However, for some reason, she hadn't done so this time. But Yang Yi couldn't be bothered about that right now. The experts of the Divine Phoenix clan were rushing over incessantly. It wasn't just them, even Guillemot and the others had rushed over too. All 3 of them were stunned when they saw Yang Yi. Ku Yuan was astounded. That's Xiao Yang? At this moment, while Yang Yi's face still looked the same, he wasn't just completely blood red, there was monstrous slaughter intent surging from him. It was completely different from the Xiao Yang they knew. Yin Lingxue gazed at Yang Yi for a long time and said, "You really are human. Actually, She suspected he was human since the battle she fought with him. However, she wasn't very sure. Yet now, the facts before her told her that her suspicions were true. He was a human. Ku Yuan was stunned for a moment, and then he felt shocked. At this moment, he realized that Yang Yi was holding a sword and emanating slaughter intent. Besides that, spirit energy was fluctuating throughout Yang Yi's body. A human. Ku Yuan's eyes were filled with disbelief. He hadn't expected Yang Yi to be a human. After all, a human actually possessed such powerful physical strength. Meanwhile, a red-haired middle-aged man arrived here. The middle-aged man's face was quite similar to Emo Xiaoling's, and he was the Divine Phoenix clan's patriarch, Emo Jiang. The middle-aged man glanced indifferently at Yang Yi and Little Sky, and then he gazed at Guimo. Guimo, the first in the meeting of the clans is actually a human, but you still brought a human to the hallowed grounds of my Divine Phoenix clan. Elder Gu, don't you have to give me an explanation? Guimo remained silent for a long time, and then he said, I didn't expect him to be a human either. He was avoiding any responsibility for this. At this moment, he naturally had to do this. If he admitted to being aware that Yang Yi was a human, then Demon God's palace would definitely be in huge trouble. Emo Jiang glanced at Guimo, and then he turned to look at Yang Yi, a mere deity like you dared to enter deep into the restricted areas of my Divine Phoenix clan. Needless to say, you're really brave. You. Yang Yi interrupted Emo Jiang and asked, Where's Snowy's consciousness? Emo Jiang frowned. It didn't take long for him to understand what Yang Yi was talking about. He fell silent for a moment, and then he gazed at Guimo. Elder Gu, my Divine Phoenix clan knows him, and there's some enmity between us, so we'll deal with him ourselves. So, please leave for now. The hallowed grounds will be open to you again once he's dealt with. He naturally couldn't allow others to find out about the Sprite Lord. Otherwise, the Divine Phoenix clan would have endless future troubles. Guimo fell silent for a long time, and then he walked over to Yang Yi and asked, Why? He was asking why Yang Yi had exposed himself. Yang Yi shook his head. Elder Gu, he's not wrong. There's some enmity between us, so let us deal with it ourselves. Guimo sighed softly. The demon god thought highly of Yang Yi, so Yang Yi's future could be said to be limitless. Yet now, if he left, then he knew what would happen to Yang Yi. However, he couldn't help Yang Yi because if he did, then it represented that the demon god's palace was going to become enemies with the Divine Phoenix clan. The demon race would never engage in internal strife, and it wouldn't engage in internal strife for a human. Guimo shook his head and asked, What's your name? Yang Yi. Yang Yi didn't conceal his identity because there was no reason to. Yang Yi. Everyone here was stunned when they heard this name. Yang Yi. This name wasn't unknown in the large world. Head killed his way up here from the lower dimensions, and Head even killed 5 Rebirth Realm experts to do so. Of course, there was one more reason, and it was Emo Xiaoling. The entire demon race was aware that Emo Xiaoling had been getting people to go kill Yang Yi. I never expected this. I truly didn't expect this. Guimo shook his head, and then he gazed at Yin Lingshu and Ku Yuan. Let's go. As soon as he finished speaking, he waved his hand and vanished on the spot with them. I didn't expect it either. Meanwhile, Emo Jiang said, I never expected you to actually come to my Divine Phoenix clan. Yang Yi slowly closed his eyes, Snowy's consciousness and Zir. I want to see them. This was the reason why he still hadn't attacked. Meanwhile, Little Sky added, You from the Divine Phoenix clan. Hand over the Sprite Lord's consciousness. It wasn't easy for your Divine Phoenix clan to develop to such an extent, so why? Emo Jiang suddenly gazed at Little Sky and interrupted her. And who are you? Little Sky replied, Little Sky. The little from Little Sky, and the sky from Little Sky. Emo Jiang's eyes narrowed. Are you kidding me? Little Sky was about to speak when Yang Yi waved his hand, and then he gazed at Emo Jiang. I don't want to waste more time. Snowy's consciousness and Zir. I want to see them. You can't. Emo Jiang looked Yang Yi in the eyes. They aren't in this world anymore. Yang Yi slowly clenched his right hand. He remained silent for a long time, and then he suddenly looked up at Emo Jiang. Then I'll bury your entire clan with them. Emo Jiang laughed coldly. You? Yang Yi took a deep breath, and then he waved his right hand. The stellar sword diagram appeared in front of him, and then the scene here changed. In an instant, the surroundings had transformed into a starry sky. In the starry sky, Yang Yi waved his right hand again, and the sword precursor appeared far away in the distance while the sword domain expanded. A moment later, countless strands of stellar sword energy traveled through space from away in space, and they descended incessantly towards the Phoenix domain. At this moment, the entire demon territory was shocked. It wasn't just the demon territory, even the entire continent was shocked. Chapter 1559. The slaughter begins. Emojiang had an extremely unsightly expression on his face. Even though Head heard about Yang Yi in the past, he hadn't taken Yang Yi seriously. Because besides a few powers, the Divine Phoenix clan didn't fear anyone on Sky continent. So, a deity like Yang Yi was nothing to them. A deity. A deity wasn't even an ant in the eyes of the Divine Phoenix clan. However, when Yang Yi activated the stellar sword diagram, he knew that this ant before him may be able to heavily injure the Divine Phoenix clan. At this moment, it was pointless no matter what he said. Emojiang waved his hand, and his voice resounded through the entire Phoenix domain. Activate the 1,000 flame formation. Bang! As soon as Emojiang finished speaking, a barrier of fire suddenly appeared around Phoenix domain. After that, countless pillars of fire surged incessantly into the barrier of fire. In an instant, the entire area above the Phoenix domain was covered in pillars of fire and stellar sword energy. When the pillars of fire slammed against the stellar sword energy, the space throughout the sky started to tremble violently while rumbling resounded incessantly. It didn't take long for the pillars of fire to grow fewer and fewer, while Yang Yi's stellar sword energy grew greater and greater in number. They were simply endless. At this moment, if one stood in the Phoenix domain and looked up, one would notice that the entire sky was covered in stellar sword energy. It was like a storm, and the powerful sword intent within them caused countless phoenixes to shudder with fear. The sword energy there carried returnal rank sword intent. The 1,000 flame formation was on the verge of destruction, but numerous phoenixes suddenly shot up into the sky. There weren't many of them, and there were less than 100 in the group. However, the weakest amongst them was at the dualism realm, while there were 27 rebirth realm experts amongst them. The joint forces of so many experts was actually able to stop the stellar sword energy. Even though they'd succeeded at stopping the stellar sword energy, the Divine Phoenix clan paid quite a price. Because numerous phoenixes were killed during this process, it was quite a solemn and stirring scene to watch so many phoenixes crash down from the sky. However, the stellar sword energy was still descending incessantly towards the Phoenix domain. Once he saw the experts of the Divine Phoenix clan succeed at stopping the stellar sword energy, Emojiang immediately looked at Yang Yi. He didn't hesitate to charge at Yang Yi. Yang Yi didn't waste his breath either, and he withdrew the casket lid before charging at Emojiang. The sword spirit was there to control the stellar sword energy, so he didn't have to do anything. His job was to buy time as best as he could. The more time he bought, the more phoenixes would die. Emojiang was extremely swift to the point that Yang Yi couldn't even see his movements. Fortunately, while Yang Yi couldn't see them, he could sense them. Bang! A loud explosion resounded, and then Yang Yi was blasted away along with his casket lid. However, it didn't take long for him to stop, and then he charged at Emojiang again. Even though he was a deity, he was still no match for the patriarch of the Divine Phoenix clan, Emojiang. It was understandable because Emojiang could be ranked at the top even throughout the entire continent. However, Emojiang couldn't do anything to Yang Yi, who had the casket lid to protect himself. Even though Yang Yi was always at a disadvantage when they collided, Yang Yi didn't suffer any real harm. Meanwhile, more and more phoenixes were being struck down. Moreover, as more and more of them were struck down, gaps in their defenses started to appear successively. This allowed more and more stellar sword energy to descend into the Phoenix domain. As soon as those strands of stellar sword energy descended to the ground, howls of sorrow resounded throughout the Phoenix domain. These strands of stellar sword energy, which were enhanced by returnal rank sword intent, could even kill rebirth realm experts, So how could the ordinary phoenixes defend themselves against it? Little Sky seemed to be quite unable to endure watching the scene before her. Even though she felt that the divine Phoenix clan shouldn't have imprisoned the Sprite Lord and should be taught a lesson, those ordinary phoenixes were innocent. She wanted to persuade them, but she knew that it was useless. Because the divine Phoenix clan wouldn't make a compromise, and if it didn't, then Yangyi wouldn't. It was impossible to resolve. The current situation was one that would only end in the death of someone. Jiang started to become anxious as he fought Yangyi. Had planned to end Yangyi quickly, because once Yangyi was dealt with, then the stellar sword energy would vanish. However, he hadn't expected Yangyi to be so strong, and he was utterly unable to do anything to Yangyi. At the very least, he couldn't do anything to Yangyi in the short term. If this continued, more and more phoenixes would perish. Actually, countless had perished by now. When he thought up to this point, Jiang closed his eyes slowly once he pushed Yangyi back. A moment later, he flipped his right hand. In an instant, an ink-black flame appeared on his palm, and then the space around him started to turn ethereal. It was because the flame was too hot. Meanwhile, Little Sky's voice resounded, "That's the Nether Death Flame. It's ranked at the 3rd position amongst all the divine flames. Be careful." Jiang glanced at Little Sky. He hadn't expected her to recognize the flame in his palm. However, he didn't have the time to ask her how she knew about it, and he just turned to look at Yangyi. "It's over." As soon as he finished speaking, his figure vanished on the spot, and it didn't take long for a flaming phoenix to appear here. This flaming phoenix wasn't very large, but the pressure it emanated was extremely terrifying. Moreover, its body was suffused by ink-black flames. It shot straight towards Yangyi. It was a very simple and direct attack. Yangyi tightened his grip on the casket lid and was about to swing it. However, Little Sky Flame suddenly emerged from within him. Little Sky was shocked by this and said, "Little fellow, head back in there right now. You're no match for that flame." Little Sky Flame cracked a smile, and then 2 balls of fire appeared on her palms. After that, she tossed them forward. The balls of flame collided directly against the flaming phoenix. Once she was done, Little Sky Flame turned around and entered the primordial pagoda. Meanwhile, the balls of flames instantly exploded apart once they came into contact with the flaming phoenix. In an instant, an ocean of flames swept through the surroundings. The ocean of flames enveloped the phoenix, and then Yangyi watched with astonishment as the ink-black flames around the phoenix actually dimmed down. "What flame is that?" Jiang's shocked voice resounded from within the ocean of flames, and then he returned to his human form and moved almost 10 kilometers away. His eyes were filled with shock. Yangyi was stunned as well. Little Sky Flame is that strong? But it only took an instant for Yangyi to come to an understanding, and he realized that it might have been the divining flame. Even though Little Sky Flame was strong, she was much inferior when compared to the flames that Jiang was using. So, those 2 balls of flames had definitely come from the divining flame. At this moment, Yangyi realized that the divining flame was much stronger than had ever imagined. What was the divine Phoenix clan least afraid of? It was flames. It wasn't a joke when people said that phoenixes were reborn in flames. Flames were extremely nourishing to phoenixes. However, the divining flame could actually injure a divine phoenix that lived on flames, so it was obvious how strong the divining flame was. Yangyi really wanted to make it come out here and help. However, it had been constantly ignoring him. If it was willing to help, then the so-called divine flames of the divine Phoenix clan would be useless against him. Once the phoenixes of the divine Phoenix clan lost their ability to use flames against him, their strength would plummet. Unfortunately, the divining flame was ignoring him. Stellar sword energy was still descending incessantly, and the phoenixes in the sky were still reducing in number. Even if the divine Phoenix clan won this battle, it would be a Pyrrhic victory. From now onwards, the divine Phoenix clan would be in an extremely weakened state. Jiang suddenly spoke in a low voice. "Yangyi, do you really intend to cause our mutual destruction?" "Mutual destruction? Ha ha ha." Yangyi laughed like a madman. "Yes, you're right, that's exactly what I intend to do. I want the divine Phoenix clan to vanish from this continent." I want the Divine Phoenix clan to go extinct. As soon as he finished speaking, he withdrew an energy pearl and swallowed it. After that, he charged at the phoenixes which were defending the phoenix domain against his stellar sword energy. He couldn't kill Emojiang, but he could kill the other phoenixes. Emojiang's expression changed drastically when he saw Yang Yi charge at the others, and he immediately charged at Yang Yi. Suddenly, a shrill cry resounded, and then a phoenix's head was separated from his body, and blood surged out from his neck and descended. The blood seemed like a flowing waterfall, and it was an extremely horrifying sight. In an instant, the blood transformed into pillars of blood that surged towards Yang Yi and were absorbed by him. The slaughter had begun. Yang Yi didn't go head-on against Emojiang, and he just used Heaven's gravestone to target the phoenixes that were easy to kill. In just around a dozen breaths of time, Yang Yi had killed over a dozen phoenixes. Moreover, as fewer and fewer phoenixes were left to stop the stellar sword energy, countless strands of sword energy descended into the phoenix domain. Once they struck the phoenix domain, they caused disastrous damage throughout the place. Countless phoenixes died miserably, and then they were transformed into pillars of blood that surged into Yang Yi. In the sky, the stellar sword energy and pillars of blood that filled it had formed a very strange scene. At this moment, Emojiang was quite anxious. Emojiang wasn't the only one. Panic had spread throughout the Divine Phoenix clan. After all, if this continued, the Divine Phoenix clan wouldn't just end up suffering heavy losses. Meanwhile, Emojiang suddenly spoke fiercely. Ignore the sword energy and focus your energy on killing Yang Yi. As soon as they heard his orders, the Rebirth Realm experts that were defending Phoenix Domain against the stellar sword energy immediately stopped and charged at Yang Yi. So, if Emojiang was included, there were around 25 Rebirth Realm experts charging at Yang Yi. Bang! Suddenly, a terrifying pillar of blood surged up into the sky from Yang Yi. In an instant, the entire sky turned blood red. Returnal rank slaughter intent. Dual returnal rank intents. Chapter 1560. Fuck off right now. At the moment Yang Yi saw Snowy, his slaughter intent had arrived at a breaking point. After he slaughtered like a madman and absorbed the blood of countless phoenixes, his slaughter intent had finally broken through that point and attained a new height. The returnal rank. Once his slaughter intent advanced to the returnal rank, the surroundings were transformed into an ocean of blood. An endless smell of blood and monstrous slaughter intent swept out madly towards the surroundings. At this moment, the minds of many dualism realm experts were affected while those below the dualism realm were instantly corrupted into machines of slaughter. The phoenixes that survived the descent of stellar sword energy started to go mad and kill each other. The entire Divine Phoenix clan was filled with sorrowful howls. Meanwhile, the 25 Rebirth Realm experts in the sky were stunned when they saw Yang Yi attain returnal rank slaughter intent. A moment later, all of them attacked in unison. They'd given up on stopping the stellar sword energy, and that represented that countless strand of stellar sword energy was descending into Phoenix Domain. If they couldn't kill Yang Yi as soon as possible, then it meant that many phoenixes would perish. Even dualism realm experts couldn't stop the strands of sword energy, so those ordinary phoenixes were absolutely helpless against them. Thus, they had to kill Yang Yi as soon as possible. At this moment, Yang Yi's mind was filled with the desire to kill. Fortunately, he was still conscious. Actually, he couldn't be considered to be fully conscious, and he was partially conscious and partially berserk. When he saw those Rebirth Realm experts charge at him, he didn't hesitate to utilize the demon god's inner core within him, and it only took a moment for a wave of surging energy to erupt within his body. Once this energy erupted within him, a tremendous change instantly occurred within Yang Yi's body. At this moment, both his physical strength and defenses had risen to a terrifying level. After he utilized the energy of the demon god, he didn't try to go head-on against those 25 Rebirth Realm experts, and he just started strive to keep them occupied while dodging their attacks. He was buying time. His plan was to buy time. The more he delayed, the more advantageous the situation would be for him. because the Divine Phoenix clan didn't have any other experts to stop his stellar sword energy, and it represented that the stellar sword energy would descend smoothly into the Phoenix domain. The stellar sword energy would strike a disastrous blow on the Divine Phoenix clan. Most importantly, the danger he faced would only be resolved once the sword energy descended completely. Of course, the precondition was that he survived until then. Mo Jiang and the mothers wanted to kill him before the sword energy descended completely and struck Phoenix domain. So, he had to hold on until that happened. How terrifying were the joint forces of 25 Rebirth Realm experts. Even though Yang Ye's body had been strengthened tremendously and he even had the casket lid, he was too weak before the joint forces of 25 Rebirth Realm experts. Fortunately, he didn't choose to go head-on against them, and he was ceaselessly dodging their attacks. With the casket lid and the energy of the demon god in his possession, those 25 Rebirth Realm experts couldn't do anything to him in a short amount of time. The sword energy was getting closer and closer to the ground, and those Rebirth Realm experts were attacking more and more madly. Yang Yi was like a small boat in a raging ocean while suffering the attacks of those Rebirth Realm experts, and it seemed like he would be crushed at any moment. However, Yang Yi was extremely tenacious, but it was obvious that if this continued, then Yang Yi would definitely lose. No, he would definitely die. However, at this moment, the stellar sword energy was already in the sky of the Phoenix domain, and it would take 5 breaths of time at most for them to strike the Phoenix domain. The most terrifying part about the stellar sword diagram was that it covered a huge area. This was exactly why that power had surrendered immediately when Jin Wuji activated the stellar sword diagram all those years ago. No power dared to try and withstand the stellar sword energy created by the stellar sword diagram, and they couldn't afford to withstand it either. Suddenly, the patriarch of the Divine Phoenix clan, Mo Jiang, gazed at Little Sky. Get that woman? Obviously, he wanted to use her to threaten Yang Yi. As soon as Mo Jiang finished speaking, 2 of the Rebirth Realm experts shot towards Little Sky. Little Sky was stunned. She hadn't expected them to act against her. Meanwhile, Yang Yi suddenly appeared in front of her and said, "Quickly get in." Little Sky turned to glance at the Rebirth Realm experts of the Divine Phoenix clan, and then she spoke angrily, "Just you wait. They'll go think about how to fight, and he'll kill all of you once I regain my memories." As soon as she finished speaking, she stamped her feet and entered the Primordial Pagoda. Once she entered the Primordial Pagoda, Yang Yi turned to look at Mo Jiang's group. "You've lost." Mo Jiang and the others were stunned, and then they looked up. A dense expanse of stellar sword energy filled their vision. The stellar sword energy was like a storm, and there wasn't a single gap between them. Mo Jiang roared with fury, "Stop them!" In an instant, all 25 Rebirth Realm experts returned to their true form. Numerous phoenixes appeared here, and they ceaselessly released their auras and flames to stop the stellar sword energy that covered the sky. However, it was a little too late. Countless strands of stellar sword energy rained down throughout the Phoenix domain. In an instant, howls of sorrow and pain filled the surroundings. Countless phoenixes started to flee the Phoenix domain. The fast were able to avoid the stellar sword energy and escape, but even more died beneath Yang Ye's stellar sword energy. Presently, Yang Yi was a deity, and coupled with the 2 returnal rank intents he possessed, the stellar sword energy was much stronger than any other time head used it in the past. Besides the stellar sword energy, there was Yang Ye's slaughter intent as well. Waves of slaughter intent surged out incessantly from Yang Yi, and they swept throughout the Phoenix domain. Besides experts at the dualism realm who could barely resist it, all the others below the dualism realm were corrupted by the slaughter intent and became machines of slaughter. At this moment, the Phoenix domain had become hell on earth. Yang Yi didn't stop. After the stellar sword energy descended throughout the Phoenix domain, he charged at those experts who were stopping his stellar sword energy. At this moment, those Rebirth Realm experts were defending the Phoenix domain against his stellar sword energy, so it was the best time for him to counterattack, and he naturally wouldn't let such an opportunity slip by. One of the Rebirth Realm experts was taken by surprise, and Yang Ye's Rebirth sword killed him in an instant. After Yang Yi attained the deity realm and coupled with the dual returnal rank and tints and energy of the demon god that he possessed right now, his strength could only be described as terrifying. Moreover, most of that rebirth realm expert strength and attention was being used to stop the stellar sword energy, so Yang Yi had been able to kill him in an instant. After he killed one rebirth realm expert, Yang Yi charged towards the next. Those rebirth realm experts were horrified. If it was at any other ordinary time, they would naturally not fear Yang Yi. Yet now, endless stellar sword energy was right above them. Fortunately, Emojiang appeared in front of Yang Yi. Emojiang stared at Yang Yi with a pair of blood-red eyes. The desire to kill in his eyes was simply shocking. He was about to speak, but the sword in Yang Yi's grasp, Heaven's gravestone, had vanished. Bang! A loud explosion resounded, and then Emojiang was blasted around 3 kilometers away. Emojiang was shocked by this, because he noticed that Yang Yi was much stronger than he had been just now. It was a matter of course. After all, Yang Yi didn't just possess dual returnal rank and tints right now, he had the energy of the demon god. Presently, not to mention a single rebirth realm expert, he didn't even fear fighting 3 rebirth realm experts at once. Yang Yi didn't stop after repulsing Emojiang, and he charged forward again. Once he arrived around 30 m away from Emojiang, he drew his sword and swung it. 5 overlapped heaven rings. After he attained the deity realm, Yang Yi had been able to overlap 4 heaven rings. Now that his strength had been further boosted by the energy of the demon god, he could overlap 5 heaven rings. How terrifying were 5 overlapped heaven rings! As soon as he swung his sword, the space around Yang Yi cracked apart. Space had cracked. Emojiang's expression changed at the sight of this. After all, they were in the large world, and the space here was strong to a horrifying level. But Yang Yi's attack had actually been able to crack the space here. Emojiang didn't dare to act carelessly at all, and he immediately returned to his true form. After that, his body transformed into a huge ball of fire that shot towards Yang Yi's attack. Bang! The sword energy and the flaming phoenix instantly exploded on contact, and the space throughout the sky shook violently. Countless waves of energy, sword energy, and fire surged madly towards the surroundings. As for the phoenix, it had been blasted over 10 kilometers away. At this moment, there were no more flames covering Emojiang's body, and his body was covered in injuries. Countless strands of blood were flowing incessantly from those injuries, and it made Emojiang seem like a blood phoenix. Meanwhile, Yang Yi appeared in front of Emojiang again, and then he drew his sword and swung it once more. Another 5 overlapped heaven rings. At this moment, the space in a huge area around Yang Yi collapsed. Emojiang was astounded. He knew how terrifying Yang Yi's attack was, so how could he dare to go head-on against it? He immediately intended to dodge, but it was too late, because the sword energy was too swift, and it had even locked onto him, so he could only defend himself by force. Emojiang flapped his wings, and a wave of fire swept out and instantly slammed against Yang Yi's sword energy. However, the wave of flame was torn open by Yang Yi's sword energy, and it didn't slow down at all before instantly slamming against Emojiang. Bang! Emojiang's figure crashed down from the sky and slammed against the ground. No one knew if he was still alive. Yang Yi charged down towards Emojiang. However, a wave of terrifying pressure suddenly appeared in the sky above the Phoenix domain, and then the space there was torn open abruptly. It didn't take long for a huge golden eye to appear in the sky. As soon as the eye appeared, the stellar sword energy that covered the sky was instantly dispersed, and they transformed into bits of sword energy that rained down from the sky. The eye of the heaven Tao. It didn't take long for the eye to lock onto Yang Yi. Yang Yi looked up at the golden eye, and then he frowned. Meanwhile, Little Sky appeared by Yang Yi's side. He gazed at her and asked, "What's going on?" Little Sky spoke solemnly, "You shattered the space here, and you killed too many. It harms the balance, so? Ha ha ha." Suddenly, roaring laughter resounded. Yang Yi turned to look, and he saw that it was coming from Emojiang. At this moment, Emojiang had returned to human form. However, he was in quite a miserable state, because his arms were gone. Jiang gazed at Yang Yi, and his face was covered in madness. Yang Yi, it's the eye of the heaven Tao. Ha ha, you've brought death upon yourself. Ha ha ha. Suddenly, Little Sky looked up at the golden eye and waved her hand. Leave, this has nothing to do with you. That golden eye gazed at Little Sky, and then it gazed at Yang Yi. In the end, Yang Yi watched with astonishment as a bolt of golden divine lightning emerged from the eye of the heaven Tao and shot down towards him. At this moment, Little Sky's face became cold. Her figure shook, and then she appeared in the sky. As soon as she appeared there, the golden divine lightning vanished. Little Sky went over to the eye of the heaven Tao, and then she pointed a finger at it and shouted angrily, "Fuck off! Fuck off right now!" Everyone who witnessed this was rendered speechless. Chapter 1561. Yang Yi must die. Fuck off. Fuck off right now. At this moment, the experts of the Divine Phoenix clan weren't the only ones who were dumbstruck. Yang Yi was the same. The eye of the heaven Tao. That was the eye of the heaven Tao of the large world. How terrifying were the strands of stellar sword energy that Yang Yi had summoned with the stellar sword diagram. However, as soon as the eye of the heaven Tao appeared here, it had instantly obliterated Yang Yi's stellar sword energy. So, it was obvious how strong it was. Yet now, Little Sky had pointed at it and told it to fuck off right now. However, what happened next caused their jaws to almost hit the floor. Because the eye of the heaven Tao stared at Little Sky for around 2 breaths of time, and then it suddenly started to tremble violently. It seemed like it had encountered something terrifying and started to become ethereal. Around 2 breaths of time later, it vanished in midair. It really left? Jiang and the others were stunned on the spot, and so was Yang Yi. Yang Yi knew that Little Sky had a very good relationship with the eyes of the heaven Tao, but now it would seem like her relationship with them wasn't that simple. Jiang stared at Little Sky. Who are you? Just saying that had made the eye of the heaven Tao in the large world leave obediently. At this moment, his fear towards Little Sky had surpassed his fear of Yang Yi, because as far as he knew, there hadn't been any formidable figure capable of making the eye of the heaven Tao leave, and that included Jin Wuji and the Unfettered One. Little Sky turned to look at Jiang, imprisoning the sprite lord of this world and taking her consciousness. Your Divine Phoenix clan's actions are too inhumane. Inhumane? Jiang had a ferocious expression on his face. So Yang Yi's slaughter of countless members of my Divine Phoenix clan is humane? Little Sky shook her head and replied, there's cause and effect for everything in this world. You should be well aware why he's attacking your clan. Moreover, I even gave your clan a chance to hand over the Sprite Lord's consciousness. However, you refused to listen. Now, I'll give you another chance. Hand over the Sprite Lord's consciousness and his friend, and well leave. Leave. Countless phoenixes gazed at Jiang. At this moment, they naturally hoped that Yang Yi and Little Sky would leave. The Divine Phoenix clan had suffered a heavy blow. If Yang Yi didn't leave and continued fighting their clan to his last breath, then he would definitely be able to cripple their clan. However, if the Divine Phoenix clan allowed Yang Yi to leave, then it represented that the Divine Phoenix clan would have to give up possession of the Sprite Lord. Moreover, it represented that the proud Divine Phoenix clan had submitted. It had submitted to a human at the deity realm. How could the Divine Phoenix clan be willing to do that? Not to mention that Yang Yi had slaughtered so many phoenixes. Jiang gazed at Little Sky and said, then what about the dead members of my Divine Phoenix clan? Little Sky replied with a question, do you want even more to die? Ferocity covered Jiang's face. Let me tell you that it isn't about the Sprite Lord anymore. My Divine Phoenix clan has never suffered such a humiliation in tens of thousands of years. His gaze descended onto Yang Yi, and he continued, the Divine Phoenix clan can be destroyed, but Yang Yi must die. Kill Yang Yi. Besides what Head just said, the reason Jiang hadn't chosen to let the matter rest was because the Eye of the Heaven Tao had destroyed Yang Yi's stellar sword energy. They didn't have to fear Yang Yi once Head lost the stellar sword energy in the sky. As soon as they heard Jiang's order, all the Rebirth Realm experts here charged at Yang Yi. Now, they didn't have to worry about Yang Ye's stellar sword energy, so Yang Yi was nothing to be feared. Let's go. Little Sky took Yang Ye's hand, and then her figure flickered a few times and vanished into the distance. Yang Yi was suffering backlash from his sword intent, so he couldn't fight any longer. Get him. Emojiang spoke fiercely. Seal off our Phoenix domain. Besides that, send a message to the Heavenly Dragon Clan, Demon God's Palace, and the Devil Ape Clan. Tell them that our Divine Phoenix Clan suffered a surprise attack from a human expert, and we need help. After that, notify the Emperor Sect and War Pavilion of the human race. Tell them Yang Yi is here, and that our Divine Phoenix Clan permits them to send their forces into our Phoenix domain. One more thing, find Xiaoling as soon as possible. Tell her to rush back here immediately. Moreover, as Emojiang gave the orders, countless powers throughout Sky continent knew that Yang Yi was at the Phoenix domain, and then countless experts rushed to the Phoenix domain. Most of these experts were from the demon race, but there were humans as well. The Divine Phoenix Clan wouldn't let Yang Yi live, and neither would the Emperor Sect or War Pavilion from the human race. Yang Yi was like a thorn in their side, and they wouldn't be able to eat and sleep in peace without pulling it out. Now, Yang Yi was trapped in the Phoenix domain, and coupled with the fact that the Divine Phoenix Clan was acting against him as well, it was definitely a perfect opportunity for the Emperor Sect and War Pavilion. The Demon God's Palace. Guillermo closed his eyes slowly and remained silent for a long time. He took a deep breath and stood up slowly. Envoy of the Fourth Hall. Immediately send reinforcements to the Divine Phoenix Clan. Actually, he didn't want to act against Yang Yi, but he had to. If Yang Yi really was from the demon race, then he wouldn't have to do anything. Unfortunately, Yang Yi was human. Even though Yang Yi had the demon gods in her core, Yang Yi was still human, and it was a face that couldn't be changed. Since the Divine Phoenix Clan was seeking assistance, the Demon God's Palace had to help. Even though Yang Yi was someone the demon god thought highly of, Yang Yi was still an outsider, and the demon race had to be united against the other races. Demon God's Palace wasn't the only power that sent experts to the Divine Phoenix Clan. The Heavenly Dragon Clan, Devil Ape Clan, and Phantom Fox Clan has done so as well. Oblivion Boundary City. The goat pub Ding Xiaoyao was alone in a room. She remained silent for a long time before she shook her head. I knew that you would cause quite the commotion upon heading to the demon territory, but I never expected you to actually cause such a commotion. You slaughtered the Divine Phoenix Clan. You're really brave. She slowly closed her eyes. How should I help you? The Nangong Clan? Impossible. It's impossible for Master to lend you a hand. Even if she agrees to help, she won't be able to save you. The Sword God's Pavilion? That won't work either. Not only would it refuse to help, it may even try to assassinate you. The Nether Pavilion? Ding Xiaoyao's eyes suddenly opened wide when she thought up to this point, and then she hurriedly said, Heaven, Earth, profound and yellow. Give the order for everyone to stop what they're doing and do everything they can to find the Nether Pavilion. Hurry. Yes. For voices came from the shadows, and it didn't take long for the room to fall silent again. The Nether Pavilion. Ding Xiaoyao closed her eyes slowly once more. Yang Yi was currently facing a hopeless situation, and there was only a single power capable of getting him out of it. It was the Nether Pavilion. Besides the Nether Pavilion, no other power could save Yang Yi. As for Yang Yi himself, could he fight the entire demon race on his own? The answer was a definite no. Perhaps it would be possible if he was given a few more years to grow. The Nether Pavilion was Yang Yi's only hope. However, where were they? Ding Xiaoyao's brows were pressed tightly together. If one looked down at this mountain range, one would notice that it looked like a sleeping dragon. There was a bamboo house in a dense forest deep within the mountain range. A woman in a white dress who held a feather fan was seated cross-legged in the house, and a go board was right in front of her. Presently, both the black and white pieces were in a fierce battle. She gently picked up a white piece and placed it on the board, and then a smile curled up on the corners of her mouth. Not even at the age of 30, yet he possesses returnal rank slaughter intent, quasi-returnal rank sword intent, and the sword domain. Ha, what an extraordinary genius. Even Jin Wuji and the Unfettered One weren't any better. The Divine Phoenix Clan has really bitten off more than it can chew. As soon as she finished speaking, She picked up a black piece and placed it down on the board, and then she continued, "He possesses both great karmic luck and great bad luck as well. Both good luck and bad luck. First there was bad luck, then good luck came. So, you definitely obtained some sort of fortuitous encounter. Yang, what secrets are you hiding? I'm truly curious." The bamboo house fell into a moment of silence, but it didn't take long for the woman to continue. Nether Pavilion. Huh? Will you show yourselves? Would you dare to show yourselves? I really look forward to your arrival. However, you probably won't come. But if you don't come, then what will Yang Yi do? He's in a hopeless situation right now. No, it isn't a hopeless situation yet. His destiny is extremely tenacious, so he may be able to get out of it. I have to lend the Divine Phoenix clan a hand. As soon as she finished speaking, she picked up another piece and said, "Give my order. Tell Azure Sky and White Earth to head to the demon territory. Tell them to kill some demon beasts from the Heavenly Dragon Clan, Devil Ape Clan, and Phantom Fox Clan. It isn't necessary to kill many, just around 10,000 per clan is sufficient. Tell them to give those clans a warning. If they don't let Yang Yi go, then their clans will be annihilated." Understood. A soft voice came from outside the door. The woman waved her hand, and the go board vanished. After that, she walked slowly to the door, and she looked up into the sky. She remained silent for a long time before she suddenly smiled. "Nether Pavilion, the enmity between us is finally coming to an end." As soon as she finished speaking, she suddenly turned to look at a corner of the house, and she said, "Don't worry. That man you love has an extremely tenacious destiny. He probably won't die. You'll be able to see him very soon." Chapter 1562. The demon race is doomed if Yang Yi dies. The Phoenix Domain. Within the primordial pagoda. At this moment, Yang Yi was seated cross-legged in the 3rd level, and sword intent was surging chaotically throughout his body. Backlash. It was the backlash from his sword intent. Fortunately, he was used to the pain it came with. Around 2 hours later, Yang Yi had recovered completely under the effects of the primordial violet energy. Actually, the true heaven-defying ability that Yang Yi possessed wasn't his attainments in the sword Dao, nor was it his physical body. It was his recovery. His recovery was truly heaven-defying. After all, logically speaking, an ordinary person would have had to recuperate for a few months to completely recover from the injuries Head sustained. However, Head merely used 2 hours. Little Sky asked, "What do you plan to do now?" Yang Yi didn't speak, and he just gazed at Snowy. At this moment, Snowy was lying silently in the cage without moving at all, and his eyes gradually became icy cold. When Yang Yi met Snowy for the first time, she'd been imprisoned by the Welkin Wolf Demon King for countless years. It could be said that Snowy feared losing her freedom the most. Yet now, the Divine Phoenix clan had imprisoned her again. He could imagine how helpless and afraid Snowy had been. Most importantly, the Divine Phoenix clan had even extracted her consciousness. Besides that, he didn't know how Zir was right now. Yang Yi slowly closed his eyes. A long time passed before he opened them again, and his gaze was calm again. "What do I plan to do? Haha, remember what I said earlier? I'm going to make the Divine Phoenix clan go extinct. I'll make them cease to exist on this continent." Little Sky shook her head. "Your current strength isn't sufficient to accomplish that." Yang Yi gazed at her and said, "If I can't accomplish it in a day, then I'll try for 2 days. If I fail to accomplish it in 2 days, I'll try for 2 years. If I still can't accomplish it in 2 years, then I'll try for 20 years. I won't stop until they go extinct." Little Sky fell silent for a long time, and then she said, "I don't know what to say." Persuade him? How would she do that? She knew very well that it was impossible. Stop him? But Yang Yi wasn't the one at fault. It was the Divine Phoenix clan. So, if she was going to stop someone, she would stop the Divine Phoenix clan. Unfortunately, Shed tried to persuade them, but the Divine Phoenix clan refused to listen. However, she really didn't want Yang Yi to continue his unrestrained slaughter. Yang Yi gazed at her and said, "Little Sky, I know that you're kind-hearted, and you don't wish to see me kill too much. I'm also aware that if you want to stop me, then you might really be able to stop me. However, I'm serious. Don't stop me, because I don't want to treat you as my enemy." As soon as he finished speaking, Yang Ye's figure vanished on the spot. Once Yang Yi left, Xiao Yushi, who had been standing silently at the side, spoke abruptly, "Can you help him?" She didn't know who Little Sky was, but she knew that perhaps Little Sky was the only one who could help Yang Yi right now. Little Sky shook her head. "I want help him kill. The reason I helped him make the Eye of the Heaven Dao leave was because I felt the Divine Phoenix clan should be punished. Yet now, they've suffered their punishment." Xiao Yushi fell silent. Meanwhile, Little Sky sighed softly. The continent has been peaceful for so long. Is a storm of blood about to rage through it again? After he returned to the outside world, Yang Yi noticed that he was beneath the ground of a mountain range. He didn't emerge from the ground immediately, and he dug his way towards the core of Phoenix Domain. He was very well aware of what would be waiting for him above ground. So, if he wanted to take revenge, he couldn't go head-on against them. It didn't take long for Yang Yi to arrive deep underground, and he was surrounded by lava. Yang Yi glanced at the surroundings, and then he drew his sword and swung it. OM! A sword howl suddenly resounded through the Phoenix Domain, and then a mountain range suddenly exploded open. After that, countless torrents of lava shot up into the air like multiple erupting volcanoes. Once they shot up into the sky, the torrents of lava exploded apart like fireworks. In the end, they rained down like a storm. At the moment that sword howl resounded, over 20 divine senses appeared at the mountain range which Yang Yi had been under. A moment later, over 20 old men appeared in the sky above the mountain range, and the leader of the group was Emo Jiang. Emo Jiang glanced at the surroundings and spoke in a low voice. He was hiding here. One of the old men by Emo Jiang's side asked, "Can you locate him?" Emo Jiang's eyes narrowed slightly, and then his divine sense swept out. In an instant, a huge area in the surroundings was enveloped by his divine sense. A long time passed before he opened his eyes and said, "I can't locate his aura." The old man spoke in a low voice. "He possesses the sword domain, so he can fully conceal his aura. So long as he doesn't do anything, it's very difficult for us to find him." Emo Jiang glanced at the surroundings. He was about to speak when another sword howl resounded from extremely far away, and then a similar scene appeared. Countless torrents of lava shot up from beneath the ground. At the moment that sword howl resounded, Emo Jiang and the others had vanished on the spot. In the blink of an eye, they were where the second sword howl had resounded. But at this moment, the area was completely empty, and there wasn't even a trace of Yang Yi. Emo Jiang and the others' expressions became extremely unsightly. If Yang Yi fought them head-on, then they didn't have to fear him at all while he didn't possess the help of the stellar sword energy from the stellar sword diagram. Even if he activated it, they didn't have to fear him because the experts of the demon race had arrived in the Phoenix Domain. So long as Yang Yi showed himself, Yang Yi would die. Yet now, Yang Yi refused to fight them directly. Yang Yi wasn't a Rebirth Realm expert, but he was countless times more terrifying than a Rebirth Realm expert, especially when he chose to avoid direct confrontation. Suddenly, another sword howl resounded from a corner of the Phoenix Domain. At this moment, Yang Yi was destroying the core of Phoenix Domain. Actually, if Yang Yi did this in the outside world, the Eye of the Heaven Dao would definitely come for him, or he would be stopped by Little Sky. But the Phoenix Domain was different. It was a world that the Divine Phoenix clan had created. Even though it was on Sky Continent, it was an independent world. Thus, even if it was destroyed, the effects on Sky Continent would be minuscule. Needless to say, Emo Jiang and the others were getting anxious. Phoenix Domain was already severely damaged from the stellar sword energy that Yang Yi had summoned earlier. Now, Yang Yi was destroying Phoenix Dimension's core. It could be said that if this continued, then the Phoenix Dimension might really be destroyed by him. Meanwhile, Emo Jiang spoke solemnly. "Ask the Heavenly Dragon Clan, Demon God's Palace, Phantom Fox Clan, and Devil Ape Clan to help in the search for Yang Yi. Tell them that his strength is extraordinary, and they should absolutely not confront him without a group of at least 3 Rebirth Realm experts." Just like that, countless Rebirth Realm experts started to search madly for Yang Yi. They joined forces and formed a huge web of divine synths that covered the entire Phoenix domain. It could be said that even the slightest breeze would be noticed by them at the first possible moment, and they would be able to rush over instantaneously. However, at this moment, Yang Yi didn't attack again. He was recovering his profound energy and waiting for the best moment to attack. So, the Phoenix domain was peaceful again. Even though it was peaceful, the demon race wasn't in a peaceful state. A man and a woman had suddenly arrived in the demon territory. Based on their outer appearance, they seemed very young. They seemed like they were only a little over 20 years of age. The man wore an azure robe while the woman wore a white robe. The man held a saber in his left hand while a sword was in the woman's right hand. Something worth mentioning was that she had no left arm, and the cut on her shoulder was smooth like a mirror. Once they entered the demon territory, they went straight for the Heavenly Dragon Clan. As soon as they entered the Heavenly Dragon Clan's territory, a dragon appeared before them. The dragon stared at them and said, "Humans!" Suddenly, the woman's sword transformed into a ray of light and vanished on the spot. At the moment it vanished, a lotus flower made of swords appeared above the dragon. A moment later, the flower bloomed, and then almost 10,000 rays of light instantly shot into the dragon's body. Bang! A moment of silence ensued before the dragon's body exploded apart and was obliterated. A rebirth realm dragon had been killed in an instant. Once that dragon was killed, the entire Heavenly Dragon Clan was shocked, and then countless experts from the Heavenly Dragon Clan flashed out from Heavenly Dragon Domain and charged towards the man and woman. Their expressions didn't change at all. A moment later, their sword and saber shot forward simultaneously. In an instant, the sky above the Heavenly Dragon Phoenix was covered in sword energy and saber energy. Around 15 minutes later, they left the Heavenly Dragon Domain. At this moment, the corpses of almost 10,000 dragons were floating in the sky above the Heavenly Dragon Domain. Something worth mentioning was that most of those corpses belonged to deities or dragons below the deity realm. Moreover, most were from the younger generation, while very few dualism realm and rebirth realm experts had been killed. After they left, it didn't take long for them to pay a visit to the Phantom Fox clan and Devil Ape clan. Around 15 minutes later, they left 10,000 corpses behind in both the Phantom Fox clan and Devil Ape clan. After they finished doing that, they left the demon territory. Just like what had happened in the Heavenly Dragon clan, regardless of whether it was the Phantom Fox clan and Devil Ape clan, most that were dead were at the deity realm or below. Something worth mentioning was that they left a message behind before they left. The demon race is doomed if Yang Yi dies. It sounded extremely imposing and overbearing. However, would the demon race be scared by it? Not only was the demon race not scared by it, it infuriated the entire demon race instead. In an instant, countless experts of the demon race rushed towards the Phoenix domain, and their target was naturally Yang Yi. Moreover, the warning bells had been struck in the demon territory. The demon territory's warning bells were only struck when the demon territory was being invaded, and it was only struck when the situation was extremely serious. Once the bells were struck, the old geezers of the demon race who were in indefinite closed-door cultivation would leave their places of cultivation as well. Mysterious human experts had come deep into the demon territory and killed demon beasts. As far as the demon race was concerned, the human race was provoking the demon race. However, the human alliance of the human race suddenly declared that it had nothing to do with the human race, and it was a private affair between Yang Yi and the demon race. Moreover, the human alliance even expressed its willingness to assist the demon race in capturing Yang Yi and the power that backed him. So, Yang Yi became the common enemy of the demon race and human race. Chapter 1563, The Divining Flame. In order to prove that the attacks on the demon race weren't related to the human alliance, the human alliance specially dispatched its forces to the Phoenix domain and expressed their willingness to help in the capture of Yang Yi. The human alliance was an alliance formed by many formidable powers in the human territory. It represented the entire human race. If the human race was attacked, then all the powers in the human territory would have to obey the human alliance. Because the human alliance stepped forward and proved that it wasn't involved in the attack, the war which was about to erupt between the human race and demon race had been calmed. After that, the demon race locked its sights on Yang Yi. Yang Yi and the forces standing behind him were provoking the demon race. Obviously, Yang Yi became the #1 enemy of the demon race. It wasn't just the demon race. The human alliance blacklisted Yang Yi as well. In short, Yang Yi had become a common enemy of the human race and demon race. At this moment, Yang Yi was still unaware of that. But he wouldn't care even if he was aware. Because he had more than enough enemies, so a few more didn't make a difference. After all, one stopped worrying when there was too much to worry about. Oblivion Boundary City. The goat pub Ding Xiaoyou's eyes were closed tight while she sat in an armchair within her room. A long time passed before she suddenly spoke softly. Mysterious experts snuck into the demon territory. The Devil Ape Clan, Phantom Fox Clan, and Heavenly Dragon Clan lost over 10,000 demon beasts each. However, most of them were at the deity realm or below. That proves that they weren't really trying to help Yang Yi. As for what they said about the demon race being doomed if Yang Yi dies, they were clearly trying to create enmity for Yang Yi. She remained silent for a long time before she spoke again. Not long after the incident at the demon territory, the human alliance immediately guaranteed that it had no connection to Yang Yi. Moreover, it was even willing to capture Yang Yi. Is the human alliance acting against Yang Yi? No. While the War Pavilion and Emperor sect have some influence, it's impossible for them to be capable of influencing the entire human alliance. The one pulling the strings isn't them. Ding Xiaoyou's eyes suddenly opened. If it isn't them, then who? Who possesses such power? The experts they sent were actually able to move freely through the demon territory. Such strength. Moreover, they can even influence the human alliance. Who is it? Why are they targeting Yang Yi? After pondering deeply for a long time, Ding Xiaoyou suddenly stood up. Yang Yi isn't their target. If Yang Yi was their target, they wouldn't have gone to such lengths to create enemies for him. Based on the strength they've revealed, they're entirely capable of killing Yang Yi. Their target isn't Yang Yi, but they are acting against him. Ding Xiaoyou's pupils suddenly constricted. The Nether Pavilion. They want to force Yang Yi into a hopeless situation and draw out the Nether Pavilion. The reason she thought of the Nether Pavilion was because it was quite close with Yang Yi. Moreover, besides the Nether Pavilion, no one else could save Yang Yi from the current situation that he was in. Besides that, the Nether Pavilion was the only force that may try to save Yang Yi. Ding Xiaoyou was instantly enlightened when she thought up to this point. She was naturally aware of the Nether Pavilion, and Shed investigated it. After she investigated the Nether Pavilion, Shed felt worried for Yang Yi, because the situation was absolutely complicated. How strong was the Nether Pavilion? Yet it was still forced to flee to the lower dimensions. So, she could imagine how powerful that power which was acting against the Nether Pavilion from the shadows was. But Yang Yi was so close to the Nether Pavilion, so trouble would definitely come for him. Sure enough, what she was worried about had occurred. Yang Yi was being used like a pawn. Ding Xiaoyou remained silent for a long time, and then she looked off into the distance. There was lost expression in her eyes. Will the Nether Pavilion come? If you don't come, he'll definitely die. In the bamboo house on that unknown mountain range, a woman was playing Go by herself. A long time passed before a charming smile curled up on her face. Sister of the Nether Pavilion, will you show yourselves? I really look forward to your arrival. When she spoke up to this point, she suddenly turned to look at a corner of the house. Don't worry. The person you love has the most tenacious destiny that I've ever seen. He'll definitely be able to persist until the Nether Pavilion comes to save him. Of course, even if he can't hold on until then, they'll still send you there to meet him one last time. As soon as she finished speaking, silence filled the surroundings, and only the sound of Go pieces being placed could be heard. The Phoenix Domain. After he recovered his profound energy, Yang Yi was about to continue destroying Phoenix Domain. However, Little Sky stopped him. She glanced at the sky and said, I sense numerous powerful auras. A huge amount of them. They've covered the entire Phoenix Domain. They'll definitely detect you as soon as you head outside and do something. Once they detect you, you'll be finished. So, you can't go out there. Yang Yi frowned. Numerous powerful auras? Rebirth Realm experts? Little Sky nodded. Yang Yi asked, how many? She fell silent for a moment and replied, "Over 50 at the very least." Yang Ye's eyes instantly narrowed slightly. Over 50 Rebirth Realm experts. The Divine Phoenix clan definitely didn't have that many. So, in other words, the Divine Phoenix clan had sought help. You can't go outside, and you can't leave the Phoenix domain as well. Little Sky continued, they've covered the entire area with their divine sense. Even though you can fully conceal your aura, they'll definitely detect your presence if you head outside. Because they are searching for you. Once you head outside, your movement will definitely cause faint changes in space, and they'll definitely be able to detect those faint changes while they are focused on locating you. So long as they locate you, you'll be surrounded in an instant. Yang Yi fell silent. Little Sky shook her head and said, "You're in big trouble this time." The current situation Yang Yi was in was really a hopeless one. A truly hopeless situation. Those Rebirth Realm experts were waiting for Yang Yi to head outside. They couldn't locate him while he stayed within the primordial pagoda, but they would definitely start a search for him if he didn't show himself after some time. However, Yang Yi was trapped within the Phoenix domain, so it was only a matter of time before they found him. Once they found Yang Yi, he would definitely lose his life. Even the stellar sword diagram couldn't save him, unless Yang Yi attained the Rebirth Realm or Dualism Realm, because so long as he attained the Dualism Realm, his strength and the assistance of the stellar sword diagram would be sufficient to give him a good chance to escape this place. But the problem was that Yang Yi was still a deity right now. Yang Yi remained silent for a long time, and then he gazed at Little Sky. The latter shook her head. "I'm sorry, but I don't know how to fight. I really don't." Yang Yi smiled. "I don't plan to ask you to help me fight them." Little Sky was puzzled. "Then what?" Yang Yi said, "Little Sky, even though I don't know who you are, we're friends. Such a situation is truly hopeless for me. If you continue staying with me, you'll definitely be unable to escape death. So leave. I know that you'll definitely be able to escape if you want to." Little Sky gazed at Yang Yi for a long time and said, "Why don't we go discuss the matter with them? Let's all just sit down and talk about it." Yang Yi smiled as he rubbed her head. "Oh, you're so naive. Not to mention you. Even the Lord of the Heaven Tao wouldn't be able to reconcile us. Listen to me and just leave. I'm their target. So, they won't pursue you if you're not with me. Even if they do, they won't send many experts after you. Understand?" Little Sky fell silent for a long time, and then she said, "Let me stay with you." "You." Yang Yi was about to say something when Little Sky interrupted him. "I won't die. Even if you're killed, I still won't die. I don't know why I won't die. In any case, I won't. At the very least, they aren't capable of killing me. Even that flame of yours can't kill me. No, perhaps it can try. However, I think that even it can't kill me. Of course, the exception would be if it's controlled by its original owner." The divining flame. Yang Yi naturally knew which flame she was referring to. It was the divining flame, of course. Yang Yi gazed at Little Sky for a very long time, and then he said, "All right, you can stay." As soon as he finished speaking, Yang Yi went to the tuned level of the primordial pagoda. Yang Yi walked over to the pill furnace. Little Sky Flame immediately flew into Yang Yi's arms when she saw him. Yang Yi rubbed her head and gazed at the divining flame. "I need your help." The Divine Phoenix clan had gotten help, so he intended to do so as well. The divining flame remained silent. Yang Yi gazed at it for a long time, and then he said, "I won't force you." Yang Yi turned around and walked away. Suddenly, a voice resounded, "You can't endure my strength. I have a chance." Yang Yi turned around and gazed at the divining flame. "My body is very strong." The divining flame replied, "It's not enough. It wouldn't be strong enough even if it's 10 times stronger." Yang Yi asked, "You can't leave on your own?" The divining flame replied, "I can't." Yang Yi asked, "Why?" "Because I'm confined here." The divining flame said, "Don't ask me why. I can only tell you that if you want my help, then you must be able to endure my strength. Because I have to use you as a medium in order to extend my strength to the world outside. But if I transfer my energy to you right now, you'll be transformed into ashes in an instant." Yang Yi remained silent for a long time, and then he activated the energy of the demon god. As soon as that happened, his body immediately underwent a tremendous change. At this moment, his body was at least 5 times stronger than before. That wasn't the end of it. Yang Yi immediately activated the Sword God seal and raised his sword intent to the returnal rank. After that, he used his dual intents to form layers around himself. At the same time, the primordial violet energy within him transformed into a violet barrier of light that covered him. Meanwhile, the divining flame said, "I'll still be very dangerous." Yang Yi shook his head. "It doesn't matter. Let's do it. I just hope you're strong enough." Strong enough? The divining flame suddenly started roaring with laughter. "If my main body can leave this place, I can even incinerate this entire universe." As soon as he finished speaking, the divining flame suddenly flashed out from the pill furnace and entered the center of Yang Yi's forehead. Bang! In an instant, Yang Yi was covered in flames. A moment later, boom! A huge area around Yang Yi was instantly incinerated and vanished. At the same time, all the flames throughout Phoenix Domain had started to shiver madly. Chapter 1564 The Phoenix Domain is no more. At this moment, all the experts throughout the Phoenix Domain were shocked, and they gazed towards Yang Yi's location. What's going on? That was what everyone wondered at this moment. At this moment, the area Yang Yi stood at had been transformed into an ocean of flames. Or it should be said that an ocean of flames covered a huge area around Yang Yi. Moreover, waves of fire were ceaselessly surging up into the sky, and it seemed like they sought to incinerate the world. All the experts here arrived in the air above the ocean of flames, and it didn't take long for a man to walk out slowly from within the flames. It was Yang Yi. At this moment, Yang Yi seemed like he was made of flames, a being truly made of flames. "Yang Yi." Emojiang stared at Yang Yi and said, "What are you trying to do?" Yang Yi suddenly looked up at Emojiang. A moment later, Yang Yi transformed into a flaming pillar that shot up into the sky. A wisp of ferocity curled up on the corners of Emojiang's mouth, and then he slapped his palm down at Yang Yi. A huge claw that blotted out the sky appeared there and slammed down towards Yang Yi. Suddenly, a ray of sword energy tore through the air. It was just an ordinary ray of sword energy, but it was covered in a layer of dark red flames. The sword energy collided with the huge claw, and as soon as they collided, the huge claw was instantly obliterated like snow dropping into boiling oil. Meanwhile, the flaming sword energy didn't slow down and shot straight towards Emojiang. Emojiang's pupils constricted at the sight of this. When was Yang Yi's sword energy so terrifying? Suddenly, one of the old men warned, "Be careful of that flame." Meanwhile, the flaming sword energy had arrived in front of Emojiang. Emojiang took a step forward, and then an ink-black flame surged out from within him. However, as soon as the ink-black flame emerged from within him, all the experts of the Divine Phoenix clan were stunned by the scene that followed, because the ink-black flame had immediately turned around and fled. It had fled. The Nether Death Flame, a flame ranked as the third in the world, had actually fled. Emojiang didn't even have time to think. He just unfurled his fists and slapped his palms forward. Bang! An explosion resounded, and then Yang Yi's sword energy exploded into bits. However, while the sword energy had been blasted apart, the flames that covered it hadn't vanished. The flames traveled along Emojiang's hands and started spreading towards his entire body, and then it fully enveloped him. Shrill and miserable cries resounded incessantly. It was coming from Emojiang. As they watched Emojiang let out those shrill cries, the eyes of some experts from the Divine Phoenix clan were filled with disbelief. The Divine Phoenix clan was a clan that specialized in flames. Flames were extremely beneficial to them. Yet now, as the patriarch of the Divine Phoenix clan, Emojiang was actually unable to resist Yang Yi's flames? What flames were they? The shrill cries were still resounding incessantly. Emojiang's body had actually turned completely red, and it seemed like he was going to be cooked. It didn't take long for Emojiang to return to his true form. However, the flames were still wrapped tightly around him, and it made Emo Jiang struggle and howl madly in midair. The experts from the Divine Phoenix clan were shocked when they saw that Emo Jiang was still incapable of struggling free of the flames after returning to his true form, and one of the old men hurriedly said, "Hurry up and help him." Suddenly, Yang Yi swung his sword swiftly. In an instant, countless rays of sword energy shot up towards the sky in a dense mass. Every single strand of sword energy was enveloped by a layer of dark red flames. The experts of the Divine Phoenix clan were astounded. Even Emo Jiang couldn't resist those flames, so they didn't dare to allow the sword energy to get close to them. All of them attacked at once. At the same time, numerous powerful auras approached from all directions. In an instant, over 30 old men arrived here. Some were from the demon race while some were from the human race. Coupled with the experts from the Divine Phoenix clan, there were 53 Rebirth Realm experts here. 53 Rebirth Realm experts had released their auras, and Yang Yi's sword energy was instantly dispersed by them. However, the flames didn't vanish, and they floated in midair. However, the auras of those Rebirth Realm experts had immobilized in midair. Meanwhile, the experts of the Divine Phoenix clan helped Emo Jiang suppress the flames which covered him, but even they couldn't put it out completely. The waves of flames around Yang Yi were stretched swiftly towards the surroundings, but they'd been completely suppressed by the Rebirth Realm experts here. The joint forces of 53 Rebirth Realm experts was absolutely terrifying. Yang Yi glanced at the sky. Huh? All of you really think highly of me. 53 Rebirth Realm experts. There are humans too? When has the human race joined forces with the Divine Phoenix clan? Yang Yi. Suddenly, Guillemot stepped forward. He looked Yang Yi in the eyes and said, "I thought it was merely enmity between you and the Divine Phoenix clan, but I never expected that you and the forces behind you would actually act against my entire demon race. Who's supporting you for the shadows? Why are you attacking my demon race?" Attacking the demon race? Yang Yi gazed at Guillemot. "Elder Gu, I don't really understand what you're trying to say." "You don't understand?" Guillemot spoke in a low voice. "Not too long ago, mysterious experts entered our demon territory and slaughtered a few tens of thousands of demon beasts. Moreover, they threatened to destroy the demon race if you die." Yang Yi frowned. "Someone is helping me? Who's helping me?" Meanwhile, one of the human experts in the sky stepped forward. "Yang Yi, you and the power standing behind you launched a surprise attack on the demon race and almost caused war between our races. Do you realize what the consequences of that would be? If war erupts between our races, you'll be condemned through the ages." Yang Yi gazed at the human rebirth realm expert. "And who are you?" The old man spoke indifferently. "I'm the president of the Human Alliance, Sudan." Yang Yi frowned again. He hadn't expected the Human Alliance to have joined in as well. There was enmity between him and both the Emperor Sect and War Pavilion, but this was the Human Alliance. This alliance wasn't something that the War Pavilion and Emperor Sect could control. It was an alliance that was jointly built by all the powerful powers of the human race. So, the War Pavilion and Emperor Sect didn't have much influence on it. Yang Yi's brows were pressed even more tightly together. His intuition told him that this incident wasn't normal. Meanwhile, Sudan suddenly asked, "Yang Yi, is the power standing behind you the Nether Pavilion?" The Nether Pavilion. The expressions of everyone here changed when they heard him. They naturally knew about the Nether Pavilion. After all, it had once been a taboo in Sky Continent. Meanwhile, Sudan added, "Haha, besides the Nether Pavilion, who else could it be? After all, you, Yang Yi, were quite close to the Nether Pavilion in the lower dimension. Since you've been trapped here, they naturally wouldn't stand by idly." He suddenly gazed at Guillemot and the demon beasts in the surroundings before he continued, "Everyone, I think that it's best to let Yang Yi leave. Otherwise, the Nether Pavilion..." The Nether Pavilion? Suddenly, a middle-aged man stepped forward. "So what if it's the Nether Pavilion? Why would my demon race fear the Nether Pavilion?" "Yang Yi, there was no enmity between my Heavenly Dragon clan and the Nether Pavilion, but you slaughtered over 10,000 of my clansmen for no reason. Such enmity is irreconcilable." Meanwhile, Yang Yi frowned. The Nether Pavilion is here in the large world? That doesn't sound right. It only took an instant for Yang Yi to reject that thought. If the Nether Pavilion was here, they would have definitely come straight to the Divine Phoenix clan and not kill the demon beasts of the other clans. Killing the demon beasts of the other clans would only infuriate the entire demon race and make the entire demon race target him. Moreover, if it really was the Nether Pavilion, then they would definitely be here by now. In other words, it wasn't the Nether Pavilion. Moreover, the mysterious experts that attacked the demon race may not have been helping him, and they may have been trying to create trouble for him. Suddenly, Su Dao said, "Everyone, the Nether Pavilion is a huge threat, and my human alliance is willing to join forces with all of you in the fight against them." Perfect. The expert from the Heavenly Dragon Clan nodded. Even the Heavenly Dragon Clan was extremely afraid of the Nether Pavilion, or it should be said that the entire demon race feared the Nether Pavilion. So, the human alliance's willingness to help was naturally good news. A smile curled up on the corners of Su Don's mouth, and then he gazed at Yang Yi. However, we have to deal with Yang Yi first. Suddenly, Yang Yi gazed at Guamo. "Elder Gu, I don't want to say anything now, and it's pointless to say anything. Just take the members of Demon God's palace and leave." Guamo gazed at Yang Yi for a long time, and then he said, "I can't leave." Yang Yi fell silent for a long time, and then he nodded, "I understand." As soon as he finished speaking, he gazed at the experts from the Divine Phoenix clan. From today onwards, the Phoenix domain is no more. Once he finished speaking, Yang Yi waved his right hand, and the stellar sword diagram appeared in front of him. In an instant, the scene and the surroundings changed, and then it was transformed into a starry sky. A moment later, countless strands of stellar sword energy appeared in the sky above the Phoenix domain. This time, the stellar sword energy was different, and it was fiery red. A dense expanse of fiery red sword energy descended from the sky. At the same time, the ocean of flames around Yang Yi swept swiftly towards the surroundings. When they saw the fiery red sword energy that filled the sky, Missouri Jiang and the other experts from the Divine Phoenix clan turned ghastly pale in an instant. Meanwhile, the ocean of flames had stretched extremely far into the surroundings, and everything in its path was obliterated. Chapter 1565. He's absolutely vengeful. The experts of the Divine Phoenix clan weren't the only ones. At this moment, all the Rebirth Realm experts here had extremely unsightly expressions on their faces. If it was merely the stellar sword diagram, then their joint forces would have no need to fear it. The reason they were afraid was the flames that covered the sword energy. Especially Jiang Imo had come into close contact with those flames, so he knew very well how terrifying they were. He knew that if the sword energy descended, then Phoenix Domain would really vanish from this world. Phoenix Domain wouldn't be the only thing that vanished. All the living beings in Phoenix Domain would vanish too. As soon as he thought up to this point, Imo Jiang ignored everything else and hurriedly looked at Yang Yi. He shouted, "Yang Yi, my Divine Phoenix clan is willing to let you leave. Quickly stop your sword energy." Yang Yi paid no attention to Imo Jiang. The stellar sword energy was descending faster and faster under his control. At this moment, the stellar sword energy was just around 100 m above them. Retreat. Suddenly, Su Dan immediately decided to retreat, and he vanished on the spot with the other human experts. Retreat. It didn't take long for the experts of the Heavenly Dragon Clan to vanish. The Heavenly Dragon Clan wasn't the only clan that left. All the other Rebirth Realm experts besides the experts of the Divine Phoenix clan had left. Stop the sword energy from descending? What a joke. Even if they weren't surrounded by those flames, it wouldn't be easy to stop them. Now that they were covered by those flames, they were even more difficult to stop. If they stayed behind and resisted the sword energy until the end, then they were certain that at least 90% of them would perish here. Moreover, they may not even be able to succeed in the end. Suddenly, one of the experts from the Divine Phoenix clan said, "Retreat. We must retreat." Retreat. Imo Jiang turned around and roared with fury. What about the Phoenix domain? What about the countless living beings here? The old man spoke in a low voice. If we die, then no one will be left to avenge our clan. Mo Jiang had a ferocious expression on his face, and he was visibly struggling. He remained silent for a short while, and then he took a deep breath and howled with fury, "Retreat! Everyone leave Phoenix Domain. Save as many as you can." As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly turned to look at Yang Yi, and he spoke fiercely, "Yang Yi, they'll definitely make you pay 1,000-fold for this." Once he finished speaking, he vanished on the spot with the other experts from the Divine Phoenix clan. Meanwhile, the flames had descended completely. Everything throughout the Phoenix domain was obliterated. At the same time, the waves of flames had spread throughout the Phoenix domain, and the joint destruction caused by the waves of flames and the sword energy caused the space in the Phoenix domain to start shattering. Boom! Around an hour later, a resounding explosion surged through Sky continent. Along with that explosion, the Phoenix domain was completely destroyed. At this moment, everyone knew that the Divine Phoenix clan would fall into a decline. Even though its Rebirth Realm experts had mostly been able to escape, at least 90% of the phoenixes below the Rebirth Realm had perished. If a power didn't have new blood to maintain and grow its strength, it wouldn't last for long, and it would have no future. The news that the Divine Phoenix clan had been almost annihilated swept swiftly through Sky continent. At this moment, all the powers throughout the continent heard of a name, Yang Yi. Actually, many powers throughout the continent knew Yang Yi's name even before this. After all, Head killed his way up here from the lower dimensions. However, they merely knew Yang Yi's name before this, and they were merely curious about him. They held no fear towards him. Yet now, many powers were fearful of Yang Yi, because he possessed strength capable of almost annihilating the Divine Phoenix clan on his own. Oblivion Boundary City. The goat pub Ding Xiaoyao heaved a sigh of relief when she found out what had happened in the Divine Phoenix clan, and she had finally relaxed for real. Actually, she didn't want the Nether Pavilion to show itself. Why? Because if the members of the Nether Pavilion came, then those who were acting against the Nether Pavilion from the shadows would show themselves as well. At that time, Yang Yi would truly be in danger. After all, a force that could force the Nether Pavilion to leave to the lower dimensions was absolutely not something Yang Yi could fight right now. Fortunately, had been able to deal with it on his own. She remained silent in the room for a long time, and then she suddenly spoke. "Tell our forces to do everything they can to enter the human alliance." "Yes." A voice came from outside her door. Ding Xiaoyao clenched her fist slowly. Who is scheming against Yang Yi and the Nether Pavilion? On that unknown mountain range. In the bamboo house. The woman was seated on a bamboo bed and playing Go. She was all alone. She raised a black piece and placed it down on the board, and then an almost imperceptible smile curled up on the corners of her mouth. Interesting. An unknown flame? Haha, you have quite a few trump cards. As soon as she finished speaking, she suddenly looked towards a corner of the house and smiled. Are you very happy? Actually, I'm very happy as well. Because this world will cease to be peaceful with his presence here. As soon as she finished speaking, she returned her attention to the Go board, and it didn't take long for the house to only be filled with the sound of Go pieces being placed down. After he destroyed the Phoenix domain, Yang Yi didn't leave the place, nor was he able to, because those experts were searching all over for him. In a hole deep beneath the ground, Yang Yi entered the primordial pagoda. As soon as he entered the primordial pagoda, Yang Yi's face warped severely. At this moment, his entire body was blood red. But while it seemed like it was blood, if one looked carefully, one would notice that it was actually fine strands of flames. Presently, these fine strands of flames were violently burning his body. Yang Yi howled, quickly take these flames back." However, the divining flame didn't answer him. Meanwhile, little Sky appeared in front of Yang Yi. It seems to have fallen into deep sleep. Yang Yi asked, What? What do you mean?" Little Sky shook her head. "Its main body can't leave this place, and it could only send out its energy through you. However, you aren't able to endure its strength at all. Moreover, it had forcefully sent its energy out from this place, so it struck quite a huge blow on itself." Yang Yi's face was severely warped. Then what should I do? At this moment, The remaining flames from the divining flame were still on him. Even though the flames weren't trying to incinerate him, the temperature that the flames gave off was ceaselessly burning his body. If he didn't have the energy of the demon god and the primordial violet energy, he would have been burned to ash by now. Little Sky shrugged. I too don't know what you should do. Yang Yi was at a loss for words. Little Sky shook her head. You seem like you're in a huge amount of pain. I. But that doesn't have anything to do with me. Yang Yi spoke angrily. Little Sky, are you looking for a beating? Little Sky chuckled. I was joking. However, I really can't help you, because those flames have merged into one with your body. If you want to get rid of them, the only way is to rely on yourself and slowly force them out of yourself. Yang Yi had no other choice but to remove the flames on his own. Needless to say, the flames were really terrifying. Fortunately, they were trying to incinerate him on purpose. Otherwise, his body wouldn't be able to endure them. Even then, the temperature they gave off was sufficient to fill his entire body with extreme pain, and it was even worse than the pain he suffered from the backlash of his sword intent. Yang Yi gradually pushed out the flames with the help of his primordial violet energy, and they swiftly returned to the pill furnace once they left his body. Around 2 hours later, Yang Yi's body had returned to normal. Little Sky asked, What do you plan to do now? What do I plan to do? A ferocious smile curled up on the corners of Yang Yi's mouth. Annihilate the Divine Phoenix clan. Of course. Even though Head destroyed Phoenix Domain, many phoenixes had fled the Phoenix Domain before its destruction. Little Sky spoke softly. You've killed a lot already. No, it's not a lot at all. Yang Yi shook his head. I'm going to cut off the head of every single phoenix in this world. I'm going to make them go extinct. As soon as he finished speaking, his figure vanished on the spot. Little Sky remained silent for a long time, and then she sighed softly. Why did they have to offend that fellow? Can't everyone just live in peace? All of you just have to fight and kill each other. Greed is a sin. Demon God Mountain. After the Phoenix Domain was destroyed, the lucky survivors of the Divine Phoenix clan temporarily moved to Demon God Mountain. At this moment, less than 3,000 phoenixes remained from the Divine Phoenix clan. Moreover, it was only because many phoenixes weren't even in the Phoenix Domain, and very few had actually fled successfully from the Phoenix Domain. Needless to say, the Divine Phoenix clan was in a very miserable state right now. Demon God's Palace. At this moment, there were over 40 Rebirth Realm experts here, and they were the patriarchs of the various clans in the Demon Territory. The Heavenly Dragon Clan's Gu Tian gazed at Emo Jiang and asked, Why is Yang Yi attacking the Divine Phoenix clan? The others gazed at Emo Jiang as well. After all, there was definitely a reason why Yang Yi was attacking the Divine Phoenix clan like a madman, and they were really curious about the reason. Emo Jiang remained silent. Gu Tian spoke indifferently. Emo Jiang. Only by knowing the cause of this will we be able to think of a way to draw Yang Yi out. If you intend to continue keeping it a secret, then we won't be able to help you. Emo Jiang remained silent for a long time before he said, We captured 2 of his friends. The others exchanged glances, and Gu Emo frowned. Emo Jiang added, It's pointless to speak about all of that right now, right? The Nether Pavilion and Yang Yi aren't just targeting my Divine Phoenix clan now. They're targeting our entire demon race. Gu Emo asked abruptly, Where are his friends? Emo Jiang shook his head. We extracted the consciousness of one of them, but Xiaoling stole it. I don't know where Xiaoling is right now. As for the other one, that friend of his was in my clan's possession, but she suddenly vanished mysteriously. You brought all of this upon yourself. Gu Emo shook his head, and then he flicked a scroll to each and every one of the people here. This is the information about Yang Yi that we collected from the lower dimensions. He's an absolutely vengeful person. So this matter won't end just like that. Emo Jiang spoke ferociously. Are you telling me our demon race is afraid of him? Gu Emo shook his head, and then a bitter smile curled up on the corners of his mouth. If he doesn't show himself and focuses on cultivating, then it'll only take 10 years. No, just 5 years are enough. 5 years later, he'll be invincible like the unfettered one was all those years ago. At that time, which one of you will be able to stop him? Can any one of you do anything? All of them revealed quite unsightly expressions on their faces. Yang Yi was already so formidable right now, so how fearsome would he be in 5 years? Chapter 1566 Devil Race. I mourn for you. Actually, it wouldn't even take 5 years, because if they didn't join forces against him, then they wouldn't be able to stop Yang Yi at all. Even though Yang Yi was just a deity, his strength wasn't inferior to a rebirth realm expert. Coupled with the stellar sword diagram, the dual intents, and the mysterious flames he possessed, Yang Yi could be said to be on the verge of being invincible. The atmosphere in the hall became quite heavy. Suddenly, Guillemot stepped forward. Everyone, there's something I don't understand. The human race says that the power supporting Yang Yi is the Nether Pavilion, but I feel that there's something strange about it. The patriarch of the Heavenly Dragon Clan, Gu Tian, frowned. What do you mean? Guillemot explained. Just think about it. Why did those two mysterious experts only kill demon beasts at the dualism realm and below upon coming to our demon territory? If it was the Nether Pavilion, they would have slaughtered our rebirth realm experts. No, that's not right either. If it was the Nether Pavilion, based on their style and strength, they would have gone to the Divine Phoenix clan. Based on the strength they've revealed, they are entirely capable of saving Yang Yi. However, they didn't do that, and they slaughtered others instead. Gu Tian remained silent for a long time before he said, "You're trying to say that someone is framing Yang Yi and the Nether Pavilion?" Guillemot spoke solemnly. All those years ago, the Nether Pavilion was forced down to the lower dimensions, and that was internal strife within the human race. Now, it has returned. Based on the way they do things, they will definitely kill their way up here. If I'm not wrong, the human race wants to drag us into their battle with the Nether Pavilion. The others frowned when they heard Guillemot. The joint forces of the entire demon race didn't fear the Nether Pavilion, but it wasn't willing to fight the Nether Pavilion to the death. Even if the joint forces of those 10 women couldn't destroy the demon race, it was absolutely capable of crippling the demon race. Meanwhile, Gu Tian suddenly said, "Brother Guillemot, I think that makes sense. Once those mysterious experts killed in our territory, the Human Alliance suddenly announced that it had nothing to do with them, and they even immediately sent experts to help us. Now that I think carefully about it, it seems very strange." Guillemot nodded. Based on my investigation, Yang Yi's relationship with the Nether Pavilion is very good indeed. It's very likely that the human race wants to use Yang Yi to draw the Nether Pavilion out and then use us to fight them. That's like killing 2 birds with 1 stone. When he spoke up to this point, Guillemot glanced at everyone here and continued, "We absolutely can't get involved in the war with the Nether Pavilion. I'm sure all of you know about the Nether Pavilion. They definitely intend to take revenge. If we go against them, they'll definitely attack us madly. At that time, our demon race won't be able to stop them unless the demon god helps us." Gu Tian nodded. "We can't allow ourselves to be used by the human race." Meanwhile, someone suddenly asked, "Then what should we do about Yang Yi?" Yang Yi. Silence filled the area once more. Suddenly, Emojiang said, "My Divine Phoenix clan won't stop until one of us is dead." Meanwhile, Guillemot said, "All of you may not be aware of it, but the demon god has given his inner core to Yang Yi." The expressions of everyone here changed when they heard Guillemot. It was especially so for Emojiang. He stared at Guillemot and asked, "Why? Why did the demon god do that?" Guillemot replied, "The demon god thinks highly of his potential, but I never expected." Alas. The others exchanged glances. They hadn't expected that Yang Yi would have obtained the demon god's inner core. Meanwhile, Guillemot added, "Yang Yi can be considered to be half a member of our demon race." Emojiang gazed at Guillemot. "What are you trying to say?" Guillemot glanced at Emojiang and said, "Emojiang, your clan has less than 3,000 members left, but Yang Yi is still alive. Let me ask you something. Do you really intend to lead your clan to extinction?" Emojiang spoke ferociously. "Are you telling me that my Divine Phoenix clan shouldn't take revenge?" "Take revenge?" Guillemot continued. "Let me ask you something. How will you do that? Can you Divine Phoenix clan afford to fight him to the death? He has no ties in the large world. If he can't win a battle, he can just run, and then come back to fight another day. Your clan will be exhausted to death." He has no ties here, but what about lower dimensions? Emojiang spoke fiercely. My clan can head to the lower dimensions. Do you want to die? Guamo spoke angrily. The lower dimensions? The Nether Pavilion is there. What can you do there? You can't do anything. All you can do is give your life away. Meanwhile, Gu Tian spoke abruptly. Brother Emojiang, allow me to say a few words. Your Divine Phoenix clan really can't afford to suffer further losses. If this continues, your clan will be annihilated. Presently, you still have a chance because most of your Rebirth Realm experts are still alive, so your clan still has hope. But if this continues... Emojian clenched his fist slowly. He wasn't willing to accept it. He really wasn't. He truly wasn't willing to give up on taking revenge. However, reason told him that the Divine Phoenix clan really couldn't afford to continue fighting Yang Yi to the death. Suddenly, a shrill cry resounded on Demon God Mountain. The expressions of everyone within the hall changed, and then they vanished on the spot. There was a corpse on the mountainside, and it was the corpse of a phoenix. A savage expression instantly covered Emojiang's face. Obviously, it was Yang Yi's doing. Yang Yi was back. All of them revealed quite solemn expressions on their faces. They were extremely fearful of him. None of their clans could endure the might of Yang Yi's stellar sword diagram and that mysterious flame. Meanwhile, Guamo suddenly turned to look at Emojiang, who had a gloomy expression on his face. Guamo said, Emojiang, I'll only ask you once. Do you want to fight Yang Yi to the death, or do you want your Divine Phoenix clan to survive? Emojiang fell silent for a long time, and then he said, even if my Divine Phoenix clan is willing to stop, will Yang Yi be willing to do so as well? Guamo asked. His friend's consciousness is in Emo Xiling's possession? Emojiang nodded. Guamo asked, where's she right now? Emojiang spoke in a low voice. The devil territory. Tell her to bring it back right now. Guamo spoke solemnly. Immediately. Emojiang fell silent. If he made Emo Xiaoling bring the consciousness back, it would represent that the Divine Phoenix clan was submitting. Meanwhile, Gu Tian spoke abruptly. Emojiang, if you still refuse to submit at a time like this, then it'll be the end of your Divine Phoenix clan. Emojiang glanced at the others. At this moment, how could he not understand that Guamo and the others weren't willing to fight Yang Yi to the death for his Divine Phoenix clan? They had no need to fear Yang Yi with the joint forces they possessed, but they couldn't afford to fight him to the death. For example, if Yang Yi utilized the stellar sword diagram and that mysterious flame at Demon God Mountain, then the mountain would definitely vanish from the face of the continent. Yang Yi dared to fight them to the death, but they didn't dare to fight Yang Yi to the death. Or it should be said that it wasn't worth it to do so. At the very least, it wasn't worth it to do so for the Divine Phoenix clan's sake. Actually, after they found out that Yang Yi had obtained the demon god's inner core, their attitude towards the situation had changed slightly. Of course, the main reason was still Yang Yi's strength. A long time passed before Emojiang gazed at an elder of the Divine Phoenix clan and said, tell Xiaoling to come back immediately, and remind her to bring that fellow, Snowy's, consciousness with her. The old man nodded and left. Guamo glanced at Emojiang, and then he glanced at the surroundings. Yang Yi, show yourself. The Divine Phoenix clan is willing to return your friend's consciousness to you. He received no reply. Guamo fell silent for a moment, and then he said, I guarantee that we won't attack you. We might have been used. So, we won't act against you again. The space in front of them suddenly rippled, and then Yang Yi appeared within their fields of vision. Yang Yi. Everyone from the Divine Phoenix clan gazed at Yang Yi. Yang Yi gazed at Emojiang and said, Snowy's consciousness isn't gone? Emojiang spoke in a low voice, yes. Yang Yi slowly closed his eyes. Quite some time passed before he opened them and gazed at Emojiang. What about Zir? Emojiang spoke solemnly. She isn't in my Divine Phoenix clan's possession. Yang Yi's eyes narrowed slightly. What do you mean? As soon as he finished speaking, a strand of slaughter intent appeared here. The expressions of all the others changed slightly, and they became vigilant. Emojiang glanced at Yang Yi and said, she was in my Divine Phoenix clan's possession, but she suddenly vanished some time back. She just disappeared into thin air. If I'm not wrong, someone might have taken her. Someone took her. Yang Yi clenched his fist slowly. Someone can enter your Divine Phoenix clan without alerting anyone? Emojang spoke in a low voice. Yang Yi, at this point, I have no reason to deceive you. She was taken by someone, and I can swear on that with my soul. Meanwhile, Guamo suddenly said, Yang Yi, the Divine Phoenix clan has always been proud, and they disdain to lie. Yang Yi remained silent for a long time, and then he said, quickly let me see Snowy's consciousness. Guamo heaved a sigh of relief in his heart, and then he said, Yang Yi, the enmity between you and the Divine Phoenix clan arose because of your friend and the consciousness of your other friend. Now, the Divine Phoenix clan is willing to return your friend's consciousness to you. So can you let bygones be bygones? You want me to let bygones be bygones? Yang Yi had a ferocious expression on his face. If Snowy's consciousness is fine, then he'll do that. However, if there's anything wrong with it, then he'll make the Divine Phoenix clan pay with the lives of all its members. The faces of the experts from the Divine Phoenix clan became extremely unsightly. After all, Yang Yi was slapping them in public. However, they couldn't do anything about it. Guimo, Gu Tian, and the other experts of the demon race fell silent. They weren't willing to offend the madman who stood before them. Moreover, Yang Yi's attitude was very clear, and he only intended to target the Divine Phoenix clan. So, the Divine Phoenix clan could only blame itself for capturing Yang Yi's friends. Now, they'd almost been annihilated as a consequence of that. Time trickled by. Around 15 minutes later, an old man appeared here. The old man went to Emojiang and said, Shaoling can't return. What do you mean? It was Yang Yi who asked the question. At this moment, a blood-red glow had appeared around him. The old man's eyelids twitched, and he answered, Shaoling is being held captive by the crown prince of the devil race. She can't come back right now. Meanwhile, Guamo hurriedly said, Yang Yi, calm down. I'll go talk with the devil race. No, I'll do it myself. Yang Yi vanished on the spot once he finished speaking. Guamo was stunned by this, and then he shook his head. Devil race, I mourn for you. Chapter 1567 Kill Yang Yi within 30 moves. The devil race was very strong, and it wasn't inferior to the demon race at all. However, the devil race could only be considered to be unlucky to have offended Yang Yi. Around a breath of time after Yang Yi vanished, Emojiang's figure vanished as well. Gu Tian was puzzled. Is he? Guamo shook his head. He wouldn't do something foolish like fighting Yang Yi in a one-on-one battle. Guamo glanced at the others and added, Once all of you return to your clans, immediately use all your resources to find out who is pulling the strings. Since they want to use our demon race as pawns, then we'll make them pay a terrible price. As he finished speaking, Gumo's face turned icy cold. The demon race was clearly in extreme danger this time. If the Nether Pavilion really came, it represented that the demon race would enter into battle with the Nether Pavilion, and the demon race would definitely suffer severe losses during the battle. They didn't want to fight Yang Yi to the death, and they really couldn't afford to fight the Nether Pavilion. Gu Tian nodded. Our fellow demons can't just die for nothing. Not long after Yang Yi left, he suddenly stopped because Emojiang had appeared in front of him. Emojiang stared at Yang Yi. You can't kill Shaoling. How laughable. A cold smile curled up on the corners of Yang Yi's mouth. I can't kill her because you said so? Emojiang slowly clenched his right fist, but it didn't take long for him to release it. Yang Yi, I know that you hate her for bringing your friends to the large world. But do you know that your friend would be dead now if it wasn't for her? She refused to let us imprison the Sprite Lord, but she didn't have the authority to change anything. As for after we extracted its consciousness, we intended to destroy it to put an end to all future troubles, but she took it and fled with it. If it wasn't for her, your friend and the Sprite Lord's consciousness would have vanished from this world. Yang Yi closed his eyes slowly. If it wasn't for her, Zier's whereabouts wouldn't be unknown. If it wasn't for her, Snowy wouldn't have been reduced to her current state. She caused all of this. When he spoke up to this point, Yang Yi opened his eyes and stared at Emojiang. Either she or your Divine Phoenix clan has to die. As soon as he finished speaking, Yang Yi intended to leave, but Emojiang suddenly said, "If you insist on killing her, then we can just fight to the death and cause our mutual destruction. They'll send her a message to destroy the Sprite Lord's consciousness right now." OM. A sword howl resounded, and then a strand of sword energy tore through the air and instantly arrived before Emojiang. Bang! An explosion resounded, and Emojiang was blasted away. Yang Yi stared at Emojiang. "Are you threatening me?" Emojiang spoke in a low voice. "Yang Yi, Shaoling is my clan's only hope. If you kill her, my clan will have no hope and future. Since it has no hope and future, what's the point of us staying alive? If you kill her, my entire clan will head down to the lower dimensions. Even if all our rebirth realm experts die, we'll make you pay a terrible price." Emojiang flicked a scroll to Yang Yi. "This is a map of the demon territory and Xialing's position. Decide yourself whether you're going to kill her or not." As soon as he finished speaking, his figure transformed into a wave of fire that vanished into the distance. Yang Yi remained silent on the spot for a moment, and then he took the scroll and vanished on the spot. Around 3 breaths of time after Yang Yi vanished, a man and a woman appeared there. The man held a saber while the woman held a sword, and both of them lacked an arm. The woman suddenly asked, "Why didn't we just kill him?" The man replied, "Master said he doesn't have to die yet." She fell silent for a moment, and then she said, "That kid is an extraordinary genius. Even our joint forces won't be able to kill him in 5 years from now." The man asked, "What about now?" She spoke indifferently, "It'll take his life in 30 moves." The man fell silent for a long time, and then he said, "White Earth, you are the only one who has fought both the Unfettered One and Jian Wuji. Is it possible for him to surpass them?" She remained silent for a long time before she said, "If it's in the same realm of cultivation, then his strength has surpassed Jian Wuji, and it should be slightly inferior to the Unfettered One." The man asked, "Jian Wuji is inferior to him?" The woman, White Earth, shook her head slightly. Jian Wuji's natural talent isn't weaker to theirs at all. However, his path isn't one where he bears his edge to all, and he always holds back when in battle with others. However, the Unfettered One and Yang Yi are different. They give it their all in battle. So, if they truly encounter each other in battle, Jian Wuji would be at a disadvantage, because he's always trying to give others a chance. The man said, "You said that there's a gap between Yang Yi and the Unfettered One. What's the difference between them?" "Pureness." She continued, "The Unfettered One's sword Tao is pure, but Yang Yi's isn't. He has too many ties and burdens. However, Yang Yi stays true to his heart, so his heart towards the sword is without flaw and obstruction. Moreover, he possesses slaughter intent. He isn't purely on the path of the sword, and it's more suitable for him to be considered to be on the path of evil." The man remained silent for a long time, and then he said, "Master said that you, the Unfettered One, and Jian Wuji are the strongest sword cultivators in our universe. Now, there's Yang Yi as well." She lowered her head slightly. "If Master doesn't kill him now, it may not be possible to kill him in the future." The man shook his head slightly. "Master has her own plans. We just have to do as she says. Let's go." As soon as he finished speaking, both of them vanished on the spot. Yang Yi stopped around 5,000 kilometers away, and Little Sky was in front of him. Yang Yi asked, "Someone was following me just now?" Little Sky nodded. Yang Yi's eyes narrowed slightly because he actually hadn't noticed it. Little Sky said, "Don't put on such a face. They were much stronger than you. It's normal for you to have been unable to notice them." Yang Yi's eyebrows were raised. "Much stronger than me?" "Of course." Little Sky nodded. "If those 2 fellows wanted to kill you, you would be dead. Unless that flame of yours lends you a hand. Otherwise, even that lousy diagram of yours wouldn't be able to save you." "Lousy?" Yang Yi's face darkened. "That's the stellar sword diagram. It's extremely powerful. Didn't you see how powerful it was?" Little Sky shook her head. "Lousy diagram? It's ugly and I don't like it." Yang Yi shook his head and spoke seriously. "Little Sky, you said that they were much stronger than me? What do you mean?" He wasn't trying to brag, but if it was a one-on-one battle, then he didn't fear Rebirth Realm experts at all. But Little Sky said that they were much stronger than him, so he didn't really believe it. Little Sky replied, "They are stronger than you. They are on the verge of advancing above the rebirth realm." No, actually, they've advanced above the rebirth realm. However, they are restrained by this world, so they're still at the rebirth realm. But their strength has far surpassed the rebirth realm. Right, it's just like that blood maiden you met in the lower dimensions. They aren't any weaker to her. Of course, she seems to have not fully recovered her true strength. In any case, you aren't a match for them no matter what. They are on par with Blood Maiden. Yang Ye's pupils constricted slightly. He knew Blood Maiden's strength well. Even Rebirth Realm experts were trash before her. But those two people who were following him were actually on par with Blood Maiden. Who have I offended now? Yang Yi couldn't figure it out no matter how he racked his brains. It was definitely not the War Pavilion, Emperor Sect, or Demon Race. Because if it was them, those two experts would have killed him by now. Since it wasn't them, then who? Meanwhile, Little Sky suddenly walked over to Yang Yi and patted Yang Ye's stomach lightly. "Take care. If you really are killed one day." "Don't worry, Yang Yi said. "You'll avenge me?" She shook her head and spoke seriously. "I'll bury you." Yang Ye's face froze, and then he shook his head. "Little Sky, that really makes me sad. If someone wanted to kill you, I would definitely stop them. And if you're killed, I would definitely avenge you." As soon as he finished speaking, Yang Yi vanished on the spot. Little Sky was stunned on the spot, and then she stamped her feet and spoke softly. "I don't even know how to fight. How would I avenge you? The most I can do is ask Little Sky and the others to help avenge you." "No, Little Sky is too weak." Who should I call?" "Right?" Her eyes lit up. "The Sky Devil Beast. That fellow is powerful. Even 100 Yang Yes can't defeat him. However, that fellow seems to be sleeping. I wonder if he woke up." "Right, I'll go look for him soon." As soon as she finished speaking, her figure vanished on the spot. All along the way, Yang Yi shot forward at maximum speed. He was naturally not rushing to save Imo Xiaoling, and he merely wanted Snowy's consciousness, which she had. He absolutely wouldn't allow anything to happen to Snowy's consciousness. That was why he had taken the initiative to travel to the Devil Race's territory. As for those experts that were following him and that person who was scheming against him, he couldn't be bothered to pay any attention to them. All he wanted to do was save Snowy's consciousness and find Zier. As for everything else, he didn't want to pay any attention to it. 2 days later, Yang Yi was finally teleported to the Devil territory through a teleportation formation in the Demon territory. It was his first time here. Fortunately, Imo Jiang had given that scroll to him, and it contained some basic information about the Devil Race and Imo Xiaoling's current location. Yang Yi glanced at the surroundings and vanished towards the distance. Chapter 1568. Let's talk. Devil Crest Empire. The Devil Race wasn't united under one leadership as well. There were many powers in the Devil territory, and Devil Crest Empire was one of them. Even though Devil Crest Empire could only be considered as an 8-star power now, it was once the overlord of the Devil territory many years ago. At that time, the entire Devil territory was under Devil Crest Empire's command, and it was the period when the Devil Race was the strongest. Even though the Devil Race had split apart now, Devil Crest Empire's strength still couldn't be underestimated. There were only 5 8-star powers in the Devil Race, and Devil Crest Empire was one of them. Imo Xiaoling was being kept captive by the Crown Prince of the Devil Crest Empire, Ku and I. All along the way, Yang Yi didn't stop for a moment and went straight for Devil Crest Empire. He didn't care about Imo Xiaoling's fate at all, and he was merely afraid that something would happen to Snowy's consciousness. It didn't take long for Yang Yi to arrive at the capital of Devil Crest Empire, Devil Crest City. Devil Darkness City could be called the largest city in the Devil territory. It was built during Devil Crest Empire's prime, and it was so well fortified that it could resist the attacks of at least 20 Rebirth Realm experts. That was why it was able to survive until now. Actually, the human race and Devil Race didn't look very different to each other. The only difference was that the Devil Race had eyes that were violet or black in color, and their bodies were much more robust. Besides that, there weren't any large differences between the humans and devils. So, It was very easy for Yang Yi to enter Devil Crest City. Yang Yi would naturally not do something foolish like attacking the palace. He was here to save Snowy's consciousness and not look for trouble with the devil race. So, once he entered the city, Yang Yi concealed himself with the sword domain and snuck into the palace. Once he entered the imperial palace, Yang Yi stopped because he didn't know Imo Xiaoling's exact location. He was clearly unable to search with his divine sense in this place because once he did, he would definitely be detected by the experts of the Devil Crest Empire. Yang Yi remained silent on the spot for a moment, and then he snuck towards the area behind the palace. All along the way, Yang Yi's expression gradually grew solemn because he sensed numerous powerful auras. Obviously, it was the Rebirth Realm experts of Devil Crest Empire. Yang Yi suddenly stopped by the side of a palace, and then he transformed into a shadow that entered it. If he just moved around at random, who knew when he would find Imo Xiaoling? So, Head decided to grab someone and ask. Yang Yi frowned after he entered the palace because that palace was completely empty. It's empty? Yang Yi turned around with the intention of leaving, but the voice of a woman suddenly resounded. You're leaving already? Yang Yi frowned because there was someone here, and that person had noticed his presence. Suddenly, the woman's voice resounded once more. You're a human. Yang Yi walked out from the shadows. Meanwhile, a woman walked out from the inner chambers of the palace. She wore a bluish-green palace dress, had crescent-shaped brows, a gorgeous appearance, and practically perfectly exquisite features. It was especially so for her eyes. Her eyes were actually ocean blue. Besides that, her hair was ocean blue as well. Moreover, it was extremely long to the point of extending beyond her waist. Yang Yi was sizing up the woman, and she was sizing up Yang Yi. After scanning him for a moment, she grinned. A human was actually able to sneak into this place. You're not ordinary. I have no intention to offend you. Yang Yi continued. I'm merely here to look for someone. Do you know where the Crown Prince of Devil Crest Empire is? They'll be extremely thankful if you can tell me that. Head intended to capture someone and ask, but Head discarded that thought right now, because he couldn't see through her at all. Moreover, Shed noticed his presence before he showed himself, so it was obvious that she was no ordinary person. The Crown Prince of Devil Crest Empire? She glanced at him and smiled. Why are you looking for him? Yang Yi fell silent for a moment and said, he had captured the princess of the Divine Phoenix clan, and am here for her. Interesting. She smiled. So, you're here to rescue the woman you love. Your courage is commendable, and you're quite a good person. Unfortunately, you'll only be giving your life away. Yang Yi spoke indifferently. Do you know where he is? Or perhaps where Imo Xiaoling is? If you do know, then please let me know, and I'll be absolutely thankful. If you don't know, then please be frank. I know where he is. She smiled. I don't just know where Kuan-I is. I know where the Divine Phoenix clan's princess is being kept. But why should I tell you? Yang Yi gazed at her for a long time, and then he said, farewell. As soon as he finished speaking, Yang Yi turned around and walked away. He had no interest in wasting his breath here. Since she wasn't willing to tell him, then he intended to look for someone else. Kuan-I was the crown prince of Devil Crest Empire, so there should be many who knew where he was. He's in Rising Wind Palace. Suddenly, the woman said, it's Kuan-I's palace, and it's at the south of the Imperial Palace. Imo Xiaoling should be being held there. Yang Yi turned to look at her. Thank you. She grinned. Good luck. Yang Yi glanced at her, and then he turned around and vanished. Once Yang Yi left, she shook her head, smiled, and entered the inner chambers. After he left that palace, Yang Yi glanced at the plaque outside the palace, and he saw 2 words there, guest hall. She isn't from the devil race? Yang Yi thought deeply for a moment, and then he turned around and vanished on the spot. It didn't take long for Yang Yi to arrive at the south of the Imperial Palace, and then he found Rising Wind Palace, which the woman told him about. As soon as he snuck into the palace, Yang Yi immediately clenched his fists, because he sensed the aura of flames. Yang Yi traveled towards the source of the flames, and it didn't take long for him to see Imo Xiaoling in the inner chambers of Rising Wind Palace. At this moment, she was trapped within a translucent cage, and there were black threads of light around her. Those threads of light overlapped in layers around her cage. Yang Yi glanced at the surroundings, and he showed himself once he noticed that there were no other auras and divine senses in the surroundings. Meanwhile, Emo Xiaoling opened her eyes. Her expression instantly changed when she saw Yang Yi. "It's you." Yang Yi spoke with an indifferent expression on his face. "Snowy's consciousness." Emo Xiaoling spoke in a low voice. "I don't have it." Yang Yi's eyes narrowed slightly. "What do you mean?" She replied. "Ku and I took it. He's using Snowy's consciousness to make me marry him. Snowy is safe for now." Yang Yi took a deep breath and said, "Does he know about Snowy's identity?" Emo Xiaoling shook her head. "Snowy doesn't have her body, so he definitely isn't aware of her identity. Otherwise, he wouldn't have used Snowy to threaten me." Meanwhile, Yang Yi walked slowly in Emo Xiaoling's direction. He gazed at her for a long time, and then he suddenly started laughing. "Emo Xiaoling, do you know that your Divine Phoenix clan only has a few thousand phoenixes left because of you? I really want to know how you feel right now." Emo Xiaoling stared at him in silence. Yang Yi chuckled. "Actually, I really want to kill you. However, I've decided against that, because I would be letting you escape too easily. I want you to live a lifetime of guilt." As soon as he finished speaking, Yang Yi drew his sword and swung it twice. Hiss! Hiss! Emo Xiaoling's arms instantly flew away while accompanied by torrents of blood. Once he chopped off her arms, he turned around and walked away. Meanwhile, Emo Xiaoling suddenly said, "Yang Yi." Yang Yi stopped and said, "What?" She stared at his back. "You should have just taken revenge on me. Why did you take revenge on my clan?" Actually, in the beginning, she was against the way that the Divine Phoenix clan intended to treat Snowy. Unfortunately, she had no right to make decisions. In the end, she saved Snowy's consciousness. Besides the fact that she likes Snowy, the other reason she saved Snowy's consciousness was because she wanted to leave a way out for the Divine Phoenix clan. Because she was very well aware of how terrifying Yang Yi's potential and strength were. Yang Yi could pose a threat to the Divine Phoenix clan, and that was why she had been ceaselessly getting people to go kill Yang Yi. Unfortunately, Yang Yi was still alive and killed his way up to the large world, so it was the Divine Phoenix clan that suffered miserable. "Take revenge on your clan? Ha ha ha." Yang Yi turned to look at her. At this moment, he had a ferocious expression on his face. "Emo Xiaoling, hear me well. It'll be fine if Snowy and Zier are safe and well, but if anything happens to any one of them, then trust me, they'll definitely make your Divine Phoenix clan go extinct. So pray for Snowy and Zier." As soon as he finished speaking, Yang Yi turned around and vanished on the spot. Emo Xiaoling stared fixedly at the spot Yang Yi vanished towards. A long time passed before two streams of tears flowed down from her eyes. She had been acting willfully all her life, and the Divine Phoenix clan was always there to support and protect her. So, she had always been willful, because everyone had to give her face while she had the Divine Phoenix clan's support. But this time, the Divine Phoenix clan's name was useless. This time, Shed caused the Divine Phoenix clan to be almost annihilated. Countless phoenixes from her clan were dead because of her willful behavior. She, Emo Xiaoling, deserved to be called a sinner of the Divine Phoenix clan. After he left the palace, Yang Yi went straight for the largest palace here. This time, he didn't conceal his aura. It wasn't necessary anymore. He didn't want to waste more time here, nor did he want to take unnecessary troubles to accomplish his objective. When Yang Yi was 300 m away from the largest palace, numerous powerful auras descended upon him. Obviously, they discovered his presence. "Who dares to trespass into my Devil Crest Empire?" A furious shout resounded from within the large palace, and then numerous auras shot towards Yang Yi. Yang Yi took a deep breath, and then he waved his right hand. The stellar sword diagram instantly appeared in front of him, and then the entire area seemed like it was in space. At this moment, everyone in the empire was shocked. What's going on? That was what all of them wondered right now. At the same time, countless auras shot up into the sky from deep within the imperial palace, and they shot towards Yang Yi. Yang Yi waved his right hand, and the sword precursor shot towards the distance. After that, countless strands of stellar sword energy started to tremble far away in the starry sky. Yang Yi just had to give the command, and the stellar sword energy would appear. Yang Yi glanced at the surroundings and said, "Crown Prince of the Devil Crest Empire, Ku and I, come here. Let's have a chat." Everyone that heard this felt speechless. You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.